Yeah, I think it's his network.
I think it's network. Can you hear me now?
Yes. I can hear you.
Oh no, network is bad.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Now the thing is this: no matter what you tell people in Nigeria, they cannot stop going to church. Instead, they will rather promote it. So if we have very strong, united, concerted effort to hit hard on politics and the need for development in our country, naturally religion will disappear. Naturally. I don't know if you heard me.
How do you withdraw their focus?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, if we advocate for more development, if we fight against bad politicians, if we use the energy we use to attack religion to attack politics and promote development, naturally
Can I ask
religion will
people on
disappear.
YouTube? Can you hear it now?
One second, guys.
Can you hear it now?
1 second. Can I ask people on
Somebody
YouTube?
has a lot of background noise.
You
have a lot of background noise.
Somebody has a lot of background
Can you
noise.
guys hear?
You have a lot of background noise. Chizuruke. Can you guys hear?
I don't agree with what Chizuruke is saying, because right now, there are people jumping from one church to another. For example, we had a lady come up on this platform and say that when she's done with Jerry Ezra's prayers at 7 o'clock in the morning, she jumps to, what is that one? Where the one they say, where like your blessing, whatever.
Hallelujah challenge.
Hallelujah. She jumps onto Hallelujah challenge. After Hallelujah challenge, she jumps onto the next one. Now, 7 o'clock is the time where people are getting ready to leave the house to go to work. Right?
All these are happening because people don't have employment.
No, it is not because
people
of
don't.
that.
If people have jobs to go to, they won't be attending churches.
It is not because of that. I asked the lady, do you have work? Why is it that you're doing this? She said she's a makeup artist. Other people who are makeup artists that don't jump from one platform to another, 7 o'clock, they leave their house, they start marketing their business.
Because she thinks that she needs prayer to get customers,
Not just her. A lot of people
think like that.
Get rid of the churches. Get rid of the religion. And people will focus on bettering themselves.
Is the scarcity of commodity?
No, you need to stop talking.
The scarcity of opportunities.
You need to stop talking over me. When you talked, nobody interrupted you.
Yeah, she's the moderator. Let her talk, please.
So also, people are doing these things because they feel that is where their help comes from. Anything that goes wrong in their lives, they blame the devil. Nobody takes accountability for their lack of productivity. No one does that. Something good happens, they don't pat themselves over the back. They're thanking the God. So how can such people build a country? Even if you get rid of the government, no matter what you do, as long as religion is there, religion will continue to be a problem, and Nigeria will continue to be where it is right now. All those churches on every street corner, one building having churches on every floor. Like, seriously, what is that? That is absolute nonsense. All the money they're collecting. Do you know what? We can cry that Nigeria is poor, or Nigeria is second on the poverty line. But do you know, I'll give you Jerry Eze as an example. That man in 2019 was not a billionaire, but he is now a billionaire. The people of Nigeria came together, combined money, and made him a billionaire. That money they gave to Jerry Eze to make him a billionaire, they could have changed their country. The country could have gone from third world to first world. Nigerians have money, but they're spending it in the wrong place. They're spending it in church. The ones that don't have money have their children or relatives abroad, sending them money for feeding. They're taking that money, they're taking it to the church. This is the problem there is. I don't know why you don't see that church is the problem and that religion is the problem. I don't understand.
So no matter how you want to call out the government for whatever they are doing to us as Nigerians or Africans, you cannot, no matter how you do it, we are talking about the context of the continent, you cannot negate the role that religion, when I talk about religion, I mean the two Abrahamic religions in Africa, Islam and Christianity. You cannot negate the role they play in making sure that we become stagnant or we remain stagnant as a people. Religion is the opium of the masses, just as someone said in the comment right now. Yes, it is. You cannot negate what religion has done. You cannot negate the role that religion
hold on.
plays.
Can I say this, right? For anyone who is here trying to defend religion, if you're Nigerian, South African, Ghanaian, whatever country, I hope you realize that you're fighting for the God of someone else's country. I hope you realize that you are fighting for the God of someone else's home country.
The God of Arab men.
That was brought to you on boats, on sheep, on camel backs. And you have been given, and today, look at you. You're going over now to those people's lands for pilgrimage. Your government is putting money aside, millions of it as well, so they can give to you to go and boost the economy of the God of the religion that you have chosen to follow. You didn't ask yourself, if this God cared about you, why didn't he come? Why was Jesus not born in Nigeria? Why was Jesus not born? Allah? Why did Allah not come and find a prophet in Nigeria? They brought you those religions. Today you are fighting for it. They tell you that this world is not my home. I'm just passing through. My treasures are laid up somewhere beyond the blues. The angels beckon me from heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Can you imagine? You can't feel at home in this world because you are looking forward to Jannah and to heaven. Who deceived us like this? Who deceived us like this? So where we are now is we need to start asking, is the God of Christianity true? Is the God of the other one, what's it called? Islam. If the gods of these religions are fake, you guys, I hope you realize. Let me play you a video. Give me a second. I played it earlier on. People that were not here. Hopefully this will get you guys to start will make you start asking, what exactly is going on here? Give me a minute.
Afro, just before you play it, these are the same religions that came to your continent, because I believe majority of us here are Africans.
Mm-hmm.
These are the same religion that came to your continent that made you believe that your ancestors are demons. Your ancestors are evil spirits, and their own ancestors are the good ones that you should emulate and look up to. They came and they told you that Mr. Okafor, Mr. Ayodeji, whatever names that you people call in your own dialects, they came and they told you that those ones, they are demons and evil spirits. And they told you that the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. What has Abraham done for me as an African? What has Isaac done for me as an African? What connects me to Jacob?
They made us sing. Father Abraham has many sons.
How am I the descendant of Abraham? I'm from Africa.
Abraham, I am one of them. Can you imagine? We used to sing that we are sons of Abraham.
Someone in the Middle East, I am thousands of miles away from this man. How am I connected to him? And this is the problem that we have as a continent. We keep believing this thing. Right from childhood, we have been indoctrinated, brainwashed to believe these false narratives that have been peddled in the name of religion. And somehow, you can imagine that the man will tell you that your mother in the village, your uncles in the village are the cause of your problem. And go on to hate them.
Okay, give me a minute. Let me play this. I want you guys to hear this guy.
I was checking through some records and I discovered that 1999, our total number of churches was 257. 1999. 25 years after, 22,000 plus. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
What you heard is one man, the man in the navy blue suit. One man, one church in Nigeria. As in 1999, he had 257 churches. Currently, he has over 22,000. Please let that sink in. We're talking about one man, and he is the richest preacher in all of Nigeria, right? Of course, he's the richest. 22,000 churches, all over the world and in Nigeria. 22. Just think about it. One man. And if the God that man claims to be speaking on behalf of does not exist, ha ha ha. I hope you guys can see where the problem lies. That man has invested all that money into a fake religion, into a fake belief system. They have completely, it's crazy. Meanwhile, the other one in the purple suit, that one, the one with the microphone, that one in Nigeria alone, let me see, where is the article that I saw? In Nigeria alone, let me tell you how many, as at 2017, 14 million worshippers in Nigeria. As at 2017, 14 million. Guys, if you are not seeing that these numbers, it's a problem. I hear that, Kadibo now has 40,000 churches all over the world. 40,000.
As a Nigerian, if this does not annoy you and awaken something inside you, I don't know what else can do that. This is meant to trigger you to see that we have benefited nothing, absolutely nothing from these people. Instead, we are in a country, or we operate in a society where the rich keep getting richer. In this context, those pastors that you worship, no matter what happens in Nigeria, their pockets will always be filled.
Hey,
Look at
Ian Davenport. James Apperson, just 1 second. James, okay, so James, you created a post on Reddit TikTok to ask for a solution. Can't see the guest invites. It doesn't show up in my alerts, no inbox, not any icons on the screen. I don't know. I honestly do not know why. Maybe, I don't know. Just let me know how you get on with that. Let me know how you get on. Okay, does anybody here disagree with what we are saying? I know that Issa Ibrahim, you said you disagree. Issa Ibrahim?
Issa?
Oh, we have online, okay, the online ministry. Just 1 second, Issa Ibrahim. Online ministry was here before Issa Ibrahim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, online ministry, you want to speak?
Yes, please.
All right, let's hear you.
Okay, so I agree with what you guys are saying of the damage and the danger religion has brought to us as a continent in generally. But what I will disagree on is the fact that religion is like no religion will not just automatically give us a better life. The reason why I say so is because not on the basis of a particular religion, but religion as in the word religion. There are countries that still practice their beliefs, any belief, but they still make sure they do the right thing that will enhance a good life, a good way of system for their citizens. For example, you have China, you have Korea, you have Saudi Arabia, even the USA, who even still believe in Christianity. So I feel it is the way we Africans have taken the whole religion thing and
feel that religion would do for us what we as a people are supposed to do for ourselves. So
No, but online, you don't you notice something from what you said? You mentioned Saudi. Is the Saudi people worshipping a foreign god? No. Is the Chinese that you mentioned worshipping a foreign god? No. So why would you expect Africans to worship foreign gods and be successful? How
I'm
does
not
that
talking
work?
about.
Let me ask you a question,
Can I
Prof.
respond to her?
So
Chizu,
who is the original god of Africa?
online. What are you saying, sorry?
Who is
Vessel,
the
can I
original
respond
god
to
of
you, please?
Africans?
Online, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm not talking of what Africans should worship. All I'm saying is whether they worship something or not, if they don't do the right thing, it won't give them a better life. So whether it is a foreign god or the
What is
original
the
god,
right thing online? What is the right thing?
is to take responsibility for yourself, be accountable for your actions, do what it takes.
How does a Christian take responsibility for their actions when they blame the devil for anything that goes wrong? Anything that
It's
goes
not.
well, they say it's the God. Anything that goes bad is the devil. So how can that? Do you not see what the issue here?
I see the issue. What I'm saying is, let's use Christianity for example. I'm not talking based on any particular religion. I'm talking of religions worldwide, in any religion, whatever belief it may be. What I'm saying is, it is the abuse of that religion or the way it is being practiced. Once you feel you're supposed to do for yourself, that's where the abuse is, where
Yeah,
religion
but that's
becomes
the
an
whole
abuse to
purpose of having a
humanity.
God. Isn't that the purpose of having a God? So that when you want bread, you should pray to the God to provide your bread. After all, the Christian God said, be like the birds of the air, not worrying where your next meal is going to come from. Right? The Bible God said, ask and you shall receive. Seek, you shall find. Knock and it shall be open. The Bible God said, operate by faith. So what exactly are you saying?
And the same Bible still says, faith without action is dead. So we can
Is that a
go
contradiction
on
then?
and on.
Is that a contradiction in the Bible?
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
talking
please,
about the Bible. I don't want
Wherever
us
you
to
are,
go.
it's
Can
very
I come
noisy.
in? Can I come
It's
in a
very
bit?
noisy. Now hold on, Chilis, hold on. You don't know what online is thinking. So you can't speak on behalf of online, right?
No, I'm not
Online.
speaking on his behalf.
No, let
No,
online answer on question.
Chellis was not trying to speak.
um, can I just add something to what online is saying? Very practical case.
No, guys, 1 second, 1 second. See, for
She's
me,
wherever you are, it's very noisy.
what's happening here is you all are confirming that the God of these your religions cannot be true. Because if the God of these religions are true, would have come down and done something about it. Can see people suffering, can see people, they are doing 30-day challenge, but the God has decided to stay mute, saying nothing, absolutely nothing. So anyway, let Chellis,
Well,
please,
my
Chellis,
experience,
Have
my
fun.
experience.
Chizuruke, can you sort out your background? It's too noisy. Chellis, you say what you was going to say.
Well, I was gonna tell online that there's no need trying to patronize the believers or the Christians, or even patronize us that is standing against all of these vices. There is no God anywhere that will come to help Africa. So expecting that a God will come and help you in any way or any shape or form is a misplaced priority. Take, for instance, during the Lesser Hajj, the Africans take all their resources into Saudi Arabia and dump it in there. And what did they get in return? A stone to throw on a rock or against a rock. That's all they got in return. And perhaps buy souvenirs. But they still dump all the money in there.
That is if they make it out alive, they'll buy
You see,
souvenir.
so it is a psychological way of keeping Africa impoverished. Not long ago, I don't want to mention the country's name, but it's one of the most popular president in the world. Their parliament are debating on freedom of worship in Africa, especially by extension Nigeria. Why were they debating on that? Why didn't they debate on Boko Haram, issues of human rights abuses in Nigeria? But they want Africa and Nigeria to continue to become religious, so that we continue wallowing in ignorance while they strengthen their laws and continue to thrive. A lady who was, she's visually impaired, and she's been like that for very many years. A young man came to her rescue, and all she was saying was, "Oh, thank you, Jesus." She was singing to Jesus. She was singing to Jesus, praying to Jesus. And she was blind. And she has gone to many places, many churches. Jesus did not come to her rescue until this young man, through the lady's son, located the woman. And today, her medical bills are being sorted by the same man. But he didn't even thank the man, he was thanking Jesus. And this is the mentality.
Take it out.
That's the mentality of an average African religious person.
Vessel, we can hear you.
That's how Africans think when it comes to religion. I told my younger sister, I said, either I give you money and you go to church and give testimony, or I solve your problem, I pay your children's school fees, and I hear you testified that God did it for you, I'll stop giving you money, because it is my hard-earned money. I do all night shift to make that money I give you. I didn't pray. I didn't hope that God will do anything for me. I follow my router. I follow my working principles, and that's how I make the money. So I can't give you. You go to church and put a portion in the box. You see, so brother, if you live in the Western community as an African, and yet you're still thinking that somehow you validate this religion thing in Africa, it means you haven't learned, and in fact, you haven't even done anything to better your immediate environment. Because if that environment was left on your hand, it will not be a place that people wish to come, because that mentality cannot position the Western community to what it is today. You understand? So it is time that Africans start valuing a penny. Because if you don't value a penny, you can't keep millions. So when you think a penny is what you can just flip into their boxes, it doesn't take anything, a pinch out of you. It means you're not a good economist.
Can I just butt in here? What was I gonna say? I'm gonna say, okay, guys, can we make sure you're tapping on your screens? If you're on YouTube, sorry, I can't for whatever reason. I'm using a new thingy, so I'm gonna try and make sure that I master the thing. But if anyone wants to have a conversation, you want to add, but particularly we want to speak to people who disagree with any of the things on the prompt, right? There is currently a 30-day rant challenge going on, I think it's on TikTok and some other places. Nigerians are crying out. Nigerians are saying, we are fed up. Every day the prices of things are going up, right? Some people's monthly salaries is blown in one day. Your monthly salary is gone in one day. It's crazy what people are going through in that country. But guess what? Religion is thriving in that country. I've heard quite a few of the 30-day rants, and none of them, not one have I heard, address religion. And this is my own contribution to say, look, if we're going to talk about the 30-day challenge, the rant, you have to start with religion. You have to close down the churches. Yes, it is diabolical for Oyedepo to have over 22,000 churches. One man out of how many? 80, how many billion, millions, 200 and something million people in Nigeria? One man has 22,000 churches. The other one man has 40-something thousand churches. Guys, this is ridiculous at this point. How we have let these men just carry on with no way to regulate religion. There is nobody. Well, there's this can, but those ones are just nuisance over there, right? But how do we regulate these preachers, pastors? There's a country in Africa. What's the name of the country? Is it Rwanda? Where the president has put down a restriction on religion. If you're going to say, if you say you want to be a preacher,
Yeah, that's Rwanda. That's Rwanda.
Rwanda,
Yeah, that's
first
Rwanda.
you have to go to the university. You have to go to what you call it, religion school. What do you call it? School for religion. You have to the criteria you must meet. But in Nigeria, anybody can become a pastor. Anybody can wake up one morning and decide I'm a pastor. Some of you have schizophrenics as your pastors. Some of you have people with serious mental health disorders. When was the last time you saw your preacher's psych evaluation? When was the last time Adeboye showed his psych evaluation? That one that is busy drinking tea with God. The man is going senile. The man, no, seriously, the man says
I'm
God came
telling
down
you,
and drank
it's
tea with him.
crazy. It's crazy.
The man is going senile. When was the last time you saw Oyedepo's psych evaluation? Have you seen the way Oyedepo walks? The richest preacher in Nigeria. Have you seen the way he walks? He walks like there's something massive. He takes one step, one tiny step at it. You should see him.
A walk of grace.
You will know that something is wrong in between his legs. So these are the things. If you're saying religion is not the problem, please explain to us. Isa Ibrahim, are you there?
Afro, can I say something, please?
Yes, go on. Say what you
Yeah.
want to say, and then we'll go to Isa Ibrahim. Guys, can we share the live
So,
stream, please?
looking at one of your highlights here,
Share the
you
live
said,
stream, please.
make pastors and imams declare their assets,
Facts.
regulate, and what is that?
And
Tax
tax.
churches. Exactly. So you see, people always have different beliefs, but once you put these beliefs under check, like the country you gave, for example, Rwanda, and there's this other country too, Burkina Faso. The king of Saudi Arabia wanted to build hundreds of mosques in Burkina Faso, and the president, Ibrahim Traore, he said, no, we don't need that. We already have enough mosques here. People can pray in their houses.
They want to
What we need
build.
are factories.
Hold on.
We need
Hold on. They want to build 100 mosques in
200.
Burkina. What?
Yeah, the prince of Saudi Arabia.
Because the leader is Muslim.
Oh
Yes.
my
So they
goodness.
went there and they said, we're going to build 200 mosques. He said, no. My people need
Ridiculous.
education, need hospitals.
Exactly.
What? That's crazy. Oh,
So
wow.
you see that regulation. He is a Muslim, but now he has seen that these things is getting out of hand. So you cannot be building 200 mosques in a country where people can afford to eat. People can afford basic education, the basic necessity of life. People can afford that. But you have mosques, you are building mosques. So it doesn't make any sense. That's like an abuse to humanity. People can believe what they want to believe, but the moment where it gets to a place of abuse of humanity, where people tend to do things that are Like, for example, these religious leaders, many of them, none of them have come out to speak about the bad, ways of the government. Because why?
This
They
this
campaign for them.
this 30-day challenge, I've not seen any. Well, maybe they have. I don't know. I've not seen any of
No
them say
one.
anything.
For example, the
Look at
NSAS protests in
look at the
Nigeria.
one. Wait, just one
None of
second.
them spoke.
One second. The one in the navy blue suit now, the one who now has 22,000 churches plus 22 plus thousand churches.
In a functional system of government, he's not meant to have that amount of
No,
churches.
not at all. So
Yes.
that man has recently had the government of Nigeria. They have approved for his church to have a runway
They cancelled it.
in front of it.
No,
Eh?
but who's going to use the runway, Afro?
Him.
Not the ordinary church members.
It's him now. Him. He's the one that flies in the private jet. So what he was saying is, so that the people, himself and the members who have private jets, can easily get to the church. They don't have to go to the airport and park their, land their planes there. They can come to the government has approved.
The government has cancelled it because some people spoke about it. They were against that. So the government withdrew that.
Are you sure they withdrew it?
I'm sure after they withdrew it. I saw the news. I was like, it doesn't make sense. So some people came out, they spoke against it, and they had to cancel that because it was extreme. That was like extreme. In a country where the national airport is not doing well and a religious organization wants to have it.
Where are those people when this man is building? How many seater building is he doing, Afro?
Oh my goodness.
So
The
what's-
new one. The ark is building the ark. The ark is
Where
coming.
are those same people when he's building the ark? The other one is building.
One beauty about is it 200,000 capacity?
Where are those people that stop the building of that runway? Why aren't they stopping the building of these extravagant buildings?
You see, that's what I said.
One second,
Nigerians are not good economy.
Gentlemen, just 1 second. Can we hear from Isa Ibrahim, please?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to exchange views with you.
Thank you, Isa.
I probably would have a different take on the idea that we're talking about now. First, let me say I am an ex-slave. That means I was taken from Africa somewhere, I think West Africa, taken to Trinidad and Tobago. This is where I am now. So my views would be different to people in Nigeria, but not that I'm totally ignorant about it. I'm a sort of influenced by Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X. So you probably would gather a type of, my thinking. I'm also, I read a lot on logics. So I used to practice to be a logician. So some of my ideas would probably be different or have a different take to you. One thing I wrote on the text earlier on as I came on was that the first religion was born when the first con man met the first fool.
When the first con man met the first fool.
Yeah, because you had to trick someone to believe something.
Facts.
And then the priest, he became the priest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the fool became the person who, if you like, the believer of whatever the con man said. So that's how priestcraft were created. So history say, but then they say history is a lie agreed upon, So something in history is false and some probably true. So that means we would have to sort of dissect everything and put the truth to one side and the false to one side and see what we get out of it. So I'm not saying that everything is hard and fast, like your preacher have, hundreds of thousands of churches and so on. But religion, as we know today, is a massive business. It's a big business. So religion is a business, period. You have to sell people dreams. You have to, and people have to buy those dreams in order for your religion to be successful.
Mm.
But if you look at, say, the British Empire, which Nigeria was part of it at one time, or probably still is, Britain or the United Kingdom was rich, and they had a religion, they had Christianity, and they got rich with Christianity. So Christianity wasn't an impediment for Britain to get rich, and so it would have been something to do with their economic concepts rather than their religious beliefs. So, they had a system. And I saw, when I heard someone mention that we had a constitution in Nigeria and the law, and I wrote in the text that the law that we use, well, I wrote in the text that Nigeria was created by Britain, right?
Lisa,
And
can I just say something quickly about what you've just said?
so,
You said the British Empire was rich and all of that. They never spent 24/7 in churches.
No.
yeah, I know that.
They
That's
never
why,
did that. Now, the problem with Africa, right? Today we're focusing on Nigeria, is that people go to church and camp there all weekend.
yeah,
They
I
go
was,
and
I was
sleep
saying, I was saying that
Church,
my take.
church is
times
open
you're supposed
7 days a week.
Yeah.
yeah, the times they're supposed to be productive is
my
being
take
spent in
my
church.
take my take on things would be different to yours.
Okay, but we hear
I'm just
you.
telling you the
So,
reality on
yeah,
the ground.
I understand clearly, because we also have these 7 day Adventists and things. They go to church like Saturday all day, from
What
six
about
o'clock
during
in
the
the
week?
morning. Pardon?
What about during the week? Are they not in church during the week?
Um some of them, some different church. I mean, we got lots of churches here.
Isa, I will tell you this,
Brought
right?
in the Seventh-day
Isa,
Adventist. Who
just one,
introduced the Seventh-day Adventist to
just
you?
1 second. So the way these religions, the religion is practiced in this side of the world is very different. The church is open 7 days a week. The people are told, right? The people are told that anywhere outside of the church, you are outside of God's presence. You are outside of God's, God's plan, God's will.
Yeah,
So when you are,
it's split up my train of thought.
they tell the people that the church is the house of God. That's where God resides.
Yeah.
So you find that even to go to work, people struggle. You'll find grown adults. You'll find people between the ages of 30, between the ages of 25 to 50, 60, in the church on a Thursday morning.
Could I say I heard of that before?
You see, it's different in this side of the world.
I heard of
And Issa, I live in the UK, right? The last census that was done, people in the UK, there are now more people identifying as having no religion in the UK. The people of the United Kingdom are leaving the religion fast. So now you cannot call the UK a Christian nation. You can't, because there are now more people that do not subscribe to any religion. This is this is something that has happened over the last how many years, and the
how many years?
I mean, what I'm saying is, this is
Probably 100 years.
unprecedented. This is unprecedented, And so, but the statistics shows that that number is set to grow. That number in 10 years is set to grow even more. There are going to be more and more people. So, unfortunately, in our part of the world, the religion is growing. Religion is thriving. The opposite is happening over there. So when you say that the religion never hindered them, yeah. But if the religion was worth anything, then why are they leaving it? Why are they walking away from it?
Did they get rich with it or not?
Of course they did.
Did Saudi Arabia get rich with Islam or not?
Of course they did.
So what I'm saying is that if one country could use it, had the intelligence to use it.
But how did they use it, Issa? By persecuting and enslaving.
No. I'm not going into details because
No, but that's what they did, Issa. You can't expect somebody in Nigeria to go and enslave someone in Europe because they want to use the religion to make them rich.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. No.
Okay.
We had the Arabic slave trade.
I'm not saying what you say that I'm saying.
Let's let him
religion.
Yeah, I'm not saying what you say that I am saying.
Let's let him finish.
Yeah.
And then we can.
So if I could get back to my train of thought,
yes,
then,
go on.
You probably would see where we converge. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, religion is basically used as a system, and every country, every society, the whole world, the known universe, we all live by a system or a operating system that would include every area of activity, which religion is one. So you have 10 basic area of activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, language, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. All those 10 the areas of activity, you must use. And if you don't, your system would fall. Your system would deteriorate. So religion is just one aspect of the operating system that we use. We might call it in wherever you are in Britain, you might call it democracy or Church of England or all sorts of different names that we have. But if your system is going to work, you would have to implement the 10 areas of activity effectively. If the economic side is not functioning properly, and the economics you're using in white people really is Adam Smith and those people there, yeah. The Saudi Arabians, they're rich, and they now started to use Adam Smith theories, economic theory. There were economic theories, throughout history, which before Adam Smith grandparents were born. But we still use that now. We still have white people creating money, black people not allowed to create money or issue money. Only white people are allowed to issue money. And we have to borrow that money as a national debt. And then we have to pay interest on that national debt that they created and lent to us, supposedly. And we have to pay interest on it. They created out of nothing, remember?
I get it. What I am trying to do here, what we're hopefully trying to do here, is to let people know that these religions, the God of these religions that they brought to us, they don't exist.
Gods.
These gods do not exist, and if the God does not exist, the religion should not exist.
Yeah, but they do.
If you
And
know, but that's what I'm saying.
there are 4,200 religions
I get
practiced
it.
on the planet now.
I get it.
There
But
are more than 10,000 gods, right?
Can
I
I
get it.
ask Isa a question,
I
please?
get it. Wait, just one
Sure.
second. It's a travesty when one man has over 22,000 churches dedicated to a non-existent God.
Yeah.
That
Priestcraft is a business, a big business, and he's capitalizing on it. And
and you said something though, Isa.
Mhm.
You said that the religion benefited them. They used the religion. It benefited them.
Yeah, because it's a brainwashing mechanism.
I get it. And that's where the problem lies. That these religions can be used by evil people to do evil things. You
Yeah,
can use
sure.
the religion to take over people's lands. You can use the religion to enrich yourself, right? And then how? How then can you turn around and say that the God of that religion exists when they are using his religion to manipulate and control others?
Well, God only exists in a belief, right? It's a belief. Because no one could know God, no one could know if God exists or anything. It's just a belief.
Can I ask Isa a question?
Sure.
You mentioned 10 items embedded in
The 10 areas of activity, which is
10 areas of activity.
Yeah.
So within those 10, which one is the opium of the masses?
I'm not a Karl Marx fan, so I wouldn't say religion is the opium of the masses.
You will say,
Because
or you will not say.
all of them, because the economic theory that we use.
But which one is a
also,
saying? Which one is a saying? Which one have you heard that is the opium of the masses?
That's Karl Marx saying. He said religion.
Economics. Is economics the opium of the masses?
Of course it is. It's
How?
just like religion. It's equally as important as
So which one
religion.
would you substitute one with?
No, you don't substitute any.
No, if you're given a choice to substitute one, which one would you substitute with?
No, you have to have the 10.
Well, you don't want to be entirely honest with this.
No,
Religion.
I'm saying you have to have the 10. What do you mean I'm not entirely honest?
Yeah,
How could you know what honesty is in another person?
You said that you mentioned the ripple effect of religion on us, especially Africa. Yeah, the United Kingdom enriched themselves from all the way from Roman Empire. They conquer, they introduce religion. They conquer, they introduce religion.
Religion was there before ancient Egypt, before Greece.
Right, but the New Testament.
It's just an evolution of what we have today.
Not the Abrahamic religions.
Of course. The New Testament.
Abrahamic religion is a new one. It's just an evolution of what passed before.
Which one do we have now? Which one do we have now?
We have 4,200 religions.
No, I'm saying in Africa, let's say in Nigeria, if you know Nigeria, which one do we have?
In Nigeria, the two main, there's three religions, three main, as far as I read, was Christianity, Islam, and animist. Is that correct or not?
Christianity, is it Abrahamic?
I don't know. They just call it Christianity.
Yes, it is.
He doesn't want to be honest
Christianity
today.
and he may not know. Chelis, he may not know. He may not know.
I said to you earlier before I started talking that we may have different views. Okay?
And plus he's not Nigerian, you know what I mean.
Right. I might be Nigerian, I don't know.
He has the 7-day Adventist.
I'm an ex-slave.
Who brought the 7-day Adventist to Trinidad?
Issa, what I meant was you might have you might be a descendant of Nigerians, right? Considering, but I'm saying that by nationality, right, you're not Nigerian. So
Correct.
That's what I meant.
Correct, yeah.
You might be a descendant of Nigerians. It's possible.
Or Ghana is anywhere from West Africa.
That's still something that really troubles me.
Yeah, that's what white people did to us.
Mhm. Yeah, but when we say white people, these are the same people that brought this Jesus to us.
Well, I'm saying white, not because the skin is white. Yeah, as I say, I was trying to talk logically. White is not necessarily a color; it's a function. You have to function as white. Now, if you notice, when before Nelson Mandela was freed, they had black people who was about 60 million in South Africa, and they were classified as a minority. And the 500,000 white people was classified as the majority. So we thought it's something numerical, but it's not. When you're talking about politics and white people's language, they mean the one who has the power is the majority. You have majority power. That's why you see one
So,
person.
Issa, what I'm saying is,
Wait, Chelis, 1 second. Guys, if there is anybody who thinks that religion is somehow valuable, if you think that for the future of Nigeria, religion, either Jesus or Allah, one of those, is going to help us, please, I would like for you to come up, tell us, because I'm saying this. If we don't nip religion in the bud now, if we don't nip this thing in the bud, I'm telling you, years to come. Oh, goodness. Look, it is a problem when you have more churches than you have schools,
Mm.
hospitals, and industries combined. There are now more churches than you have schools, hospitals. Huh? It's like, what are we doing here? They are now buying, industries that have folded, that have closed down. The churches are now going and buying those for church. So in 50
You
years
know,
from
the
now,
same thing is happening in Jamaica. They've got more churches there than anywhere in the Americas. In Jamaica, little island in Jamaica.
if you don't nip this religion in
Ibrahim,
the bud,
I wanted to speak to you about something because the way you're seeing this religion thing is entirely different from the way we're seeing it.
and he
There's
said,
never, there was never,
Chelis, it bothers me because he's not even religious. I don't think, right? Issa, you're not religious, are you?
Not at all.
You see, so that's why
yeah.
I'm
So why is
struggling
it
somewhat.
somehow validating it? Why
I,
is it somehow validating it?
I'm validating it like I would validate mathematics. I just say that it's
But
there
at
and
this stage of Africa, we don't need any sort of validation of whether it comes as a.
it doesn't matter what you say, and you can't speak for anybody except yourself, just like me. I speak for
Of
me,
course, we're
and
here.
you,
That's
you
why we are
speak for
speaking.
you. So that's why I said we are exchanging views. Not that you have to
Yeah, of
accept
course.
mine.
It's my view to argue against your own view. So that's why
Sure,
we're doing
sure,
what we're
sure,
doing.
sure,
But
definitely.
wait. Let me make this point, please. There was never a time in the United Kingdom that religion took a center stage or was the main focus. They have always been their economy have always been the focus. But King James had to, because the group of churchmen here then had religion in the background. In fact, the Bible was inside the religion. It never came outside. It was inside the churchmen here, right? But King James had to bring it outside in order to leverage on that to project his image, because he was not perceived as a good king of Scotland at then. But he had to bring it out from the church. And as he brought it out from the church, he contracted Shakespeare, and they did all the translations. And that's how they set out with it to Africa. So religion was never their focus here. And they get to a point where it's never their focus. And up till now, it's not their focus. But now is the focus in Africa, where people now hope on religion or religious God to come and be their government. So people are now very ignorant of the responsibilities of their government. And that's our worry. There was a time here, a lot of things happened where men beg on the street. But when they saw that these things were not helping their economy, it's not all going well with them, they had to, set it aside. And there were campaigns before it became a law. They have to outlaw these things. And that's why we're saying this is our own part of a campaign. Religion is not doing us well because the religious leaders are the ones cashing out of the whole process. Where I will give my sister and my hard-earned money, she will go and put some portion of it in a box and thank God for it. Whereas I worked it out. So this is the vices that we are trying to set aside. In Trinidad and Tobago, I know it was even the British that brought in any form of religion that you used to know.
True.
So,
True.
they come, they continue to project these ulterior motives about it, and it continue to fetch them what they want. It fetches them resources, it fetches them ignorance on African people. My own Muslim brothers will also go to Saudi Arabia and drop their resources and come back empty-handed. The government, the president of Nigeria was elected on a platform on religious platform. They had to consider his religious inclination before they can elect him. It was called Muslim ticket. Can you imagine that? Has such happened even right from the time they know religion in the United Kingdom? Has anyone governed the United Kingdom on the premise of Muslim ticket? So that is why we are saying these things are not healthy to us. We are jumping through the ocean, and a lot of us are languishing there, trying to flee from bad economy and religious what you call pandemic in Africa. So this has to stop, and we are part of those voices that try to make sure that these things turn around. We have to start believing in democratic system and also speaking to those who we elect to be able to do all the biddings. And that's why they are there. You go to the churches in Nigeria, you see military chiefs wearing camouflage uniforms, sitting on the front row of the uniform of the churches, bullying people, telling people don't cross there because we're protected. Whether this should be somewhere fighting the Boko Haram and so on.
That's
You see? So that's the point, sir.
Religion is a big business. That's how I see it. It's a massive business, and it's based on conning the ignorant.
I think I can speak now. The host, are you there?
Anyway, I would let somebody speak now, and thanks for exchanging views with me. And hopefully, I would pass by not now and then when you guys on your live.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
It's a Ibrahim.
important that
It's always a pleasure having you come and
Yeah,
speak with us. Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Isa.
I speak.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think it is very important that we should not underestimate the damage that religion has caused to our people. It has brought division. It has thrown people into poverty, and it has made people to go scot-free without holding their leaders accountable. And then this is a kind of delusional attitude that has actually impoverished the people of Africa. And it is high time that we start seeing from different perspectives and preaching this gospel around the people, letting people be aware. Because a lot of people out there, being in Africa generally, they are misinformed. And we can imagine people that are enslaved for 400 years coming to tell you about religion. Africans are never religious people. We are not Christian, we are not Muslims. Africans are Africans. We have our culture, we have our spirituality. So it is not this time. You can see somebody build a house and tell you that I want strictly Christian in my house. I mean, you can see one imam or alaji build house and say, okay, I don't want Christian couple in this house. That is the vision. And that's how you lost humanity. So if we are talking about how damage this religion has caused to our people, we will not even live here. So it's that time that people start, sensitizing themselves. And the more you talk to people, they come for you, let them be. And I'm very sure that very soon their eyes will be open. These people came doing their gospel, they are sponsoring it, spending so much money on it, and people are just accepting it without asking questions. And here we are, talking about same thing for decades. And these people are busy running neocolonialism, taking away our resources for cheap prices, and at times even get nothing. Average people on the streets feel nothing. So no healthcare, nothing. They are giving them hope that they will die one day, they will be alive one day, and they will go to heaven. All these things are fake. There's no facts in it. And this is really what we need to start preaching to people. We need to go from one platform to another platform. We need millions of people to be liberated. We cannot continue like this as Africans. You can imagine coming to Ibrahim Traore, tell him that you want to build 200 mosques. Why not factories? Must it be mosque?
Humanity first. Did you say someone will build a house and say they don't want people of a particular religion?
That's what they do in my own country. That's what they do in my country. I can tell you boastfully.
Wow.
Please, can I say something?
So now, and then someone will say religion is not the problem.
It's dividing people.
Can I
And
say?
we can't talk about this from today to tomorrow. People will still be out there defending these people, saying that God called them. God called no one. Do you know how much they have amassed from you, from this useless thing? Do you know how much they have made on you? A pastor coming out and saying, I want some member to come out with 1 billion naira. How will you go about that?
Humanity,
You
sorry
must
to
be a
interrupt
thief and
you.
a criminal to have acquired that kind of amount.
Humanity, sorry to interrupt you. Some people will build schools. They will build schools and they will tell you this is strictly Christian, this is strictly
I'm telling you,
Muslims.
this is happening. It's happening just
It's
last week.
happening
I
in
mean,
Nigeria.
it's not even last week. Yesterday, we heard
It's
that
still
the
happening today.
school in Osun State there, that they said that the Muslims are actually doing their prayers, and they went there and said they should never do that again in the school. And this is a school of a renowned person in the country. And you claim that it's not dividing the people.
Did you guys see the Muslims one time? They blocked the the road where cars and people on a Friday they came out on the road with their mats and everything facing to Kaaba, and there was nothing anybody could do to them.
Block the roads. They will block the major roads and they don't care. Even if we have emergency, they will have to do their prayer before they leave. And that's how indoctrinated we are today. The people that have to conquer your land and give you some street ideology, you adopted it without asking questions. And that's why we are today.
And you know something for me, Nigerians need to get their acts together. They really need to get their act together, because how is it that you have these two religions and folks are not asking the question, so which religion is true? The Christian God cancels out the Muslim God and Christian God cannot coexist. That's if there is, I'm saying, no, if there is a God, the Christian and the Muslim one They can't be roommates. They can't be roommates at all, right? One cancels out the other. So how is it that these gods are conveniently coexisting in Nigeria? How? One God, we
Afro,
can't.
if it was not religious differences, yeah, the Middle East would have been in peace today. The reason Israel Palestinians are hell bent on unaliving themselves, one, there's a political side of it, but majorly is the religious side of it. Because they don't want to agree to themselves, they don't want to find solution, they can't cohabit. And that is it. That is the way it is in Africa, especially in Nigeria, where I come from. Every now and then, if you see them unaliving, look at the Fulani herdsmen in our communities back home. Is it not religious drive? It was religion. They see us as a, so to say, I don't want to use their word, I don't know how TikTok will be, like they in-F something, if you know what I mean. That's how they see us.
Okay.
So they think, okay, they have to run us over. And that's why they're unaliving people. So
Can
religion needs to go.
you
Religion
imagine?
needs to leave our
Is
community.
there, wait, just 1 second. Is there anyone here that disagrees? Is there anybody that says, no, religion is not the problem? Jesus has come to save us. Allah has come to save us. Without these characters that were brought to us from the Middle East, Nigeria would not. I mean, come on now. Is there anyone on the stage right now who takes a different opinion?
Jesus did not come to save us. Who is Jesus first of all?
You say, who is Jesus?
Who is Jesus first of all? Let's be analytical.
Ikechukwu, they say Jesus is our savior now.
Let's be real from the Bible, right?
They say Jesus is our savior. What are you talking about?
Now, can we just understand who even wrote that Bible that we are talking about?
Who is Jesus again? Is it that criminal?
Do you know that? Wait, have you taken the? Do you see how stupid that book is?
Oh,
They say that it's Moses that wrote the book of Genesis.
can you imagine?
Do you know that Moses died still talking about himself? Now listen, I've gone into when humanity was talking, I was in pain, you understand, because religion had actually done a lot. But the truth is that this thing, people are so dumb because this thing is so simple to get yourself out of it, because it's simply built on belief. And what is simply belief? Nobody can talk to you about religion without seeking for your belief. Now, what is simple meaning of belief? To accept something that is true, even without evidence. So why are you so willing to accept that something is true where there is no evidence?
That's the definition of a scam.
And these people, there is nobody, be you Christian, be you Muslim, they need your belief. They need your belief. Whatever they are saying is built on belief. For you to be that, in fact, they even call them believers, Abi.
And that's so now, believers.
They are called believers. Now, what is the meaning of belief? Believing means to accept that something is here, whether without you caring whether it's true.
Without asking questions, because people are fools, In Africa, you see people receiving and accepting something without asking questions, When they bring anything to you, once it is white, they will take it without asking questions. That's how they give you vaccine, give you different things, and bring diseases to you. You take everything without asking questions. You want to feed like them, you want to eat the kind of food they eat, forgetting that you are different people. We just don't continue ruining our lives like this. We cannot continue ruining our life like this. We need to stop all these things. We have to stop. Let us throw this religion back to their faces.
I really have a lot to say on this.
Ikechukwu, don't worry, we will let you speak. I just want to know from the others. We got Sonny. Sonny, are you for or against? Sonny.
Is it as regards to the topic?
Religion. We are today. We are focusing on religion.
Okay, how to
How to fix Nigeria. Let's tackle religion. If
let
we are
me
able to tackle religion, we will solve a lot of Nigeria. I'm not saying religion is all of Nigeria's problem. No, but
okay.
the
Let
major one of the major problems is these gods that were brought to us, Allah and Jesus.
Okay. To be frank, I believe in spirituality, and the reason why I believe in spirituality is because I just know that within my mind, it's not like I know, but I just feel with the research that there's something that is there that is in charge of our being, our existence in terms of creation and
Sorry,
everything.
sorry. Can I ask what do you
No,
mean? What do you mean when you say you believe in spirituality? I don't understand that.
okay, okay. Uh, when I look at the universe and how things are formed, I just know that, and I go back in time. I just know that. Oh, okay. If I look at my history, where I come from, who gave birth to my mom, who gave birth to my dad, and who gave birth to people who gave birth to them, then I try to go back with time. Then I look at there is a gap. There's something. So that gap, that's where I put the spirituality there. So that's my own belief. I call it a belief because I don't have a proof for that. So it's not a fact. You get
Funny,
So
based on what
I
you're
just as accept that as just the convention. You get
Why? But
Sunny,
hold
why?
on,
based on what you're
hold on,
saying, what
hold
is
on.
the
So let
name?
me
What
now
is the
talk as
name of your
regards.
great great grandfather?
You said
Based on what you're saying, what is the name of your great grandfather?
I can't remember. I don't know.
So when you say you went back in time,
Yeah.
where were you going back in time? Because clearly you didn't find anything there.
Okay.
And
If you
this is
don't know
why
your
this
own
is
relative, if you
Hold on.
don't know your own relative in the form of your great great grandfather, why? How would you know what they were practicing back then?
Okay. Hold on.
Most of them were erased in slavery. They
That's
were
okay.
We,
Hold
we,
on.
we don't know. Nobody living in 2025 knows what happened back then.
okay.
Nobody.
Can I
People
add
just
most of
repeating
our
the things
ancestors.
that they
They
taught.
were erased by this
okay.
set of people, and this
One
same set
second.
of people come after that time and introduce religion to you, and you must accept it without asking questions.
Do you want me to answer this?
Wait,
Nobody's writing
just
the
one
comment.
second. Just 1 second, please. Just 1 second. Yes, we would like you to respond. But guys, can we get to 30K likes? If you're watching on YouTube, can you please give the stream a thumbs up? This is a very important stream. This one. Very important.
Hello.
Please. And also, no, I'm Slim Father. 1 second. So
Yeah. So
what Sonny 1 second,
I
Joe.
have a
1 second.
question,
One
please.
second, please. 1 second. What Sonny was saying is what is very important to me because he was saying that this is his
Yeah.
belief, right? It's his belief. So it's like people, I'm not sure why that's the case. Why do we need to believe? Why do we need to find something to believe in? Can we not exist without beliefs? Can we not? When I say beliefs, I mean the belief in the supernatural, that
You
there is
can. You
something
can.
out there. There
Yeah.
I
is.
think the better question is,
Yes.
why do we live what we can see, what we can relate to, and start seeking things we don't know where they are?
Okay. Are you asking me a question? Because you're just throwing many
No, I'm not.
questions.
I'm not asking you. You're just rhetorical. That one was. I was just yeah. But please
Okay.
go on. Go on.
Okay. So I came out from this from the Christian belief you get because I was from the Christian home, and I noticed all this stuff about religion, and I noticed it's a chaos. It's something I didn't abide to. Well, I did the practice, don't get me wrong, but later on I tried to go back with time and just find out that there's so many missing dots out there. And where I get to know that, especially from, there's so many stories, but the one I just, because I did geology in school and I spent over 8 years to do that. And It's the stories I got from my research. It's a different story. The Big Bang Theory story. That was even a theory story that we just want to believe. At least it started from nothing, according to what we said. But at least there are some things that we can bring out, deduce out, even if we don't know where it started from. We just make a point. I started from nothing. But we make a scenario in terms of saying, oh, the earth is round, the earth is not flat. There are reasons why we said the earth is round. We say, oh, the earth revolve around the sun. The sun is. We gave so many stuff that is looking so real, like, and we also launch satellite on the space to monitor some kind of to probe the earth to look at anything that is happening in our galaxy. It's those things are we are getting some visual feedback from all those results. Those things were real to me, so it is scientific. So some of all those calculations that we practice in school, we were able to get the feedback, and it's some of them were looking alike, and it makes sense. The Genesis story, when Moses was talking about something that he was not even there, saying about a creation that he was not there. So they tried to force it on me and all those things. I tried, but it was not sinking. So I just come to a conclusion that, oh, I don't think this thing is real in terms of how it is, because I just know I can never accept that story. You get so to fix Nigeria, you guys are right in terms of the religion, because it's very, 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 very sad that it has gone into every sector. Like even in the government, everybody is a religious person. So it's very, very hard to penetrate around all the big sectors, all the government sector and parastatals, and every part of the system. Every family that you belong to, it belongs to one religion group or something. And they take it to the high extent. The only way it's going to reduce, these are one of those ways to, I believe, I like the way we are coming out of it to always talk about it, but we are still very small out of it. I know it is still from small we grew out to what I can just predict is maybe in the next 30 years we will see maximum result, because we now have some of them who are scammers. Like those ones you will know, not like all of them are not scammers. What I'm trying to say, that those ones you will just know that this one is a scammer. You get those other ones, they are trying to hide under the skin of okay, something. These ones that you post, these ones that you put on the pictures now, these ones that you put there, they are trying to hide under the skin. So they are doing their own with style, but there are some ones that they are just exposing all of them. So those ones will be the ones that won't expose all these ones that you put on your DP. So that's the only thing I can contribute according to what we fix now. Religion is one of those things. I know because we've been practicing religion for the past 20. Nigeria was serious with it for the past 40 years. It started earlier stage from the past, getting serious from the past 40 to 25 and 30 years. And till that time, till now, the economy is still bad. And every time we do this fasting, go to pilgrimage and every other stuff, it's not working. So it's even worse. That's the only submission.
Someone is asking, how does religion affect what is happening in Rivers State? To be honest, I don't really know what's happening. I know that the president has declared a state of emergency, but why? What's the reason? Can anyone tell us? Does anybody know?
There's a political issue in Rivers State where they couldn't resolve it themselves, so the president had to put a state of emergency and suspend the governor.
Oh, really?
No, Fubara, yeah. And someone is asking me if religion has any help over what's going on. Well, that's not our business. If people,
Well, for a country that is very religious, I'm just saying, if the God of Christianity exists, what's he doing? Why is he just sitting there watching what's going on in Rivers State? Just sit down there, just fold in hand, they do nothing. Just be watching as things are going on. At this point, you must start to realize that this God,
Why is
God
there no
thing,
even improvement?
Even upon that,
Why there is no
people are still
improvement? At
saying only
least,
God will help them. Every average Nigeria, after making their statement, they end it with, now God will help us.
the thing where I just saw that this thing is getting so bad, the thing where, like, if the religion is very successful, like if we practice it, example, let us assume that we just want to believe it. Let us put it in that scenario, and we practice it, and we see that the country is going further in terms of maybe the way Saudi Arabia is developing and other countries are developing. People will put mind in, even if something is rubbish, at least those, oh, I think something is it's not making any sense right now.
It can't
I
make
mean,
any sense. And
it's just going
okay,
down.
can I ask you all?
It's just going down.
Let me ask you. I want to see where. Okay, 50 years from now,
Yeah.
50
Yeah.
from now, a lot of us will not be here anymore. But 50 years from now, if these religions keep on growing the rate at which they're growing now, what do you think the state of Nigeria would look like? What do you think that Nigeria would? I just
For my
want to.
own prediction, it will be worst. Like, because 40 years before now, Nigeria was not as religious as now. 45, 50 years before now, Nigeria was not as religious as now, because then there were less churches, there were less mosques. You get what I mean?
Yes.
But now, during that period of that 40 years of till now, we have more churches, we have more mosques, and can you imagine that nowadays, every street you just reach, you will see more than 20 church on one street. Inside one building, you will see like 4 churches in one building. Competing. Okay, if it is one God, why the competition first?
Exactly.
If it is one God, let's leave the Muslim God. Let's see. Okay, within the Christian denomination, if it is one, there's a confusion. You will tell one person will say, okay, this is how he saw Jesus. Another person say this is how he saw Jesus. Another person say this is how he saw Jesus in his own. I'm trying to talk about the dreams of where they enter. Let us imagine their dreams are true. So they just have different definition of what the Jesus they saw, different color. So how do we want to know?
Everybody and their mother now has a church that
Yeah,
they are pastor of, right?
yeah.
When I went to Nigeria in when was it, in 2017, we were driving past and I saw a church, and the name of the church is the church, no, the God of Now Church, the God of Now. Oh my goodness! Look, you will see the helicopter church, the helicopter of Christ church, the hand of the what Savior, just every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Just
Where I
church. It's terrible.
where I weep for this thing is that I have you see intelligent people who went to school. I have a sister whereby she's just growing up. I know she's just small, but she's enough. Like, we have educated people. I know everybody have their own belief, but they are so they are lost. Seriously.
Indoctrinated.
Ah, God, seriously.
Can we let I'm Slim speak? I'm Slim was here. We had to. I'm Slim. Are you there?
Yeah,
All right, go on. You say you've got a question.
sure, yeah.
Yeah, what's your question?
So I had one guy saying about Christ is not the savior, and I don't really understand. So I want to know, as for me, I want to learn. I want to know who is Christ really.
That's a good question. Who is Christ? So we're talking about Jesus, right?
Sure, yeah.
So
Jesus,
let me ask you, are you a follower of the Jesus?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. Do you follow Jesus? What? I'm Slim. Do you follow Jesus? What happened to you? Where have you gone? I'm Slim, father. Are you there?
Hello.
Good evening.
1 second, Holism. 1 second. I'm Slim. Are you there? You asked a very important question. I don't want to just speak over you. Huh? I think his network keeps. Anyway, we'll let Holism speak because I don't know what's up with that. And Holism, go on.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I believe having a platform like this allows, people to express their views, and if you're going to be in a platform like this, you have to be open-minded to listen, to people's point of view and perspectives, because I believe there are lots of perspectives.
Okay.
I am a believer of Jesus Christ. I follow Jesus Christ.
I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah. I am a follower of Jesus Christ. And I'm not saying,
That little speech you gave
and
before you
I'm not here to preach, and I'm not here to preach either.
No,
Let
no.
him go on. Beso, just give him a
I'm
go.
only here to say this. Thousands of years, the British were Christians, right? Thousands of years, British were Christians. And over time, with education and science, people are now, with good policies and in the government as well, things have changed. And I believe if good policies are put in place in the Nigerian government, in the next 50 years, things will change. If things are not put in place, in the next 50 years, it's not going to change, it's going to get worse.
Okay.
I am not disputing that the Christianity in Nigeria seems to be hugely distorted.
Mm-hmm.
Only because people do not go and make their own research. They don't go to, there's no constructive criticism. There's no criticism. Like the school system do not produce people who criticize things, who don't take things on face value.
No, wait. 1 second. So we're talking about religion. You're talking about the schools not producing people that criticize. Wait, hang on. How is that the job of the school to criticize religion? Well, I think at this point, I need to ask you, do you know how the Jesus religion got to Nigeria?
The Jesus religion.
Yes.
Jesus is not a religion in the first place.
Yeah, the Jesus religion. The Jesus, he is the center focus of a particular religion. And that religion was brought to your country. Do you know how it was brought to you?
It was brought by the white men in the ships.
So the colonial masters.
Yes, absolutely.
So if that religion was brought to you through colonialism, do you think that religion is beneficial to you?
It is beneficial to me not because of the person that brought the message, what the essence of the message is.
The essence?
Yes.
What's the essence of the Jesus message then? What's the essence?
The essence of the message is that God allowed his son to come to the world and died for man's sin and iniquity for the savior of man.
Sorry.
That's the essence.
God sent his son.
Sorry?
Did you say God sent his son? Wait, hold on, please. So God sent his son to die for man's iniquities.
Yes.
Sorry, what iniquities?
Man's sin.
Slim, your noise is Sorry, you say man's what?
Man's sin and disconnection from God.
Sin and disconnection from God. Which man are you talking about?
You and I.
Sorry, no. You can't be
Please,
talking about you
don't
and me.
involve me in that one, please.
You cannot be talking about you and me.
But you
How
are
how can
you
you
are a human. You
how
are a
can
human.
how can you put me in that umbrella of this whatever you're talking about?
I'm
How?
putting you in that umbrella because you're a human. You're not an animal.
I'm a human. So does
Yes,
that
you're
mean
a
that
human.
I'm a sinner?
Well, from your inhibition and your ineptitude, yes, we are all we are all sinners.
No, I'm
How?
not a sinner.
We,
How are we all sinners? Can you please explain how we are all sinners? Some of us, we just born, right? We just exist, and we just
and can you tell me?
do. One sec,
Can you tell me
one second,
sincerely?
1 second. We do life, right? We exist. We just do life, and I
What do you
don't
mean by
know.
do life?
I mean, just take each day as it comes.
I believe humans have a purpose. What is your purpose in life?
What
You don't
what are
just
you
you
talking
don't
about?
just
Wait,
do you don't just you don't
wait.
just do life.
Where is this guy?
Please, let's not change the subject. Please, let's not change the subject. I
No,
want to know
you are trying
why.
to
I
you
want to know why I am a sinner.
and I'm getting to that point. It is not a straightforward answer. It's something that is a concept.
Okay, I want to know what makes me a sinner.
Have you lied before?
Yes, I have.
Good. That is that is a sin.
According to who? A sin according to who?
Who says it's a sin?
According to the word of God,
Which God?
my God.
Well, your God is not my God. So why are you telling me that I'm sinning against your God? Your God is not my God.
Well, I'm saying on behalf of human, whether it is your God or not.
No, don't you can't speak on behalf of humanity because
I am
humanity does not believe in your
I
God.
am speaking on behalf of humanity
That
because
doesn't
we
make
are all
sense.
one together.
Hold on.
Humanity.
That doesn't make sense.
Let me ask you 1 second, please. Holism. Let me ask you. I've got a friend who's got a 9-year-old daughter that was born with congenital disease. She cannot speak. She cannot do anything at all for herself. She's got carers 24/7. Is she a sinner? She's human.
Yes.
She's a human being. Is she a sinner?
Yes, she is a sinner.
So
Someone who doesn't speak doesn't
anything
do anything.
Humans speaking does not make us
I'm saying she
human.
can't do
Speaking
anything
alone.
for herself. She can't walk. She can't talk. She can't do anything.
Can
She
she
just sits
dream?
there. How has she sinned?
Can she dream?
Oh my goodness! This is where we have reached as Africans.
I'm asking you a question. Can she,
You are an embarrassment to African men. Oh, listen. Let me tell you who you are.
you see you see why I started
Oh, please.
No, wait. Please, let's take I just want us to get somewhere with.
by saying it is a
Now,
platform where
let me speak. Wait, hold on. Let me speak. Okay,
you
so
have to
I
be
want you
Your
to
platform.
understand.
open-minded with
Okay,
other
no.
people's
Okay, you
concept.
guys,
I'm not
You guys should
let
give
me
him
speak
chance first.
now. Oh my
Please give him
God.
chance to explain to you.
I'm not trying to insult anyone.
No, okay. Just let me get my point out, please. So, what we're doing here is we are trying to take apart this religion and the claims of the religion, right? And questioning whether these religions are true or not, right? So when you come along and tell us that we are sinners because your religion says so, I'm sorry, we don't agree with that. And I'm still waiting for you to tell us why we are sinners. Can you please explain why are we sinners? Why?
It is said in the Bible that all has fallen short of the glory of God. And I believe in the Bible to be the word of God, inspired by the Holy Spirit.
How did we fall short?
Because of the way we have lived our lives, because of our inhibitions, because of the things we have
How?
in
You're not
ourselves.
answering. You're not
We just
answering the
say
question.
that
How
you
are
have
we
lied
living
before.
our lives? How are we living our lives that constitute as sin?
You just told me that you have lied before. And I'm
Yes.
saying that is not a type of life that strives for holiness or righteousness.
I lied to get myself out of a very difficult situation.
You should answer that question about that baby.
I lied
What
to
was the
get
question
myself.
about the baby? And I
One
said,
second,
yes, she
one
has.
second
I
now.
answered the question. I said, we are all sinners. She is
So,
she is human, so she's also a sinner. Unless
wait,
she
hold on.
accepts Jesus Christ as her personal Lord and Savior.
Did you hear me, Holism? She cannot speak. She cannot even clean herself, right? She needs carers 24 hours of the day. She can't comprehend. She cannot comprehend at all. How is she going to receive Jesus as her Lord and Savior when she cannot comprehend?
How do you know she cannot comprehend?
I've seen the girl. I've seen her. I've
And
seen her
have you
loads
been
of
in her
times.
mind?
She doesn't speak.
No, it doesn't matter. 70% of our communication is not from speaking, my love.
What about babies?
How are you going to explain to that child that she needs Jesus then? How do you suppose we do this?
How do the carers communicate with the girl?
The carers come to clean her. They've got routine. They've got a routine. Every morning, this happens, that happens, the medication here, medication there, right?
Can I say
First of
something?
all, it's
I'm a
not.
medical professional, my love. I know what you're talking about.
Holism, you can't be a medical professional. You're talking such BS.
No,
Was she
If
I
born
am
with
a
it?
if
medical
somebody's
professional.
non-verbal,
I
how do
know
they communicate with them?
when you speak to someone who is unable to
How do
speak
you
to
speak
you,
to someone who is non-verbal?
you
Do you communicate with
that is
someone who is
called
verbal?
compassion. That is
How do you
called
expect
caring.
someone who is non-verbal to accept your stupid Jesus?
Even though they are non-verbal, you
Oh,
still
please.
speak to them.
Nonsense. Absolute
Host,
nonsense.
Host.
Okay,
Host, was she
okay.
born
host,
One
like that?
second,
can I?
one second. Okay, I agree with you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Dachi.
there are many ways to
To care
communicate.
for people, exactly. So
Many
I'm
ways
not
to
I'm not faffing about.
many ways to communicate. Okay, yes, I agree. But this is a child.
Let me speak. That's the
This
problem.
is a child, right? And what makes her a sinner? What makes her a sinner? What is the thing that makes her now at odds with your God? Hmm? How did she become a sinner?
Are you going to let me speak now?
Yes, please. I would like
Right.
to hear you speak.
She is human. She
Okay,
is
so
human. She has come into the world with what we call an original sin, a sin that has been passed down from the first man and the second woman down
who are these
to
people?
you,
Who are
Adam
these?
and Eve.
Who's Adam and Eve?
Right. If you want a history lesson, Adam and
Why
Eve
there are
was the
people who
first
believe it's
creation of
nonsense.
God.
One second. He asked if you can let him speak. Sorry, Vessel. You said what?
Adam and Eve were the first creation of God in human form, and they sinned and rebelled against
Says
God.
who? Says who? Hey, Johnny. Says who?
Can I ask you? What?
Just one second. Please, let me finish my line of questioning. And I'll be done, please. I beg of you, everyone. I know everyone might want to say something, but just give me a minute. So, Holism, who told you that Adam and Eve were created by this God?
My Bible tells me so.
And your Bible is what? Whose book is that?
It's a historical text spanning 5,000 years from 44 people, 44 books who were inspired by God. Now, these people that have compiled the Bible never knew each other except at the Gospel of Luke, Mark, and John.
Wait, you
Every
said
other
your
book,
Bible has 44 books.
Sorry. So wait, hold on a second.
66, sorry,
Hold on. Let me understand. So this book that you're reading has how many? 40 authors?
It's,
66.
No, there's 66 books, but you said 40 authors. Okay. And why should we believe the content of this book?
Because it is an inspiration from God.
Sorry.
The people who wrote it,
Wait, the book is inspired by God.
yes, it is.
How does God inspire people to write books?
God inspires people through various ways.
How?
God inspires people through knowledge, through wisdom.
Sorry. So some people were inspired by this God to write books. How did God come to them and tell them, hey, can you write this book for me?
That's not how God works.
Well, tell me how
These are
does
experiences of
God,
people
yeah,
that
how does God wait, hold on, please. Because what we're trying to do here is
I'm trying to answer your question. You've
just
asked
let me
me.
finish. Just let me finish. I'm trying to get to how we are all sinners. You get it from a book, right? And this book, I'm trying to determine its source. So you're saying that this God inspired the people who wrote this story or this claim that we are sinners, right? So, okay, how did God inspire the author to write?
It is not just one author.
Okay.
It is not one author. Several authors that have experienced God in various ways, because God speaks in various ways. So people are inspired by God's word and what they have encountered as God.
All right, let's go to the book of the first book, the one that tells you about the creation story. Okay, who wrote that book?
You should know who wrote the book.
I
Because
don't.
it's the
I
first book.
honestly do not.
You know it is the first book, and you know
I
it is
sincerely,
and you just told me
do not.
it's a story of creation. So I believe you know that book,
I
and
sincerely
I
do
know
not.
you
I sincerely do not know who wrote the book.
I know you have
I sincerely do
done
not
your
know
research on the
who
book.
wrote the book. I don't
You
know who
do know
wrote
the
it.
book. You know who has written the book. You know the
Wait,
inspiration that the
no,
book
no,
is
hold on.
from.
I'm nearly done. I'm nearly done. Please, I'm nearly done. I don't know who wrote the book, and I'm being very honest. I don't know who wrote it.
Okay. I won't tell you who wrote it. You need to do your own research as
Can
well.
you tell us who wrote the book? Are you saying it doesn't
I'm
have
not
an
going to
author?
categorically tell you who wrote the book.
Are you saying it doesn't have an author?
It does have an author, yes.
Then why can't you tell us?
I need you to do your research as well.
Okay, okay. But for now, for the purpose of this
What sort of
conversation, can
deliberation
you
is this?
tell us who
Listen,
wrote
you
the
come
He
here
book?
to
doesn't
argue
know, and
without
he's
facts.
embarrassed to say he doesn't know.
Because the
You've not
reason why is this gentleman is saying that we are sinners, right? And someone is telling a story inside the book. At least, who is this person? Where did he get his information from? Why should we trust the words of this person that wrote things inside a book? It's 2025, guys. These are things that we can question.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
You haven't answered my question. Who wrote the book? You can ask me a question, but just tell me who wrote the book, and then after that, I will pass you on to someone else.
Okay, I don't know who wrote the book.
Okay. So why then do you trust why then
Can I
why
ask you a question?
no just I will let you answer. I will let you ask me the question. Why then do you trust the words of someone you don't even know who they are?
Because that is the basis of Christianity. Faith. It is faith.
Wow.
Stupid faith.
Yes. The way you go into the plane without knowing who the pilot is
The pilot always introduced himself.
God also introduces himself to people who want
He
to
doesn't
believe in him.
introduce. He doesn't introduce anything.
Yes,
That
he
specific God
does.
of yours never introduced himself to me.
Because you don't want to know.
I don't. Yes, I
I
don't.
do want to know.
I don't want to
And he
know.
introduced himself to me.
How does God
See,
introduce
the way
himself?
you go
that
into the
God of
plane
yours, I do not want
without
to know.
knowing who that
The
pilot
The
is,
pilot
pilot
was
always
paid.
even though
introduces himself.
he introduces himself, you
Let's
don't
not
know whether
Pilot
he
argue.
has had
introduces
drugs,
Let's
himself.
not
whether
Nobody.
he
let's
Why?
has
not
Why
had
you? Why are you going
alcohol,
in a plane?
no
but you
Why
still
does
go
let's
into
not
Jesus
the
God
argue.
plane.
just carry
Please,
you to
let's
where
not
you
That
want
is
to
called
go?
argue.
faith.
Let's not argue.
I'm not
See,
Yeah, but
arguing.
Afro,
let's
let
not
his God
argue.
carry him where
But
he
both of
wants to
you
go. Why
talking
is
at
he
the same
entering plane?
time. Both of you talking at the same time. So
Yeah,
And
let his God carry him where he wants to go. What is he doing going inside plane?
he is not afraid to introduce himself if you
Let your
only
God
open your
carry
heart to
you.
him,
Why are
and
you
he
going in
will
the
introduce
aeroplane?
himself to you.
Why are you going in the aeroplane to be carried by a
okay,
pilot you
guys,
don't know?
one second.
What I'm trying to say is
Holism. You say you got a
you're
question for
displaying what
me.
they call faith
You
by
said
going into the plane
holism,
without
It's
knowing who the
nonsense.
pilot
One
is.
second. Holism, listen to me. You said you got
Yeah.
a question for me.
Yes.
Okay.
So do you read books?
Yes.
Why do you believe in the books you read?
I don't believe in books. I don't the books that I read do not require that I hold a belief.
So you're saying that your education hasn't got any influence on you. Is that what you're trying to say?
The books that I read
Yeah.
do not require that I believe them. The books that I read, right? I can gain knowledge from those books, right? We can verify the claims made, well, depending on the book, right? Holism
Yes, my sister.
does a children's book, right? A children's book. So I've got one here. My son's book. It's called Captain Underpants, right? Which I love. I love my son's collection of books, the Captain Underpants series. Does the Captain Underpants book require that I believe in it?
Captain Underpants is a make-believe. It's already written. It's a make-believe.
And what makes you
Bible.
say that Captain Underpants makes make believe?
Because Captain Underpants is a make-believe. And I know that because I've
The
read the book
Bible
as
is
well.
also make believe.
Sorry?
The Bible is also make believe.
The Bible is a historical text
It is not a historical text because
with actual
there
place,
is no
with actual
school.
place,
There is
with
no
actual
subject called Bible.
historical
Why is the
geographical
Bible not used
areas.
then in history lessons?
Wait, so hold on a second. You are not going to do that.
What?
You don't even know who wrote the book, but you are here asserting that it is a bro. If it is a historical, at least go and start with
No, but
who wrote this.
have you read the book yourself?
Which book?
The Bible. Have you read the Bible yourself?
Oh, now it's a
Have you verified
Bro,
what you're reading?
you of all people should not be asking the question. You don't even know who wrote your holy text. Have you
I
even read
said
the book? Have you read the book yourself?
it is a compilation of writers. A
name
compilation of
one.
writers. I might not
Name
know
one
who,
at least.
I might not remember the name of the person that's written the first book, but it doesn't
Yeah, at
make it
least
wrong.
name one of
The
the
first
writers
book.
of any of the other books.
You don't
Chalice,
know Moses.
There is Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John who's written the gospel
You don't
of
know
They
Jesus
didn't,
Moses.
what
they
are
Christ.
their
didn't write those
original names?
gospels.
What are Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John? What are their Hebrew names?
I don't know Hebrew.
You
Do
don't
you
know
know
Moses.
Hebrew?
Okay, so
Oh,
what were their original names? They couldn't have been named
It is
Matthew,
Mark.
Mark, Luke, and John.
That is their name.
No, they could not have been named Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
That is their name. That is the name that's been
What?
written.
No. Okay, so are you saying that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were English people?
And who says Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John is English?
Okay, so are those the names that Jesus called them?
Yes, those are the names that Jesus called them. Yes.
So Jesus called Matthew. Jesus said, "You are Matthew."
Yes, those were their names.
What
So
was
Jesus
what was
was Jesus.
Jesus' own name? Jesus' own name. What was Jesus' own name?
Yeshua.
Not
Okay.
Jesus.
Yeshua is
Yeshua is
it,
Joshua.
so listen, there are pronunciations that
It's got nothing
do
to do
not,
with pronunciation.
it does have a lot
His
because
name was
of the
never Jesus.
his
His name was never
his name
Jesus. Oh
was
yeah, yeah, it's
Yeshua,
certain Yeshua.
Jesus,
No,
because
no.
of
Okay.
the Hebrew
Chelis,
pronunciation.
You
Can
are
I say
Chelis,
lying.
Chelis, you said you wanted
can I
to
say
ask him a
something?
question.
Can I
Chelis
say
wanted to
something?
ask him a question.
Can I say
No,
something? Just
Chile wanted to ask a question, guys.
just
Who
ask.
who
Okay.
wanted to ask a question?
Chile.
Yeah, what I
Chelis,
wanted
yeah,
to,
Chelis.
yeah. What I wanted to ask him is his validation of these books.
Are you talking about 81?
Is it as a result of how old the books are? Because he said they were 5,000 years ago. Is it as a result of how old they were? How you validate them?
No, I didn't say validation. I said is the span.
Yeah, you
It means
believe in
it
them.
was
Is it as a
written,
result of
it's
them being
been
so
written
old?
by within 5,000 years.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
what I'm trying to say is the people who have written it can never, or is impossible to know each other.
So what if I tell you that us speaking to you now have the same inspiration by God to tell you that those you read before were lies?
And
What's
I
your
s-
take?
and I categorically put it to you that is not God speaking to you.
You see, you guys, you do this without logic. You think you're sounding logical, but you're
No,
not.
but what is your logic? What is
Let
your
me
logic?
finish. My logic is if you believe that a book written over 5,000 years ago had some validation, okay, I also can say that as much as they were inspired, I was also inspired to tell you. In fact, when I was sleeping last night, I saw the Holy Spirit came to me, ministered to me that I will meet someone called Holism, and I should announce to him that he should turn away from his 5,000 years belief of biblical story, or he will perish. So I say in the name of God.
Okay. And what is your God's name, please, sir?
I mean, forget about the God's name. It's just
I would like to know your God that inspired you.
the same God that inspired the 5,000 years one. It's the same that inspired my one.
Jesus Christ. Is that what you're saying?
I want to say something. Let
Is
me
it
say.
Jesus Christ?
Was Jesus Christ the inspiration of your 5,000? Was it Jesus Christ the one that inspired? You don't even know this book, brother. I can take you to the
Is it
list.
Jesus Christ? I asked you a question that
Listen,
inspired you
Jesus
to tell
Christ,
me.
even the book you talk about, Jesus Christ was yesterday boy when it comes to the book you talk about. The story.
Then you don't understand the concept of Christianity.
I understand it even more than you do.
Okay, can you explain to me, because you just said Jesus Christ is a yesterday boy? How
Yes,
did Jesus
But you
Christ?
can't
How is
even
Jesus Christ a yesterday
explain
boy?
within
Genesis.
the era of Old Testament, that was not Jesus.
Yes, but there were
There were what?
snippets of his coming through the Old Testament.
I asked you, were
And
there
you don't
Jesus?
even know Genesis.
What is
There were snippets of Jesus Christ's coming
the
through
only
the Old
person that are
Testament
now
all the
that
way to
talked
the New
about what
Testament.
the
Thank you,
only person
Susan.
the only person that made which you guys lay claim to was John the Baptist that announced there was going to be a Messiah to come in it.
No,
So
it's
is
not
that the
only
snippet you're
John
talking
the
about?
Baptist, sir.
Who else?
It's not only John
Isaiah.
the Baptist. There
Who else?
were
Isaiah.
statements of Jesus' coming, but in parables.
What?
So were there Jesus?
In
Sorry?
parables?
Were there Jesus before the coming of Jesus?
No, there wasn't any
So
Jesus
that's what
before
I'm
the coming
telling
of
you.
Jesus.
That's how I say Jesus is a new era boy. That's why you have the New Testament. Can you tell me the influence of Roman Empire on your Jesus?
The Roman Empire on Jesus.
Yes.
Jesus came about during the Roman Empire.
Oh, is that when he came?
Jesus was around during the Roman Empire.
How was he?
Yes, he was.
How was he? Was he in person or?
In person, yes.
Are you actually serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
Sorry,
Because at that
sorry.
time, the Romans were in
One
control
second.
of Israel.
1 second.
I
There's a
mean,
question. Hold on.
Constantine's
Hold on,
era.
guys. Hold on. There's a question on YouTube. So the Afro atheist. So is he saying that one book lasted 5,000 years, even through the dinosaur era? The dinosaurs era. That's the question.
The dinosaur era was million years ago. The dinosaur era was millions of years ago.
So your God has not spoken.
So whoever is saying that hasn't gotten any scientific background, please. So let's
So
move on.
why
So what
can't
were the people that were present back in those times? Did they know Jesus?
Or were there God?
They didn't know Jesus, and that is why the New Testament came about. God was already revealing himself in the Old Testament.
Is true. What Charlie is saying is true. Then that means Charlie said that Jesus is the new boy. Is the new boy on the block.
Introduced by
God was already revealing himself in the Old Testament all the way through to when
Old Testament
Jesus
of
was revealed.
5,000 years.
Old Testament that you don't even know Genesis that was written by
Old Testament of 5,000 years.
Sorry. So let me understand. Right. So this is us in 2025.
Yes.
If God wants us to know him, wants us to read his book and everything, right? So this God goes to people some 4,000 years ago and just says, hi, can you write something? Let me reveal something to you, but it's not for you. It's not for you who is present now. You will not have the privilege of witnessing this thing that I'm revealing to you. But the people that will come 4,000 years, 5,000 from now, they'll be the ones, but just write it down for me. How does that make sense?
So,
To reveal things to people thousands of years for us who are present today.
people have been living on that book for thousands of years. It wasn't written, it was precepts that still happen till today. That is why it still has an influence till today.
You cannot argue what you don't know. Who wrote Revelation?
Reality
Who wrote Revelation?
Reality wants to say something, please.
Please, let him answer me. Who wrote Revelation?
My brother, you know the Bible more than me, didn't you?
So why are you arguing
So
Revelations?
you don't ask me those questions because you already know what the Bible is. You need to do your own research as well.
Who wrote the book of Revelation?
That is not a question I will be answering here because
He's not answering because he doesn't know.
He doesn't know. So why are we?
No, it's not about me knowing or not knowing. The fact still remains that there is God.
No,
and
there
his son
isn't.
is Jesus Christ.
No, there isn't. What do you mean, God?
There is.
No, there isn't.
The God according to
I know why your grievances with
I don't
the
have
Nigerian
any
pastors.
grievance.
No, you have a grievance with the Nigerian pastors.
Grievance. I don't have a anyway. Never mind. Reality has a question.
Yeah, reality.
I'm trying to contribute something that in case of this kind of people, we claim to be a medical doctor.
No, he didn't say he was a medical doctor. He said he's a medical professional.
Okay, medical professional.
Professional.
I'm a nurse.
He's a nurse.
Why didn't you heal your patients in the name of Jesus? Why you?
And what I'm trying to say, what I'm trying to say is that we have to get the information of these people and where they live to report that to the authority of those hospitals.
You are absolutely
so that other people will take it serious.
You are a ridiculous individual.
To him, faith is more stronger than
you are absolutely a ridiculous individual. If you cannot,
so that they will take that serious.
If your first port of call is to go and report somebody to a police because of his point of view, then you are naive.
He didn't say to the police.
He's absolutely naive.
Okay.
So that we can get the society
logic. What we are doing here.
You that you are into
What we are
medical
doing here
profession, you are
is
making
we
such a
are. Do you
statement,
know what dialogue is?
trying to make reality over
Do you know
religions
what
over
dialogue
reality.
is, sir? Do you know what
No,
dialogue
you are
is?
not having dialogue here. They are trying to correct you, but you are claiming to
There is no
be
correction
the
here.
Oh,
There
there
is
is
no
no correction
correction.
there.
No.
And they
Okay,
are
all
asking you
right,
who wrote the first book of the Bible. You don't know.
all
Who
right,
wrote
guys.
Revelation?
And
You
I'm
don't know.
saying go and do
Guys,
your
one second,
research.
one second. We've got Dr. Papyrus and we've got Fasami. So let's hear them speak, and then we can go back to
So, Mr. Is it holism?
holy.
Yes, yes.
So, I think one thing you need to understand is a lot of people here and a lot of atheists in general. You need to know that they are well read and they understand and they've read so many books and religious books before they got to the point whereby they're saying they don't believe in these things. So before you come to a platform like this, you have to make sure you know and you have your facts. And you said something earlier. You said the fact is that Jesus Christ is, I think you said God exists or something.
Yes.
You need to know what a fact is, okay? There's a difference between faith and a belief system and what is fact. Okay, you can't prove that God exists, and that's known
Can you
everywhere.
prove
It's
that?
a belief
Can you prove
system.
it doesn't exist?
Okay, I love where you're going. Have you ever heard of what they call the burden of proof?
What is the burden of proof?
Okay, the burden of proof means if you're the one making a statement, it means it's your responsibility to prove to us that the statement you're saying is correct, not us to disbelieve or disprove what you're saying. So if
Okay.
you go to the court of law and you say this guy stole money, that's why they say innocent until proven guilty. You have to prove to the court that this guy stole the money with
Okay.
evidence. So if you're telling us this, you have to show us proof, not
Can I
we
can I show you
trying to
one proof
disprove
that
what
there
you're
is God?
saying.
Can I show you one proof that there is God?
Please go
Yes,
ahead.
please. Yes, come on. Yes, I love it.
The constellation of stars you look out, when you go out in the skies and look at in the stars, that is one huge proof right in front of you that there is a God.
Okay.
How
Okay.
is that?
What I
How
would
is that?
suggest to
And
you,
there is
what
no
I would suggest to
science
you is
that has disproven that
so you
the
said
creation
something
of the
earlier.
universe has no that doesn't show that is a creation or a creator.
Okay. So what I would advise you to
Dr.
do
Papus, Dr. Papus,
is
Dr. Papus, one second. Holism, are you telling us that God put the stars there?
Yes, it is. There is a. It is an evidence of, because of the way is created,
okay.
shows a
So
strong evidence of a creator.
okay. So holism,
No, just
what
one
I
second.
think you
Dr.
should start
Papus,
doing.
Dr.
I'm
Papus.
sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. I will let you speak. Just let me. So, okay. Now, there are many gods being worshipped by all different people. There's Yahweh, there's Allah, there's Zeus, there is Poseidon, there is, let's see, Okanu, Ukulukulu. So, which of these gods put the stars there?
His name is Jesus Christ. He is the
Afro, of
Elohim.
course, you know that's what he's gonna stay. But you see,
So, but what are you
Mr.
expecting?
No,
Holism,
Dr.
what I would
Papyrus,
suggest,
Dr. Papyrus, he now has to tell us how
right?
he knows that out of all these gods, it was Jesus who put the stars there.
Have you heard of the concept called the Holy Trinity?
Mr. Holism,
Holy Trinity
No,
are
I'm asking. I
you
just asked you
can't.
a question. We are dialoguing here. Why are you laughing?
No,
I
no,
just
no. You
asked
know
you
the
a
reason why I'm
question.
laughing. You know the reason why I'm laughing.
Okay,
You're
why is the
using,
reason for
yeah, okay.
laughing?
You're using information in your text that people don't believe is true to convince us
Yeah, you're
that
now
is
forcing
true.
those
I
context.
asked you a question. It's left for you to say yes or no.
we all know the concept of the Holy
No,
Trinity. We just
answer.
don't believe
Just
in
No,
it.
answer.
no,
Just
Dr.
answer.
Okay,
Papu,
so you don't
don't,
believe it. Then why
No, no,
why
no,
would my
Afro.
answer
What I
why
said
why do you
was
Dr.
want to
Papus, don't speak for all of us, so we don't know
okay,
what the
okay. Afro,
concept
what I
of
no, no, what
Trinity.
I
Answer.
I
Just
don't
answer.
understand it though. I don't know
Afro,
Just
what
what I
answer.
said was
it is.
okay. Let me rephrase myself. Most people have heard or are familiar with the concept of the Holy Trinity, but they just don't believe in it. Does
okay.
that make sense?
It does make sense, yes.
Okay.
I'm not
Now,
saying I'm not saying that.
I'm sorry. Before you proceed, to just to touch on what you said earlier about the stars. What I'm gonna suggest to you, because you said so many statements while you were explaining yourself earlier, and that I find, and please don't take it the wrong way, that I find very disturbing. When Afro was talking about a friend who needs a caregiver to attend to most of her needs, and you said you're a nurse. So let me tell you my own personal story. I have a daughter who is autistic and who has lots of developmental delays. And when you say things like you were saying earlier, when you said things like, oh, how do they know that the child doesn't understand or cannot communicate? From a medical professional,
He's not a
that's
nurse.
very, very, very ignorant. And whatever license you have,
Really?
I believe if the board were listening to everything you were saying there, they might just withdraw it.
It's not that
What
bad now,
what
It's not
Dr.
that bad.
what
Papus.
It's
did
not
I
that bad.
But he can't
It's
be
not
a
that bad
nurse.
can
now.
you say
It's not that bad.
I totally understand where you're coming from.
Let me tell you why.
I
There's so many
can I
kids out there.
can I say something, please, sir? Because I've been
Go
listening
ahead,
to
please.
you. I totally understand where you're coming from, and I know I understand your situation. But communication goes beyond words. Am I wrong? Am I right?
No, what you don't understand is some kids can't even comprehend. Like they have no concept of understanding. It's a proven fact. They have no concept of understanding what you're even trying to
But
say.
am I wrong or am I right?
You are right.
Communication goes beyond
It
just
does. It
verbal
does go
communication.
beyond. It
You
goes
are right.
beyond that. But
Exactly.
how
So what I was trying to
can you?
tell
Don't
my
forget.
sister
Don't
was
forget. Don't forget.
that
We were talking about.
while
Wait. Hold
caring
on.
for
Hold on.
someone,
Holism.
I'm trying to prove, I'm trying
Holism.
to,
1 second. Just 1 second.
can
Don't
I say
forget.
something? I just
Yes.
wanted to
Yes.
prove
You
why.
can. One
Yeah.
second.
Because
You don't
I'm
forget.
trying to
Don't
say, I'm trying
forget.
to
The
state.
bottom line of what we're talking about is you said that child needs to receive Jesus Christ as her Lord and Savior.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And what Afro and the other lady was trying to tell you is that there are situations and there are instances and there are stories of people that don't have what it takes to understand.
In
I,
order to, in
and
order
that's
to
totally
receive,
correct.
for you to receive Jesus as your Lord and Savior, first you will have to hear the message.
Mm-hmm.
You would have to comprehend the message.
Mm-hmm.
Then
And
make
that is not true.
decisions. Make decisions
That
based
that
on.
is not
Wait, now let me finish. You have to make decisions based on what you have heard, right?
Hmm.
All those processes, that young girl cannot do. She can't do any of those at all.
Hmm.
And Mr. Holism, it's okay to say you don't know or you don't
Yeah,
understand how
that's
it's gonna
just it. It's
work.
okay to say it.
It's okay to
And
say
I will
you don't
accept it.
know.
Seriously. I will accept it. It's
Yeah,
okay
it's
to say
okay
it.
to say you don't know, but for you to, you
Yeah.
know, to
I don't know
confidently say,
what.
no, for you to say you don't know how salvation is going to work for that child, you
Mm-hmm.
can
It's
say
okay. I
that.
can agree
But for
to
you to
that.
confidently say that,
It's okay to
this
say
is the
don't
way
know.
or this is a pathway, it's a bit. I can't even find a word to qualify, what you were saying back then. And then what you were saying about the fact that there are so many planets and stars out there, that's a proof that there's a God. No, sir. All you need
Does
to do
not
is
prove
go to
there's a God.
NASA's website and, follow what's going on there. And then maybe you understand
And
the
what has
concept of
NASA
how.
said? What has NASA in your line of thought? What has NASA said has created the stars?
It's something we can go and research. Please don't forget, we got Fasami to speak next.
Thanks, Afro.
Papoose, you've not answered
You're
me.
welcome.
What has NASA said?
Holism.
Just
What
Holism.
has NASA said?
Holism. The question you're asking is something you can go and check out on
The
NASA's
same way
website.
I told Charles to go and research on his Bible as well.
I've got a question from the comments, please. Sweet Ugo Chico saying, please, I have a question. I want to ask this guy, is God and Jesus the same or separate?
Yes.
Arsenal 14 also has questions. Oh my. Ask him a
Listen,
classic question.
Holism, can you
is
answer all these
Jesus and
questions?
God the same or are they separate
Yes,
beings?
they are the same.
They're the same.
Yes.
So Jesus impregnated his own mother in order for her to give birth to him.
No, you're being
So
Arsenal 14.
when he
that
analyzed, he
wasn't
was
the question.
sacrificing himself
I've
to
answered
himself.
that question.
Arsenal
So when he
14,
was
that's your
analyzing,
question, right?
he was sacrificing himself to himself, right?
Wow.
If you understand
See,
Christianity,
holism. Look, so
you
see,
would know.
Kruger
No, you
J.
said that the same.
Kruger J
Yes,
is
they are the
putting in
same.
the
It
Kruger
doesn't make
J.
sense.
Wait, hold on. Kruger J is letting us know how the stars are formed. Right? Stars are formed from giant clouds of gas and dust.
Gas
It's
and
called
dust.
nebula. So I don't know.
Just from where?
Listen, Fasami. Hey, Mr. Fasami.
Hello, good evening,
It's good to
everyone.
see you. Long time no see.
Oh, yeah, well done, you're doing well.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Humanism. I've been listening and I just got either question or kind of opinions, from what you've been saying. Yeah, I can see your point of view as a Christian. This is what they will tell you. And yeah, people tend to put their logical cap from their profession aside when it comes to religion. And yeah, I can see a lot of that. Anyway, if I go, I probably have about three things I have you said. Maybe I'll start from, you say the earth is 5,000 years since creation. And
That's not what I said. Sorry.
The book.
I said the book was written is a compilation of 5,000 years of manuscripts. It's been
right.
written.
Yeah, but
So
you,
it's been
you
compiled
link
with
that to
manuscripts
creation.
that span 5,000 years. That's what I mean by that. I didn't say creation is 5,000 years. Sorry,
You didn't say creation.
I didn't say creation, sir. Sorry.
All right, okay, because you mentioned about Adam and Eve, the creation of Adam and Eve, and my expectation was that that's linked to the 5,000 you said.
No, my sister was saying, "How did we sin?" And I was trying to analyze how the sin came about because she said she hasn't sinned, and who said she had sinned. So I was trying to give an analogy of how the sin came about. That was how Adam and Eve came into the explanation.
So do you believe that,
From this?
okay, if I could, even before I ask this question, how will you explain believe,
What's
the
your name?
word believe? Hello, holism?
So
How will you explain that word, believe? I believe in God. How will you explain that word, believe?
the word belief is not a straightforward. It's something that you have to experience. It's something that you feel. It is a reality around you. And so, yes, you have to, you believe and you say yes, categorically yes, because you have experienced such thing beyond reasonable
Oh,
doubt,
when
Okay,
somebody,
okay.
then
I think you are confusing
that
me.
you accept
What
what you are reading.
okay. What I'm trying to ask is, am I right to say that I believe I'm talking to somebody who names himself holism. Am I right to say that?
No.
Why not?
Because there's a reason why my TikTok page is called Holism.
No, let's forget about your real name. At least I'm talking to someone. It's what I'm trying to say is it's not a belief, it is a reality, isn't it? Because even though we don't see each other, we can pitch each other's voices. We know for real you and I are communicating.
Absolutely, yes.
Exactly. So when it comes to belief, it's not that because there is no proof we believe something exists, but there is no proof. There is a proof that you and I are communicating. So
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is taking that definition of belief into what we have, does it not, kind of ask you some question whether, okay, I believe in God, but there is no proof to substantiate it. You did mention collection of stars as proof. I mean, yourself being a nurse, you mentioned about planet. We all know that stars are suns that are far, far, far light years away from us. That is why they look so small. They are suns from other galaxies. So, and the Bible doesn't mention that. The Bible just mentions Earth. It doesn't mention the universe. Does that not tell you that there may be some questionable fact in the Bible? You as a nurse, I'm sure you studied so many units to qualify as a nurse. You didn't just study one book. Have you read other books that support the Bible stories that you hold on to dearly? Outside the Bible, I'm not talking of what do they call it? Other books that are written, that commentators' books from the Bible, but other books that are not connected as well.
Just
Similar
to
to the
just to
units
just to
of,
say something, sir. The
let me
Bible
finish.
mentions the
Similar to
heaven,
the,
the heavens. The words might not be as eloquent as it is now. However, the Bible mentioned heavens, and the implication of that, or the interpretation of that, is like the firmaments, like the elements of the
Mr.
of the.
Holism, the people in the Bible taught the earth was flat.
No,
Did
that
you
is wrong. Please,
the
let's not go there. No, that is absolutely wrong. No one in the Bible mentioned that the world was flat. Absolutely, I categorically say no. Can
so
you show me
are you
where?
saying, or are you
Can
trying
you
to
show me
tell
where in the
us?
Bible that said that?
Mr.
And
Well,
then
Holism,
Okay,
there's a part
okay,
can
that
I
you
get
show
says
me
your
where
point.
in the
Holism.
Bible that
there's a
says that
part
the
Holism,
that
earth is
says
you
flat?
about the four
you
corners. Four corners. What does
Holism.
that
Mr.
mean?
Holism, go and read your
If,
Bible well.
hang on, can I
Dr.
just finish
Pappus,
again,
please
please?
tell me where in the Bible that says the earth is flat.
When they talk about the four corners, what do you think they're talking about? Hey, this cat.
It's four
Hey, I
corners
got
because
the
four
answer
corners
there. What?
shows
What is four corners?
what is four corners, you?
Please, no,
Yes, let me,
let Mr. Fasami finish what he was saying, please.
yeah,
Sorry,
please.
Four
Dr.
corners
Fasani,
means
sorry.
square
Yeah, I
or
mean,
rectangular.
if you are saying God knows all, He knows everything, He knows this, knows that, according to what we were taught in those days in churches, does it mean that God was confused about the details of the universe? He couldn't give us about our Milky Way, about the galaxies, but used the word firmament. Even the word universe is not in the Bible. So how confused is that? And can I also tell you that all these stories in the Bible, there is no archaeological evidence to support them. that you
Oh,
hold on to dearly.
there are thousands of archaeological evidence of Jesus
Ooh,
Christ.
no, there's not.
There is.
Now you
There
stepped into
is
my area.
archaeological, historical evidence of Jesus Christ.
Then you
Really?
are stepping into my
Yes.
arena now. Hi, how
So,
you
who
doing?
are
I'm
the
18th Taft.
relatives
I'm a
today? Who
historian.
are the DNA connections to him today
Do
in
you
Israel?
do you know the DNAs of your family tree?
That's not what the question is. The question is
No, I'm
about
trying to,
this.
because how will I know who the DNA is?
Well, because you are claiming
That
this,
makes
I'm
sense.
telling you the reality that if you go to if you go into the academics of Jesus Christ and all those things in Israel, there is, I would say, 50-50. Some believe that there was somebody like him that existed. Some say no, that is fiction. That is Jesus. Go back, to Moses. Go to Egypt. Go to Egypt today. Ask them about, do they have stories of Moses tormenting Pharaoh? They do not have that history. Look at your
And
map.
have you
Pick
asked
a
that
map. Let me
question, sir?
finish. Let me
Have you
finish.
asked that question, sir? And you have the evidence to say that there is no evidence of what happened in Egypt.
I do.
No,
Do you have that evidence, sir?
no.
Yes.
Yes, I
There
do.
is. There's someone. Someone can actually answer the question. We've got a historian here with
Yeah.
us.
Hi, I'm actually a historian who teaches antiquities. How you doing? So when we talk about the archaeological evidence for Jesus, I'm curious. Can you name one?
You're asking you guys.
Before
Do
you
you know what you
put
guys
hold
are
on,
doing?
hold
You
on, hold
guys are
on.
just you
Holism,
guys are
holism.
asking.
1 second.
Tell
Holism,
me
1 second.
what you
1 second.
know.
Holism.
Yes.
1 second. 80 Cat, he asked a question. The question was about Moses.
Oh,
Right?
you want me to deal with the Moses one?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
No,
So
no,
Yes,
first
no.
if
off,
you
we
can
I'm
have
answer the
asking
no
question
the
that he
evidence.
had.
historical evidence
Oh,
I'm
wait a
of
minute.
trying to
Jesus
Okay.
help you,
Christ.
Holism. I'm trying to help you.
No, no,
He
no.
asked a
You're not help. No,
question.
no, no. I don't need your help. I'm asking.
I'm trying to
Hey,
So,
he
get him
said
to
he doesn't
answer
need
your
your
what you're
help.
doing
question.
is you're
I'm
asking me
trying to get
questions.
him
You're
to
not
answer
telling me what you
your
know. What
question.
I
You
can
asked a
answer the
question.
question he asked.
I'm
I heard
trying
it.
to let him answer your question.
I'll answer the direct question he asked about when he talked about the evidence of the events in Egypt. Okay, so historically, what we do is we look at the sources that would support the claims that are made. First off, we take a look at, is there evidence for Moses existing? There is not. We have no evidence outside of the story that Moses existed. When we speak to people like rabbis, who are the teachers of the faith of Judaism, they tend to state that Moses is a literary device. They do not agree that Moses existed. But let's put that aside. Let's take a look at the actual events. When we take a look, we have no evidence that the Israelite people, the Hebrew people, were enslaved in anywhere near the possible numbers, if at all, within Egypt. But let's keep going past that. Let's say there was. Next, we got to look at, did the plagues happen? No evidence for the plagues. We don't even know which pharaoh this fell under because the pharaoh's never claimed. It's never there. We have to guess. But we have records of every pharaoh in Egyptian history because they kept pretty good records of the dynasties. That's why we can say and talk about each and every dynasty. But let's keep going on that. If we take a look at the information, there's no historical information about a time period where the firstborn males were unalived, the army was mostly unalived, plagues happened, and yet not a single reference in Egypt, Cush, Greece, or any other surrounding nation, especially those that traded with them, or were their enemies like Cush. No references, no information, no weakening of this grand empire that everybody else would go after. This is when we take a look at the probability of the Exodus being true, and the probability is 0. Now, do you have any evidence that the events in Egypt, the Exodus, happened?
what you have just said, you have not shown me any evidence. You have just made statements.
Pause. Humanism. Quick
So,
question. How do I show a lack of evidence for an event?
so how do you want me to show
No.
evidence
How?
for the,
Yeah.
for the
If you
event
have evidence, you could reference
while you
it,
don't
right?
have evidence of lack of it? You
There
only
is
made
a
the statement that I made.
Wait a minute.
You
How
haven't
do I
shown me
show?
the
Wait a minute.
evidence
Do
of
me a
lack of
favor.
it.
Wait a minute. How do I show you nothing?
It's some question. How do I show you something?
No. Because you're claiming there is evidence, right?
Yes. And
Then
you
you should
said
be
there is
able to
no evidence.
name the evidence.
You said there is no evidence.
Right, but you say there is.
Yes.
Then you should be able to name the evidence.
Remember what I said about burden of proof?
Right. You should be able to name the evidence. For example, if it's archaeological, what sort of artifacts show the Exodus happened?
So what you're saying is,
No.
can you show me the evidence of it
I'm
not
not going to let
happening?
you do that. Stop. You're not going to reply
you
back
don't.
with a question. No, Humanism. You're not going to reply back with a question.
No,
You
you
said
haven't
there is
shown me.
evidence.
You haven't shown me the evidence of it not happening.
I cannot show you negative evidence. You claim there is evidence.
Yes, you
What is
can.
the evidence?
You can show me why it didn't happen. What texts did you read?
Humanism. I'm going to show you. There's a room next to me that has all the evidence that happened. Oops, I'm sorry, it's completely empty. You cannot show a negative amount of evidence. You claim there's a positive amount of evidence. Provide your evidence. Or just say you don't have it.
I don't have the evidence.
Honest. Then provide it. What is it?
I don't have the evidence with me.
Okay,
here.
then there is no reason for anyone to take the claim that the Exodus or the events in Egypt happened. When there's no evidence for it, we should not accept it. That's why we don't teach the Exodus as historical fact.
There is evidence of Jesus Christ.
Great. Name that evidence.
I don't know the academic text.
Can you name any of it?
I cannot provide that answer for you at the moment.
Then again, why should we take your word for it if you cannot provide any?
Because
you can't even provide the usual. You can't.
I can't provide anything to you at the moment. It still doesn't mean it is not there.
Then there is no reason for us to take your claim as truth, correct?
I do not take your statements as true as well.
No.
Because you haven't shown me anything as well.
But there's a lack of evidence.
Because there is a lack of evidence from me, doesn't mean it is not. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I don't have the evidence with me here, doesn't mean it is wrong either.
Well, when you provide some evidence, then you can make the claim and we can examine it. But since you don't have evidence,
so
there's
what
no reason
have
for
you
us to
examined? What have you examined to show it is not there?
Do you mean all the claims, everything from the history of the Bible, who was supposedly the writers? I'm giving you a list.
Can he read? Holism, can you read this? Just it's a Google search. Did Moses exist? Right. The top one says, for instance, according to William G. Dever, the modern scholarly
Apparently, you are reading from Wikipedia, and Mr. Atheist Cat should tell you that they don't take information from Wikipedia.
Actually, what we do, though, wait a minute, hold on.
There are many
Correction.
hits. There are many hits.
Right.
They are not
Because
peer
what you
reviewed,
do is,
sir.
hold on, Woo, hold
It's
on.
not. It's not a peer reviewed.
Wikipedia,
It's
Woo,
not a
I'm going to
peer
explain.
reviewed journal.
Wikipedia
And
is a
The
jumping.
Bible is peer reviewed.
Wikipedia is a jumping off point because if you expand that article, it will have a little footnote,
Do you
which is
do
a
you
hyperlink
do
that'll
you
take you
use
to the bottom.
Wait,
Wikipedia
I'm
for your
trying to
reports?
explain
wait.
how this works.
I'm
Please
sorry,
don't
oh.
interrupt me.
Sorry, go
Do
on.
you
Please
use
stop
Wikipedia for
interrupting
your
me.
reports,
You're
Mr.
not
Atheist?
listening.
One second.
If you
Let's atheist
hold
guys finish
and
his
listen
points.
for 5 seconds, you'll get the answer. When you open it up and you read this text, at the end there's a hyperlink. It's a little footnote. You click that, it scrolls you to the bottom where the list of the sources are, and you can go to the source. You don't cite Wikipedia, you cite the source that is being referenced. That's how you use Wikipedia as a source.
And can I just ask the gentleman, holism, is the Bible peer reviewed?
The Bible is not an academic text, my sister.
What
There's
kind
a
of text is
difference.
the Bible?
Sorry?
What kind of text is
It
the
is a
Bible?
religious text.
So you don't peer review religious texts?
In what way? How do you peer review religious text?
I don't know. I'm just asking. Is it religious text cannot be peer reviewed?
It can be peer reviewed, yes, but it's not an academic text. There are two different things. It's not an
Nah,
academic
it
text.
can be peer
So
reviewed. You
what?
It can
just
be peer
believe it.
reviewed, but it's not an academic
One
text. It is
second.
a religious text.
Okay. 1 second. So someone comes along and tells you that they were inspired by a God. You've never seen this God before. You don't know what they're talking about. Never heard from this God. You have nothing at all, right, to prove that this God exists. But this person says they've got this message from God which they have penned down. How do you determine that they're telling you the truth?
Because, listen, it's not just
Earlier he
one
said it
person.
was a historical text. Now
Sorry?
he's changing. Earlier on, you said the Bible was a historical text.
You did say that.
I did say there are historical texts in the Bible
No,
that
you said
shows
the Bible is a historical
it
text.
is also a historical text. Yes, it is
In which
also a
way?
historical text
In which
because
way?
it has names of places that are still in existence today.
Really?
That's
Yes.
not how we treat a that's
Really?
not why we would call it a
Yes.
historical text.
Remember,
There are names of places that are still available, still what they are today. There are rivers. There are
That's not
Holism.
how
geographical
One
it works.
second.
areas
I,
still present in
Holism.
the Bible that are still present
Wait.
now.
Holism. You know that my son's book, Captain Underpants, right?
Yeah.
Captain Underpants has names of places that exist today.
Okay.
historical fiction and mythologies often have real world places in them, even sometimes real world people. But whether or not the events listed are true needs more information than just a story. Or else, you now must state that everything that's ever been written that includes a real life place or a real life person must be true. And I do not think you agree with that.
Can he tell us? I still want to know, how do you determine that someone is telling you the truth? How do you determine that? Someone that claims to be inspired by God, but you're not inspired by God, right? But this other person is inspired by God, and they've written a book based on that inspiration. So how do you determine that that person is telling you the truth?
Like I said, it is 5,000 years of compilation. And because it's 5,000 years or 6,000 years of compilation, there should be a disconnect with every text, but there isn't.
No, it's not.
Sorry, but I didn't even
Because you can-
understand that.
That's not how it works.
If someone says something in 20 years ago, and someone says something that is linked to that same thing, but they don't have a relationship, what would you say it is?
Well, let me ask you something.
No.
Let's check something.
Mr. Olison, I have a question for you.
Before you go, it's just some other people
Can
It's been
I
a
buttress what you just
Kata,
said, please?
just 1 second. Kata Lupin, are you there? Kata Lupin?
Can I buttress what you just said, please?
No, just hold on. You just came up on the panel. Just hold on. Kata Lupin, you haven't spoken in a while.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I'll
You're
talk
listening.
soon.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you said you want to add to what he's saying. Noma, sir.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Are you a Christian, sir?
What was it called? We are talking about
Are you are
Egypt.
you are you a Christian? Just before we continue, just so I know
I'm a
where you
Christian.
stand.
Probably one.
Okay, because don't forget we do have a conversation, right? And we do have a topic, and I would like to know because the whole idea is
I think as I've deviated from talking long
to
ago. Anyway, I'm
fix.
with you.
It's okay. It's okay. We can go back to it. I'm just saying,
That's fine. Go ahead.
we'll go back to you add to what he was saying. You go on.
Okay. So you were saying something about I can't quote him verbatim, but I understand what he's saying. What we are referring to here is hundreds of years ago. So and you guys are basing your facts on what is obtainable in Egypt. Or Egypt has a record and there's no pharaoh like that. There's no historical record of that. Let me cite, I believe a good number of you are Nigerians. So let me cite, even in Nigeria, I'm from Benin, and there's still a conflict about relationship between Yoruba and Benin. The Benin kingdom is saying a particular story. The Yoruba kingdom is saying another different story. Those are kingdoms that have not been in, I don't know the right word to use. But what I mean is they are not as far back as this Egypt-Israel discussion we're having.
Who
And
told you
these two
that?
nations.
Who told
Hold on,
you? Who
please.
told you that the
Hold on,
Yoruba
please.
people are not as far
Hold on.
back as the
This is my
Egyptian?
point.
No. Hold on. No. Who told you that the Yoruba people are not as far back as the Egypt and Israel
The
story?
relationship between Benin and the Yoruba, how far back is it compared to Egypt and Israel?
Wait, you're saying that there was no. Let me understand. You're trying to say that the Yoruba
The
people.
relationship between Yoruba and the Benin, how far back is it?
I don't know how far back,
You don't
but
know how far back is it. I'm
So,
telling you, I'm
so,
not killing
wait. Hold on.
so
So
Alpha is correct.
what?
He's correct. There's
No, hold on. Fasami. Oh,
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Ngba, how old are the Yoruba people?
It's not how
no.
old. Get my
The
point.
question is not
It's
how
not
old
how old.
are the
I'm talking
Yoruba
about
or
the
Benin people.
relationship between the two tribes.
No, I'm asking Fasami, how old are the Yoruba people?
We're talking of 13,000, 14,000, or even far beyond that. Remember, there was this archaeological evidence that was found in Okeleru, which was dated 13,000.
That is not the point I'm
So,
making.
yeah,
I'm
I
not
know the
saying
No.
point
it's
you
the
are
strength
I
of
making.
the
I
know
agree
that's
Yoruba.
with
not. I know
that's
that's not the
I'm
point
talking
you are
about
yeah.
making. I
the
know that is not.
relationship between the
No,
two
wait.
tribes.
I know that is not the point that you are making, right? But the Yoruba people are far older.
I'm not arguing that. That's not my point. I'm not arguing that.
I understand his
That
point.
has
I know
no
exactly what his point
relevance to
What
what
do you
we are
mean it doesn't have
talking
no
about.
relevance? What do you mean by that?
It's not.
What do you mean it doesn't have
It
the two
doesn't have any
tribes
relevance.
cannot come to a consensus,
I
an
know his
agreement
point,
of
and
the
it shows
story
a
of how
lack
they
of
relate?
understanding of how historical work is done.
Sorry?
See, when I say there's a lack of evidence, it's not just from Egypt. See, when we do this research, we look beyond Egypt. We look beyond the location because here's a great thing: trade equals knowledge. And these other nations knew what was going on in Egypt too. They have
Would
records
you
of
go
things
to
going
Israel
on.
to make the same
I'm not
You
done
let
research?
him
talking.
finish,
Hold on,
please.
I wasn't done.
Okay.
Just let him finish.
Okay, I'm with you, please.
And we're not talking about something small here. We are talking about an event that was catastrophic in nature. We're talking about most of the army being unalived. We're talking about the firstborns being unalived. We're talking about rivers running red with blood. We're talking about plagues of locusts. We're talking about events that neighboring people visiting, people knowing, and this is not something that just snap and it's done. The after effect of such an event would be known through all of the local region. And since Egypt was so weakened, the odds of another nation, a powerful nation, not coming in to try to take it over in this weakened state, does this sound historically reasonable to you?
I'm sorry, I actually didn't get what you said.
I have to agree with
Okay, I'll try
it is
again.
cats.
Hold on, I'll try again.
And Numa Sussex.
Yeah.
Sorry if I don't say your name. Right.
No, it's fine. Anyhow, it's fine. I'm okay with that.
You see, the reference you link to the Yoruba Benin thing you're talking about,
Yeah.
you are probably picking your point from listening to people talk on
No, I'm a Benin man.
If you
and I understand and I know the history of
yeah,
Benin.
but I know what is going
And the
on.
history of Benin is
Let me
people
finish.
does not agree with what the Benin have said. So how do we know the truth on this issue? Because it's exactly the same thing you are saying with regard to Egypt and Israel.
No, it's not.
What you have said is
Wait.
See, what you are saying, you are picking from what people are saying in order to, I'm better than you, you are better than me, kind of a thing.
No.
So, Mr. Fasami, let's even.
Let Fasami finish, please.
I can't talk, but he can talk, right?
No,
it's fine.
hold
Go
on.
ahead.
No,
I'm
wait.
listening to you.
Who was speaking? Just
That's
hold
what has
on.
been happening here. It's just
No,
it's the platform. So
no,
I
don't
can't
say
talk, but he
that.
can talk, right?
gets to talk.
I can be cut short,
Hold
but
on.
he cannot be cut short.
Hold on, please.
That's
please.
fine. I'm listening. I'm with
Please,
you.
just let him finish and then you can respond. Nobody's trying to stop anyone from speaking. No.
Yeah, thank you, host. What I'm trying to say is to know which one is true, because what is happening now on the TikTok, I picked a lot of that from what people are saying. What you need to do is to do some academic exercises. Look at some history books and see what they say against what people are saying. That's all I'm trying to say. Because you cannot just pitch from somebody from this side is saying that we are better than you, or you are better than us, or you started from us, and all those things. Because people, for some reason, are trying to change what is the original history. And the only way to find that is to do an academic critics of what is on ground. And you'll be able to compare a lot of evidence that's been written. So that's all I'm trying to say. But I don't think that has any relevance to what we're talking about. No evidential, no stories of Moses in Egypt. It's not just that. There are many other ones. If you go online, you find out all those things. There's none. It's just fictions. From the Bible, it's just fiction from Genesis to Revelation.
I don't agree with you on that, sir. It's just that he was trying to make an analogy before answering the question that was given to him, but no one has actually allowed him to make his statements before answering the
All
question.
right, let's let him. Okay, please go on and make your statements. Let's hear.
Okay, so you googled about Moses, which I did actually, because the truth is a lot of these things I don't bother to research. I come from the view that there's God, so you come from the view that there's no God. So you are going to do all you can to buttress your view, and which is what you have done, and you have done well, which I really appreciate. I will not go that route. You guys might make me want to start going that route now, but I will not go that route. But I'm so very, very sure that if I start studying in that route that you are, I'll get evidence to support where I stand. That's the truth. Okay. She googled about Moses just now, and she read there was no historical. I also checked it and I saw it. Please, can you do the same for Jesus, please?
Sure, I can, and then I can go to the
just go ahead.
sources for the
I'm
claim.
waiting, please. Just go ahead. Just
All
put
right.
on Google.
Normal success. If Moses didn't
Historical
exist,
evidence that Jesus exists. Put on Google right now. Let's see the outcome.
No, please hold on. With the Jesus story, that one is very easy.
We're quick to
No,
put the other one.
Norma,
We are slowing down to put this other one, right?
wait.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm listening.
with the Jesus story, that one is very easy. Very easy to disprove. Norma, let me ask you, are you a father at all? Do you have children, Norma? Huh? Norma? Are you muted?
You guys are muting me now. I have kids. Yes, I do.
You have kids. Okay, so right. And so because you've got kids, that means you've been a busy man. You've done some work. You have put in the work to producing those children. Now, have you ever seen a virgin impregnate a young virgin? Have you ever seen a spirit impregnate a young lady before?
Have you ever checked how the earthworm reproduces itself?
Please now answer my
From a
question.
human being.
No,
You're
now.
comparing an
Have you
earthworm to a
ever
human being.
checked how? Have you ever heard of mitosis and mitosis in cell
No,
division?
wait.
Have you ever heard
Do
of
they
cell
involve
division
do they
before?
involve a spirit impregnating them?
Hold on. I can't argue that
If they
with you.
don't
You will
involve
not
a spirit
understand.
impregnating them, then it's
You
got
will not
nothing to do with the
understand
current
that. So
conversation.
let's see. That's too complex for you. Don't get.
Yes, let
Can
it be
you
too
That's
please
too
complex for
answer
me
complex
the
for
because it
you.
doesn't include the
Let's
God
come
question?
low.
impregnating
Let's come to
any of
science that you
them.
understand.
That
Can you
is
please
fine.
answer?
Ever
Can
heard
you
of
please?
cell division before?
No,
No,
I
I've
haven't.
never.
I haven't heard of cell division.
I've
No.
never heard
Then
of
let's
it.
forget this. Then let's
And the
forget
fact
this.
that I've never
Okay,
So
heard of
we are
it,
not.
it
I
means
am
that
not
if
God
you
cannot
know
talking.
cell
impregnate
division,
someone.
please, which science
Norma,
Point
postulate
blank, period.
Now,
that there's
Norma,
cell
this is not fair.
division?
Norma, this is not fair. This is not fair.
What's not
Cell
fair
division,
I
now?
asked a
cell division, what
question.
nonsense.
I asked you a question.
Okay, I'm with you, please.
Okay, you are a father, so you know
Yeah,
the process of reproduction, right?
yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh. My question to you was, have you ever seen a spirit impregnate a young lady before?
No, I've not.
So why then do you believe the claim made in that book about the
Because I
process of
believe in
setting?
the Almighty God,
No.
which can
That's not.
do.
No, listen. I'm not
Yeah,
asking
I'm
you.
answering your question now.
I'm not
You
asking
said,
you.
why
Do you
have I seen
believe
it? I
in
said,
God?
no. You said,
Why do
why do
you
I
It's
believe?
got
So
believe
I'm
nothing to
that
do
answering
with
you. You're
belief.
not
story?
cutting me short.
Wait.
Oh,
Why do
Lord.
you believe the story? Why do you believe the story?
I just told you. You're not listening now. You're not listening. I have not seen it before. Agree. I've never seen it before. But I believe the story because I believe in God, and God is the Almighty, meaning He does the impossible. And He
Wow.
has done the impossible in my life. So why should I not believe?
What's so special about you? What about those people who are born blind, or the people
You say what?
who are born deaf? Why doesn't he do something for them?
Calm down, calm down.
No,
Why
I'm
doesn't He
very
do
calm.
something
I'm
for
very
them?
calm. Just answer the question.
You say what?
What's so special about you that he does something for you? Yet the people who are born deaf and born blind or born without arms and legs, he doesn't do anything for them.
Hold on. That's a beauty. You need to understand.
What is the beauty in being born
Oh,
blind?
you're not allowing me talk now. Like he said, like Holy said, is it because your platform? Are you trying
Yes.
to convince me or you want us to have a
Yes.
discussion?
No one wants
What's
to
the
convince
point?
you in anything. It's a
Hey,
simple
now calm
question.
down. Let
What's
me
so
answer your
special about
question
you
Let
that
now.
the
the
God
man
listens to
speak.
you?
Let the man
Allow me
speak. You don't
answer
have
your
to be.
But
This
I
is
question
a
want
now.
him to
platform
speak.
where
Let him speak. If I'm
Let him
asking a
speak.
question, I deserve an
Please.
answer.
Oh,
no,
Lord.
that's not how to get an answer, my love.
I'm not your love. Don't you
Okay.
dare. Don't you
Okay.
dare call me your love. Nonsense.
Well, no,
I've
I
not
don't need to
hurt
step
you
in.
in
Never
any
mind.
way.
That's
So
all.
why are you
You
There's
talking
no
got
reason
it.
for you.
as if you are hot? I don't get.
A simple question.
Hey,
What's so special about
will you
you
allow me answer
that
your
the God
question now?
answers you or
Will you
listens to
allow
you?
me
Because he's
But
a
the
answer
child
people
of
who are
God.
my
That's what
born,
makes him
question
the
special.
now?
people who are born without eyes,
Will you allow me answer the
without
question
hearing,
now?
without sight or anything, the God doesn't listen to. Yet their parents are in
Who
church.
said he
They are
doesn't listen to
Christians.
them? Who said?
Why are they not healed? Why can't they see?
Who said he doesn't listen to them?
Why
Who
can't
said?
they see after their parents have prayed?
Hmm.
You don't understand You don't
I
understand
don't
how
have
this
to
works,
understand anything. It's a simple question.
Obviously, you don't want to understand.
It's a
and
So
you
how
don't want to
simple
do I
understand.
question
expect you
that
to
I've
understand
asked
when you don't
you.
want to
There's
understand?
nothing to understand there. Make me understand by
Okay.
answering my question.
Okay. Let's guys. You see, this is just going. You know. Yes. Okay. All right.
Simple
Let's
question
scatter
they
this
can't
thing.
answer.
Let's take it bit by bit.
I
We are
asked a
trying to
simple
scatter
question. Just
everything.
answer the question. There's nothing to take bit
You
by
have not
bit.
allowed me. You've been
Okay,
talking since.
okay,
You have not
okay.
allowed me after
Let's
you
Are
him.
you
asked the
not
question
talking
you
Let's
right
him.
asked.
now? You
Let's
could have
him.
answered
Let's
my
him.
question.
Let him answer the question.
Oh, God.
Go on and answer the
So
question.
please, can you repeat your question again?
What's so special about you that the God answers your prayers or listens to you? When there are
God
people,
answers
when
everybody's
there are people,
prayers.
I'm still asking the question.
God
When there are
answered. That was
people
not
who
your
are
original
born
question
blind,
anyway.
there are people who
I
are
would have
born
loved you
without
to repeat
limbs,
your original
there are
question.
people who are
Now
born
let her
deaf,
finish now, so you can understand the question at least.
right? Their parents are praying for them to be healed. The God doesn't heal them. Also, there are babies with cancer in the hospitals. Their parents are Christians, they're praying, but the God is not hearing them or answering their prayers, right? So, what's so special about you who has been born with eyesight? You're born with all your limbs, you're able bodied, there's nothing wrong with you. Why does the God answer your prayers?
Okay, so are you done?
What do you think?
Are you done?
She's
What do you
done.
think?
She's done.
Okay, it's done. Beautiful. So you have to understand the concept of the creator.
Please just answer my question. Don't explain anything to me. I don't want to know about your creator. I want to know
Let
what's so
me say
special
All
about
something
right,
you
else.
that he
Percy, let
answers
him
your
Are
let
you
prayer.
him
ready to
let him
listen?
respond. Let him respond.
No, I
You
don't
are
want to know
to
about his creator, though. All he
Okay.
just says is because of A, B, C, D, not because you have to understand the concept of. That's
So
none of
must
my
I
business. I don't
answer
Okay.
want to
in the
All
know.
way
right.
you
All right.
want
Let
to
him.
be? You want, oh, you already have a way I should answer you.
Yes,
Is that your
I
plan?
want a
He just
straightforward
wants you
answer.
to just go straight to the point.
No, I can't. Why should I go? I'm a teacher. Why should I just go straight to the
Who,
point
who,
without laying the
Oh,
foundation of what
okay.
I'm doing?
You know
terrible for
what? You
the
know what?
safety.
Let's move on. Vessel, I don't think you will
Exactly.
get the answer from. Let's just focus.
I was about to answer. He wasn't allowing me
Oh,
answer.
please.
All right,
You are
go
saying you
on,
should
go
move
on and
on.
answer.
Nonsense.
It's
Go on and
fine.
answer. Then Norma,
Can you mute
Norma,
him? Can
go
you
on
mute him,
and
please?
go on and
Can
answer,
you
What?
mute
please.
him?
If
Mute
you
him,
are
please.
not.
Vessel, let him speak.
Can you
Finish what he
mute
said.
him? Mute him. The way you be muting me, mute him.
Go
Mute
on
him. I
now,
beg you.
Norma.
Okay.
Go
Why are
on.
you misgendering me?
Go on now, guys. Let's
Why
move
are
That's
you
no
on.
catch
misgendering
yet.
me?
No, let's.
But that's exactly what you guys have been doing to me on the
I said,
platform now.
why are you misgendering me?
She's not a him.
Okay, is a okay, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
she's a her.
Sorry about that, please.
Which
I'm
is
very
weird
sorry.
since you said my dear to her.
Exactly.
I'm
No, he
very
said
sorry
my
about that.
love.
You didn't have a problem a second ago
He
knowing
said my
her
love.
identity. Yeah.
I'm sorry, please. I'm sorry
Okay,
about
he
The
that.
said
one
he's
that said my
sorry.
love.
He said
I
he's
was the
sorry.
one that said my
It
love.
was you.
And
Okay.
it's
All right,
just a
guys. Okay.
statement.
Let's let him speak, please.
Okay,
Go on.
so this is a problem. You have a lot of people in church that does not understand that does not, Paul got to a place in the scripture and he said these people worship a God that they don't know. So you have a lot of people in church that are worshiping a God that they don't know.
Mm.
And that's a problem. So this problem that you are having is a problem of what is going on in the church. So I understand the problem you are having with God. So God has been misrepresented, and I understand the problem. So let me come back to my answering of your question. That is the creator. You say some people are blind. That's the creator. The creator, if I want to design something now, I design it the way I
What kind of
want.
nonsense is this?
You said what?
In
Did you see what I
2025,
said is nonsense?
in 2025, this is the kind of nonsense Christianity is teaching people who claim to be teachers.
You
So
haven't
what have I
even
said
let
that
him
is
finish
nonsense
his
now?
point.
Afro, Afro,
Yeah,
Afro,
Can
this
you
is
enlighten
pretty
me,
just
sure
please?
you're not a
terrible.
teacher.
Can you enlighten me, please?
This is just terrible.
Can you
Can I have
enlighten
a
me,
full
please?
catch yet?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Noma, what's interesting is one, how you talk to a man versus a woman, because your tone completely changed and became very dismissive towards her. But let's ignore that for a second. You asked a question, and I laid out a very concise and very clear explanation about how history research works. But you didn't listen, because I don't know if it's because you couldn't comprehend it, or you just didn't want to because it ignores all the stuff that you want to try to dredge out. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't know how much clearer I can make it for you. You don't know how historical research works. You don't know how we determine historical facts. You want to ask about, hey, see what Wikipedia says about Jesus existing. I will do that. Many historians, the majority I will say, will just simply say a man named Jesus probably existed. They do not say that the miraculous claims or the events of the Bible actually happened, which is what we're talking about. I myself, however, am a mythicist, one who will argue based on the sources that we have that Jesus didn't actually exist. And we can have that conversation if you had any evidence, but you don't. Oh, now you're going to go away and hide.
No. He can hear you. He can hear you.
Oh, I'm not sure if he's even paying attention,
No,
but I'll
he
keep
can. He
going.
can hear you. He can hear
He's
you.
probably going to go get some sources. I would love that.
I'm sure he
probably
can hear. I'm
read
sure he
it.
can hear you.
I am a mysticist because I've actually examined the information, examined the sources, and read them, unlike most people. And my conclusion, based on the information and evidence, that a Jesus didn't actually exist. However, a person named Jesus existing, sure, but there's no evidence for all the magic, all the miracles, all the supernatural stuff, for the same reasons. We don't have anything outside the books. We talk about how the books were written. We don't know who the authors are. We know roughly the same time period. They weren't eyewitnesses. We could look at surrounding information because, again, trade equals knowledge. People talk. But we don't have any talk about, hey, did you hear about this wedding that I attended and suddenly this guy made wine appear? No, of course not. We don't have anything outside the storybook. And when we have something like that, we look at it and go, you know what? This likely did not happen, and we don't teach it as fact. There's a reason why we don't teach the resurrection in school, because there's no historical evidence for it happening. We don't teach about this stuff. The most we will teach is Christianity existed because people believe this is what they believe, and this is the impact it's had on society at the time period and moving forward. That's the most we'll do. But you and your friend want to say there's actual evidence these events happen. And when any of us have asked you to provide the evidence, neither one of you has been able to provide a single thing. Not one. So, I will be kind enough to ask for everybody one last time. Can either of you provide a shred of evidence for your claims? Yes or no? Which is what they're doing right now, Googling as fast as they can, or ChatGPT, because they don't know.
And I'm saying this, Mr.
You know
Atheist.
why?
I don't even
Excuse
believe
me.
you. I don't even believe you have that capacity to access historical or religious texts to examine.
Try me.
That's by the way.
No. Try me.
I'm not going to try you because
Why not?
it doesn't make
Why
sense.
not? If I can't do it, I should be easily disproven. Try me.
So my goal, my statement is this, right?
Try me.
My statement is this.
You want to make a statement? Let's test it. Try me. What source are you going to reference? Go on. I'm more than willing. There's not been a single time somebody hasn't come up on these lives, and I've been doing these for years now, that I've backed away.
So sorry, can anyone hear me?
We can now. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm saying this is so pathetic because their whole base of arguments is based on a book. There is no.
We understand that. Please hold on, though, because it's been going on for a while.
Because I've been watching this show for hours.
Yes, I understand. Can you please hold on? We're holding them to a point at the moment.
Yeah, well, Pastor Lupin, just let this one done and let this one be done, and then you can.
All right, no problem.
Right.
I'm with you.
Once again, can either of you provide evidence for the claims?
If you cannot, guys, just say you cannot.
And if you can't,
I'm saying I don't have it. It doesn't mean it is wrong. That's what I'm saying.
But you're making a claim. What do you base your claim on?
It's based off the Bible that I've read.
Okay, so you're basing it off the claim itself, not any evidence that the claim is true.
I'm saying because I don't have the evidence now doesn't mean it is wrong.
Just because you don't have the evidence that Thor exists doesn't mean it's wrong, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not talking about Thor. I don't know who Thor is. You know who Thor is. I know that Jesus Christ exists.
Wait a minute. How about leprechauns, unicorns, vampires?
I know that Jesus Christ exists.
We don't know that.
Exactly. You don't know that.
Which is why I'm asking for evidence.
Go to the Bible and find out. Go to the Hebrew Torah. There is
Those are
there
the
is
claims. And the
go
Torah
to
doesn't
go to the
mention
Hebrew
Jesus.
Torah. There is Jesus Christ there.
Torah
Go
never
to the
mentions
to the
Jesus.
to the to the Quran. There is Jesus
What you're
Christ
saying
there.
is any reference to the Messiah is supposed to be Jesus. However, that is not true. If that is true, the Jewish people would accept him as the Messiah. They do not.
They do
The
not, yeah.
Jews,
Bible,
the
Let me
Bible
ask
Jews
quotes the word of
already,
one second,
the
everyone.
Jews were
Please, just one
already
second, one second.
believing in God.
Wait, one second, one second. See, I think it's holism that was speaking just now. Holism. How did you come to the conclusion that the Bible is the authority for whatever you believe in? Bear in mind,
Because whatever I believe in was inspired by
bear in mind,
the
one second.
compilation of the Bible.
Bear in mind, Jesus never wrote any books at all.
I didn't say Jesus Christ did not write any book. He was there when his disciples wrote about him. He wasn't about to write a book. He lived the life to show us how to live. And his disciples wrote about it.
He was there when they wrote about him.
Yes, they wrote about him in the Gospels.
They
So
wrote
it's
about
about
him.
Jesus
So
Christ.
also,
Yes.
remember I said earlier that you need to do your research well. Let me break something to you. The Bible wasn't even written by those guys, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The guys that wrote the Bible never met the apostles. How about that? They
The
never met.
Gospels were composed between
Matthew,
70 and
Mark, Luke,
95
and
CE.
John were
Yes, they,
in
they,
close
they,
proximity with Jesus Christ.
yeah, but they didn't write those books, is
They
what we're
did.
telling you.
So who wrote the books?
They
Holism, please
wrote
let
the
me sit here,
books.
please. So who wrote the
The
book, please?
books are anonymous. We do not know who the authors
That's
are.
what we're trying to tell
The
you guys.
the
Don't just come
authorship
here and
wasn't
start making
attributed.
Hold
claims.
on.
The
Those
books are
authorship.
not anonymous. The
Hold
They
on.
books
They
were
are.
are. The
written
Hold on,
authorship
please.
wasn't
because
Hold
if
on.
you read
attributed to
if
You
you
those
said those
names
guys did
until
not write the
125
book.
CE.
Wait, guys, you guys, two people talking at the same time?
if you read the Bible, it's read the gospel is written in present
No, it's not.
Present.
continuous
No, it's not.
past
And
tense.
I can show you where.
What? Wait. He just said what? You said what? Say that again.
He claims it's written in present tense.
No. Hey, these guys, I want him to repeat what he just said. He
It
said
is
it was written
written in a way to
No.
explain what
Please, no. Go
they
over
had
what you
experienced.
go over what you said again. You said it's written in what? Present, past, and whatever.
Listen to me, please.
I want you to repeat what you said.
I'm not repeating it. The
No,
Bible
I
was
want you to
written
repeat
in a
what you
way to
said.
explain, to show that
No,
they
this
were
is
in
not
close
fair.
proximity
This is
with
not
Jesus
fair.
Christ.
This is not fair. I wanted you to repeat what you said. You said that it was written in present. What else?
What I'm trying to say is this.
No, I'm not
It
saying
was
what you were trying to
written
say. I
to
want you to
explain
repeat. No,
the
listen.
experience they had with
Listen
Jesus
now.
Christ.
Listen, this is going to do my head in. I heard you saying something, and I would like for you to please, just for my sake, I beg you, just tell me what you said. Just go over
I
that
am
thing.
saying it was written to explain the proximity they were with Jesus Christ.
No, that's not what you said. You said it was written
And
in
I'm telling you what my
present.
message is.
No, not the message. The actual thing you said.
What I said is the Bible was written, or the Gospels were written to explain
No, that's
how the
not what you
proximity they
said.
were with Jesus
That's
Christ.
not what you said. You said it was written in
And I'm
present,
saying the
past,
Bible,
and
the
something.
Gospels were written.
Does anybody know what he said?
He said it was written in present tense.
No, he
No,
said it was written in present continuous past tense.
right? So he said it was written
Yeah,
in
that's what he said.
present, continuous,
Continuous past
past
tense.
tense.
Yeah.
What I'm
Excuse
trying
me.
to say is
Wait.
this.
Hold on.
They wrote the
Cataluping.
Bible
Wait,
to show.
Cataluping. Wait, hold listen, please wait. Cataluping, does that make sense to you to be written in present, continuous, past tense? Cataluping.
Yeah.
Yeah? Atheist cat, does that make any sense to you?
No. And if any of my students said that, I'd have to spend about half an hour teaching them the proper terms of tenses.
Sorry, can you guys hear me? I think my microphone was cutting.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
It doesn't make sense. There is nothing like present continuous past tense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't exist in the English syllables. I don't know where he got that from.
I'm sure I heard him say present and then ended with past tense.
What
Yeah,
you
that's
guys
what he
are
said.
doing now, you're just
I
making a
don't know
mockery.
what he said
What
in
I'm
the middle.
saying, whether you want to take it or not,
No,
they
you
wrote the
said
Bible. Calm down, Mr. Carter. They wrote the
Sorry,
Bible
sorry.
to
I'm not.
show
I'm not
that they
here
were
to
in
interrupt
close
you.
proximity with Jesus Christ.
No, you said.
No, they
You
actually
said
didn't.
the Bible was written in present continuous past tense. That's what you said.
Wow.
That's correct English. That's
And I'm
correct.
trying to explain what I mean.
It's not.
I'm
You
trying
don't
to
write. You
explain what
don't
I
write
mean.
something in present continuous past tense
Wait,
at
oh,
once.
how does
It's
one
It
either
write?
is
written in
correct
past.
English. It is.
Oh God.
What you are saying, what I'm trying to say is this:
It's either
you are
written in
getting
past
Wait,
into.
oh,
participle
Listen,
continuous
or
past
Kata,
present
tense.
tense
Kata,
or
No, no,
past
no.
you are
tense.
I need to check this in the
Kata.
Yes, I'm
You are
listening.
trying to get
continuous past
into
tense.
in technicalities of writing English. That's what you're getting into. My point.
And that's what I'm saying.
If
That
you,
is wrong.
my point is, if you want to understand it that way, that's your own cup of tea. But what I'm trying to say is this: the Gospels are written in a way to say that they were in close proximity with Jesus Christ. And Dr. Papus is saying that they weren't the ones that wrote it.
So what you
Luke
should have
doesn't.
said.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
So what you should
Quick
have said.
question.
It was written in present continuous tense
Right, but don't even worry about that. Hold on.
and not in
Who?
present continuous past tense.
What does
That
Luke
is that
1 tell
is
you?
English
Wait a minute.
Present
Hold
technicality.
on.
It
continuous
doesn't.
past
Hold on.
tense is also
Oh,
correct because the Bible itself.
there's an easier way to counter this. It's real simple. The beginning of Luke 1. Many have undertaken to draw up and encounter the things that have been fulfilled among us, just as they were handed down to us by those who are the first eyewitnesses and servants of the world. With this in mind, since I myself have carefully investigated everything from the beginning, I too decided to write an orderly account for you. Luke isn't an eyewitness in his text. This is him gathering what people claim they said. So no, not all the Gospels are written as eyewitness accounts or as people being close to them.
Matthew was not an eyewitness.
Nope.
And
In fact,
Luke was not
we
even
can
a
show
disciple.
we can show due to how it was written that certain books of the Bible copied off of previous versions of the text.
The book of Matthew is one of them that the day I read it and saw that this person could not have written this book. It was alarming and it was so funny. Did you guys know that the book of Matthew, from chapter 1 to chapter 9, right? Beautiful stories of right all sorts of and Jesus went to here, Jesus did this, da, 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 da. And then when you get to Matthew chapter 9, I think it's somewhere in verse 6, it states Jesus met a man sitting in the booth, and his name was Matthew. And he said to Matthew, "Follow me." Wait, hang on. How are we reading the book of Matthew? And Matthew has managed to write from all those things. But now here comes Matthew talking about himself, by the way. Matthew's talking about himself. And
So Afro,
Matthew said,
Afro, let's not even go into contradiction or technicalities. I want him to try and disprove what I said earlier. When I said that the
don't
books
say,
were
wait,
not
hold on.
written.
Dr. Papus, wait. That's a very important point. Me, I want to get my point out. You understand? How is it that Matthew is writing events? He wasn't there. He was not an eyewitness, but somehow he's writing it. And for me, what was just striking about this text is, if I met Dr. Papus, right? If I was in Dr. Papus's environs or in his presence, I would say, and on so and so day, I was going to town and I met Dr. Papus, right? But Matthew is writing, and Matthew is saying, and Jesus came to so and so town, and he met the man sitting in the booth, and he said to the man, "Follow me." Come on, my guys. Matthew could not have written Matthew. It was
Please,
just
okay,
terrible.
I have a question, please.
It's,
Terrible,
the book
right?
of Matthew is not the first one to be written.
What verse
Mark was
did you
written
say
first.
it happened?
Can you not hear me speaking?
Hold on,
Mark was written first before the book of Matthew.
which one?
Mark
So
was written before Matthew and Luke.
Which one?
We can show that
Mark was
Matthew and
written
Luke.
first,
Mark
yes?
was the first book, but in the Bible they put Matthew first. And
Right.
also, Luke was not a disciple of Jesus. He never met Jesus. He never saw Jesus with his two eyes, his two corocoro eyes. He never. Luke was a friend of Paul.
There were no Luke disciples, was it? Was it
When you
Luke?
guys are done, please, I have a question, please.
Okay, go on.
Okay, I heard somebody say something about the person that wrote the gospel. So who are they, please? Since it wasn't these people that wrote the gospel.
We don't know. It's anonymous.
So you don't know, but you
Yeah,
don't
we
agree
do
that
not
they.
know. The names
They're
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and
anonymous
I
John were
thought
writers.
attributed.
I thought you
So,
guys are
Those
It's
factual.
names,
so
anonymous,
I'm trying to give an answer.
writers. They do not disclose their identity. They're
Right. The
anonymous people.
So what's the
the
proof that
authorship
so
wasn't
Mr.
it's
Mr.
given.
not
Norman
these
Hold
men?
on. You asked the question. Let 80 cats answer. Vessel, have you finished?
Yes, I finished.
no,
Okay.
Alpha,
Yeah.
can I
It's
answer the
not
question
No,
exactly
before?
what you
hold
guys has
on.
been doing
Let
as regarding the other
let 80
evidence.
start, and then whoever else
It's
now
not
wants to.
provision
Alpha,
of evidence
the
we are
reason
talking
why I
about
won't
here.
answer it is because I was the one that made that
Okay,
statement,
never
and
mind.
they're asking for the
Okay.
question.
No, but hold on. 80 cats, please. You speak, and then you can, Dr. Papus, you can
Sure.
finish, okay?
The Gospels are anonymously written. They would not sign authorships. The names, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and those authorships were not assigned until around 125 CE via church tradition.
Okay. Dr. Papus?
To conclude that
I'm sorry,
there was
Dr.
I was
Papus?
trying to mute
Dr.
myself.
Papus?
I'm
right.
sorry, I was trying to unmute myself.
Okay,
Yes,
go
just
on.
like 80s guys just said, nobody really knows what
Okay, so
we
that's fine, bro.
or what
I think
I
that's fine.
know.
Let him finish now. Let him
What I
finish.
also know is that so many books or scrolls were written back in the days without authors, and it was a group of people. I can't remember the name of the conference that came together and brought
Council
those
of Nicaea.
books together. Yes, and brought those books together and called it the Bible for you guys. And that's what I keep saying. You guys need to do your research. Yes, it's okay if you want to believe in something, but before you come and start arguing with people up and down, you need to know the origin of your own religion, the books that you're reading, that you're arguing, that you're fighting about. Okay, please.
Okay, can I speak now, please?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't disagree with what you just said. Okay. I think it was I think your main man here, I think ethical also, that asked a question, what is the evidence or why did you believe in the scripture or why did you believe in Jesus? So I'm going to answer that now. Okay, so I don't have facts. I don't have historical evidence to prove that Jesus existed. I didn't live in those days. But my proof is I have practical, personal evidence to prove that what is in the scripture is correct.
Which part of the scripture exactly?
Anyone you can actually talk about.
So the part where Jesus was caught with the naked boy in the
I'm
garden.
not
That
talking
part is
about the
correct.
event. I'm not
No,
telling
no,
you
what you're saying doesn't make sense because this is
the
something that was in the Bible. The part where your God
are
tells
you listening
the
at
Israelites,
all?
the
You're
part
not
where your
listening.
God tells the
See,
Israelites to slice pregnant women's bellies open, take out the babies and smash them on rocks. Is that the part?
this
What
is
about the
stop
part where
meeting
the
me.
God
You can
says?
tell me to
What
where you
about the part where the God says, "Take these people and make them slaves, and leave them as an
so
inheritance for
at
the
the end of the
children"?
day, I think you guys don't want to
No,
listen.
by the
You
end
already
of the
have made
day,
a
you're
point.
talking BS. That is
You
what
said
it
what?
is.
I'm not
At the
talking
end of the
bullshit.
day, it's
My
BS.
evidence,
Your religion
my
is
evidence
BS.
is personal
Whatever
to
your
me.
God is, it is
Whether you
BS.
believe
You
it
can't
or
even
not,
defend it. You don't even have facts to confirm
I
it.
don't need
You
We
facts.
yourself
don't
That's
said
need
the
it
point I'm
yourself
facts
trying
if you
to
to
don't
make
have
defend
here.
facts.
Jesus
Well,
I
Christ.
don't
We
need
that's
don't need
facts.
ridiculous if
facts.
you don't have
I
facts.
don't need
We don't
Who,
need
facts.
who
facts.
are you going to
It's
convince
not a
without
science
facts?
project.
Who
I
are you
don't
going
need
to
facts.
convince
That's
without
what I'm
facts?
Hold on.
making
Did I
sense.
just hear someone say you don't need facts to defend
I don't need
Jesus?
facts.
Of them, that's
We
what they're
My
don't.
saying.
life
So
is
you
an
need
Is
you
it?
need you
Is
evidence
need
it?
fiction,
that
eh?
Jesus is
Afro, yet
real.
they're supposed to go out into the world and tell people about this Jesus character, this criminal Jesus character. yet they don't have facts
It
to
is
prove it.
the faith is religion.
Can we let Dr. Carter, have you spoken at all, Carter? Carter?
Yeah, so like I said before I came up, you guys just gang up
No, don't do
and
it.
gang up against
No,
me.
please.
Let's
When
not do that.
China
Let's not
buckets.
start crying. You guys this, you guys that. Carter, say something. Carter, what's Carter? Carter Lupin, are you there?
And tell somebody about Christ, and the person start asking you these questions, and you start saying, "I don't have facts," but I've got
Can you hear
faith.
me?
The person is going to
Yes,
laugh
we
in
can
your
hear you
face.
now.
Okay.
You don't need facts to defend Jesus.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, you know, it's actually sad. Sometimes I do want to feel angry for these Christians. At the same time, I feel a bit sympathetic and sad because their whole arguments and whatever they are bringing to the table is all based on a book that was written some years ago. You know, there's no facts, there's no evidence. One of them just said right now, you don't need facts to defend Jesus Christ. And this is the problem. This is the problem. This is an ideology that has no facts and evidence. You don't expect me to believe in something without providing facts and evidence. We deal with facts. As a lawyer right now, it's just like me coming now to say, okay, I'm going to the court right now to defend someone based on hearsay. There is no evidence, there's no facts. I just go there and I just defend my client based on testimony of my clients. You don't do things like that.
Throw it out.
At the end of the day, it is not a forceful thing. It is up to you
It
to
is a
believe it or
forceful thing.
not.
And this is the problem. And
Holism
this is
it
the
is a
problem.
forceful thing because
When you
let me tell you
say,
something. If your child refuses to go to church, right? And this is what happens all over Africa. If the child says, I don't want to go to church, they are beaten, they are starved, they are maltreated, they are locked outside, they're castigated, all manner of humiliation done to them for refusing
And
to go to church.
what data is are you talking from,
Did
or are
I
you
did I
talking
mention
from
any
hearsay?
numbers? Did
so
you hear me mention numbers?
Exactly. So
what
how
is
do
it?
you
Why are you
know?
asking for data then if
How
I
do you
didn't
know it's
mention
up
any
and down
numbers?
Africa? That is
Because that is
happening in
what is
Africa.
happening in Africa. When you speak to different Africans from different countries and areas, they'll tell you the same story. Even
And they've all
you
been
know
telling
what
you the
I'm
whole
talking about.
stories. And
You know what I'm
I
talking
grew up from
about.
the same
You
environment
know
you're
what
talking
I'm
about.
talking about. So don't try to
I
excuse
grew
your
up from the
ignorance.
same environment
Even
you're
you
talking about.
yourself, you sound like a child abuser. I'm sure you
No.
do that to your own
That
kids as
is
well.
an
No, it
assumption.
hasn't
Hey,
got
Yes,
And
it
you're,
hasn't
and
you're
I'm
got to that.
allowed
trying to
and I'm
correct the
allowed
person.
to. I am
I don't
allowed
think
to.
I don't think you
I am
have the
allowed to.
IQ.
Easy. Don't let's not.
I
Yikes.
don't think you have the
So
IQ
Yes, you
to
don't think that's the
Oh,
problem.
come
accept
You
on,
don't
now,
think, and you've just said
or
it
people.
have
yourself
a
that you
meaningful
don't think.
conversation. You
So that is
don't.
your problem,
so
not mine.
well listen, can I say something?
How can
Okay,
someone say
yes, you
I
guys
don't
are
think?
arguing now.
No,
You
I'm not.
don't think
I'm not
that's the problem.
arguing.
That is
You're
why we're having this
arguing.
conversation because you don't think.
You keep shouting. Does not.
So can I say something,
Sorry,
please?
Carter, wait,
Okay,
you were saying something. Go
yes.
ahead.
Okay. So when you say something like this, what is it? This is the problem that we have when you say things like this. Is this kind of narrative that is damaging and inflicting so much pains and sorrows into the mind of people and our society today? You can't force someone or make someone believe in what is not evidently proven. There is no facts. There is no basis for your logic. You just believe in a book that was just a collection of books, and you just believe in that. Can't you see how dangerous that is? You understand? And there has been archaeological proofs or backings to show that most of what you guys believe in never existed. This Moses of a thing, I've known since I was a child that Moses never existed. I always saw them as fairy tale, mystical tales that we are told. I always tell people when you read the Bible for the first time, see it as a mystical tale, a storybook that is used to pass maybe some moral. I don't even know. There's no moral if you look at that
There's no
Bible.
moral in
If,
There are
that
no
book.
morals.
there's no
No
moral
morals.
if you want to be logical
The
about
Bible
it.
is not a
There's
book of
nothing moral
morals.
about it
No.
because this is a God that has told people to kill, genocide, that has told people to honor life people, that has encouraged rape on women. This is a Bible that encourages slavery. You understand? This is a Bible that when you read it, it's a horror book. I see the Bible as a horror
So can
story.
I ask you, please, Kata, what book
Yes.
can you recommend to me to read to get my morals in the
How
right
how
direction?
about, and okay, no problem. How about you use your common sense? How about you be a human being? How about you live morally? How about you do what is just and right by everyone?
I've just asked you a question. You've not even answered my question
You don't
because
have to read a
you
book,
don't even know
brother.
me. You don't even know
Listen,
whether I use my
You
morals
don't
or
need
not,
you don't
or
need
I
a
have.
book.
you don't need to
You
read
don't
a
need a
book to
book.
be a human being.
Okay,
You don't
so are
have
you
to
trying
read
to
a
tell
book.
me that I'm not morally guided?
You don't need
No,
to read
no,
a
no,
book.
no, no, no.
Again,
That's
listen.
not
No,
it.
I'm asking you, Kata. You're from there. Where you
No,
are.
he's not.
If you need a
Please
book,
You're
don't put words.
saying
One
that I
second.
haven't got a
Please
moral
don't.
compass.
1 second. Don't put words in his mouth.
No,
Yes, he said we
I'm
haven't
asking him
got
a question
morals.
because he said,
No,
well, "How
no.
about
Please don't put
using
words.
again,
your common sense?"
listen, what listen. Just like I said, you don't need a book as some sort of a guidance for you to be a human being. You don't need a book as a sort of a guidance for you to do what is morally just and right by yourself and by the society. You don't need a book to tell you not to unalive someone. You don't need a book to tell you not to grape someone. You don't need a book not to tell you not to sell your fellow human being into slavery. You don't need a book to guide you towards those kind of paths. You can do what is right and just by yourself, by just not believing in anything. These beliefs are baseless. There's no base for believing in whatever you believe in. I
Can
don't
I
believe
can
that
I
a
say
book.
something, please?
Sorry,
I've been
excuse me.
here
I'm
for a
not
while.
done.
Can I say something?
Yeah, I haven't been speaking. I've been watching you people for
Yes,
hours.
yes. Kata, were you done?
Yeah, I'll just round off soon.
Okay, let's start around. Okay.
So, Willism, I don't hate you. I hate what you stand for. You understand? When I say I hate Christianity, I don't mean I hate the people that practice Christianity. I hate what it does to people. Because a lot of you people that practice this religion, within your hearts, you're amazing people. You're fantastic. I always try to find good in people. But what you stand for, what you defend, what you believe in is a cancer to the society. I hate what these people stand for. I hate that religion. I hate Abrahamic religions. I hate it. I don't hate the personnel in it, but I hate the religion as a whole. You understand? And I hate the fact that many of you are yet to recognize that you're being fooled and deceived by this religion. There is nothing good in this religion. It has not brought anything good to you as a black man. I'm not speaking in context of the religion as a whole, but you as a black man, what has religion done for you? It has given you absolutely nothing. I hate it so much. And I hope one day that I wake up from my sleep to find out that these religions don't exist anymore because they have brought
Hallelujah.
nothing but pain,
Can I speak?
suffering.
I've been here for an
Kata,
hour
Yeah,
and I
he's just
haven't
waiting
said
for him to
anything.
round up. Wait,
I'm
no,
rounding
hold
up.
on. No,
I'm rounding
one
up.
second, 1 second.
Kata,
Raskino was here before. No?
Yeah, I'm rounding
Kata.
up. Just
Thank.
exercise some patience. Well, listen,
Yeah.
I pray and I hope that sooner or later, these
Pray,
Abrahamic
pray to
religions will
pray to who? Pray to who?
to myself, obviously. Who am I praying to?
Okay.
So when I say I pray and I hope, it's something I'm saying to
Just
myself.
wishful thinking.
Yeah, it's a wishful thinking. It's not that I'm praying to. I don't need to pray to a non-existent mystical being. You know,
Okay. I totally
pray.
understand where you're coming
Yeah,
from.
I pray and I hope that I wake up one day and these religions don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
And please, I pray for you too, in the name of Jesus. I pray for you in the name of Jesus that you wake up one day and believe and see that you're being fooled and manipulated. These things you
It's
believe
too
in is
late.
not real.
I'm not
Kata,
being fooled, okay?
Thank you
Kata,
very
That's
much.
your view. That's your
thank you so
view.
much,
No, you're
Kata,
being
for
fooled.
Yes,
your
and I'm
input.
not being fooled.
Okay.
Hopefully
One
Kata,
one day,
second. 1 second. Okay.
hopefully one day you
Who's
realize
the
that you're
person?
being
Who
fooled.
said they're
It's
not
my
being fooled?
turn.
Wait.
That's Prince.
Wait,
Kata,
Prince. 1 second. Who said they're not being fooled?
I
Can I be
said
fooled
I
because they
am
are the
not being
fools?
fooled, and I'm
Who's the person?
emphatic
Wait,
about that.
sorry. Who's the person that said they're not being
I
fooled?
am
Norma.
emphatic about that. I
Okay.
am not being
Norma.
fooled. I know
Norma.
exactly
1 second.
who
Norma.
I believe.
Norma, are you going to heaven?
Obviously, yes.
Are you sure you're going to heaven?
Very sure. Extremely sure.
You're very, very sure.
Extremely sure. 100% sure.
Does heaven exist?
I just said I'm going somewhere. You're asking me if it
Does
exists. I
does
thought you are
heaven
very
exist?
logical.
Yes or no now? Does heaven
I
exist?
thought you are very logical.
I
I
thought
said
you
I'm
are
going
very
to.
logical
African
too
people
now.
don't believe
I
in
said
heaven because
I
no one
am
has died
going.
and come back to
So,
tell you there's a
Wait,
heaven.
so you are
hold on
asking
now.
me
Vessel,
if it
Vessel, wait, I need
exists.
to know. Yes,
You guys are
does
logical
heaven
people now.
exist?
Are you not logical people?
Does
That's what I'm
heaven
doing.
exist? Mr. Logical, does it
No.
exist?
Your first question has answered the second question. That's what I'm telling you. If you are logical, indeed.
My
If you are
first question
logical,
to you
indeed.
is
Your first
my
question
first question
has
to you
answered the second
was, are
question.
you going to heaven? You said you
And I
are
said
going.
yes.
Now,
So
I'm
that
the next
answered your
question now.
second
The
question.
next
You
question
guys
is
are
about
logical
the
people. Don't
location.
forget
Please
it.
don't let me shout,
Don't
please.
forget. You
It
guys
is
are
late where
logical
I
people.
am, I beg. Uncle, please, it's late where I am.
The misogyny is just terrible.
The next question, right,
Mm,
has to do with the location, right,
mm.
of the place that you are going. Yeah? Now, do you know the location of heaven?
I know the location of heaven. Where's heaven?
That is the question I'm asking you.
He doesn't know where
No,
he's going.
no, I'm asking you. So when they refer to heaven, where do people look? Where do people
Oh,
look
God, you
towards?
don't know where you're going.
It's the question
The,
that
the, the
How
did you
do you
hear
problem
the
conclude?
is
I
question?
did
you
not
don't
see
Wait,
it.
realize
How
hold
do you
on.
conclude?
Come on now, this is
You are the
not
one
fair.
asking a
Did you not see
question.
the question? I
You are the
asked
one
you a question.
concluding from the
Where is
question.
heaven? You are throwing the question right back at me. Are you okay?
Look up. Heaven is up there.
Up where?
Up there.
Up is
listen,
where
your
now?
question, you're
On
trying to
the roof.
infuse
Oh, the
Yes, I
roof.
did
The
geography
roof.
as
The
well.
roof
I
Where?
know
is
what you are
on
Up
trying to
where?
fire.
say.
Up
I know what you
where?
are
Up
trying to
where?
say.
No,
That
no,
when
no,
you
no,
go
no,
out of
no.
the earth,
See,
you go into the
excuse
sea,
me,
right?
excuse me. Are you saying heaven is in the clouds?
that's not what he's
Heaven
saying.
is
It is a
up
spiritual
there.
thing.
Oh, please. This one's coming with
No,
spiritual.
ma, no, ma. You say where? I should look up. Up where?
Heaven is heaven is up there. There's heavens of heavens. So if someone will say something about the Bible never says something about the universe.
Heaven
And
of
like what
heavens.
Holism said,
Okay.
Bible
All
doesn't
right.
necessarily use the word
All right.
universe.
No worries. Guys, this is the gentleman that said it is too late. Huh? He said it is too
What I
late.
have, you don't
For
have
him,
it. You don't
it is
understand. See,
too
if
late.
I have $10 in my pocket, and you've never seen $10
May I
before,
not
there is no
may
way
I not have what you
Afro,
have?
Afro,
oh
can we
dear
May
let
I
God.
Prince
may I
Prince
not
MJ
have
speak?
I hope I wish I
no. I
can
don't
say
know if
amen.
Raskilo
I
is
wish I
here.
can say
I don't
amen
know
to
if
what,
Raskilo is
but
here.
I'll be wicked to say
No,
amen. But let
listen,
me tell you what I'm saying. If I have ten
may I
dollars
not
in my
have,
pocket
no, please.
and you
May I not have what you have? You are going to a place, a non-existent place.
are
You
you
don't
guys
even know whether the place
muting me?
exists or not.
That's
Yes,
your
I muted
opinion
you.
now.
I
You
muted you
can't
because I was
impose your
speaking.
opinion.
You are speaking over me. The fuck? Just let me get my words out.
Oh, three
Please.
of you can
Raskilo, are you there?
I'm here listening to
Go
these.
on. You speak and then we can hear from Prince. This guy is going to heaven. He doesn't know where the place. He says the heaven of the heaven of the heaven. Okay. He says up there. Up there is where? It's too
Up,
late.
up is Nyash. That's where it is.
Up. It's too late already. The guy is going to a non-existent place, but it is too late. Anyway, go on, Raskilo.
Oh, let Prince go ahead. If anything comes up, I'm just
Okay.
going to.
All right. Go on, Prince.
All right, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a slow speaker and I'm not atheist and I'm not a Christian zealot, but I have something that I believe in. Okay, let me just address some things that came up because I've been in the background listening. Mr. Carter, I became more interested in adding a word to yours when you were speaking, but events overtook it. You were asking Holis that what you were talking about, what book? He said he doesn't need any book, and you said, see, America has a constitution. That is a book, and everybody follows that constitution. So if you say you don't need a book to learn moral, I think you should tell the forefathers of America. The Civil War of America, the story was told us. We were not there, but we believe it. The Bible
Sorry, can I say
was
something?
written,
Sorry, I'm
the
interrupting.
Bible, let me
I'm
just finish,
interrupting.
you
No,
you
Prince,
have
you
your
need to
say.
allow people to correct you because they
Yeah,
say
so
say you think
No,
they are wrong.
Oh,
let me
sorry. I
finish.
need.
You can correct me when I'm done. I don't
No,
want to
no,
lose
no,
my
no, no.
chain
Hold
of
on.
Wait,
Just
wait.
hold
thoughts.
on.
Hold on.
Just
1
hold on.
second,
We let
please.
let the
No,
guy
no.
finish
Excuse
his
me.
let
No,
Prince finish
no,
his
no.
word.
For you, no.
This
One
is what
second.
this
One
is
second.
what's been
That
going on
1
here.
second, please.
When
1
Kata was
second.
speaking, I
1
wanted to
you
add
second.
the
guys
1
word.
just
You
second.
skip
didn't.
1
people.
second.
You don't let people talk.
Now,
Be quiet. Let the
atheist
Prince
cats.
finish his talk.
Atheist cats. Atheist cats is American, right? And I'm sure you heard what he just said. Just for the sake of we're not spreading misinformation. I beg. This is the reason why we have
Yeah,
this Prince.
just to
Atheist
make sure
cats,
we're
very
clear.
quickly, just clarify.
Right.
I want to clarify something when Etis cast this
The
though.
Let him
Constitution is
just
not a
clarify.
okay. The Constitution is not a book.
There you go.
It's a document.
Exactly.
Also, it's also not about morality.
It's about
Just
laws.
one, yes. And
But you
trust
follow
me, if
it,
you really
right?
want,
Oh, come on now. Let
it's
him
not
go.
about morality. It's
But you
about
follow but you
legality.
follow it.
The
You follow the rules in that.
Constitution,
Can you keep
the
quiet, please? Let him speak.
Constitution is a blueprint on how the government works. It is not a guide about how to act as a person. It's not the same thing.
So can I say something?
So, yeah, go on. Finish what you're saying. And we need to let Prince get back to what he's saying.
Prince. So this is kind of my field because I'm a lawyer. So there's a clear dichotomy between the Constitution and being morally upright. So listen to what I'm saying. I don't need a book to be morally upright. I don't need a book to do what is right. Comparing the Constitution and the Bible is a reach. The Constitution are the grand norm, or rather the laws of the land, which everyone who inhabits in that particular geographical setting must abide by. The Bible is clearly different from that. And we saying, I don't need a book to be morally upright is justifiable. If you need a book to be a morally upright person, then I have nothing to say to you. You are either a monster or a very, very pathetic person. That you need a book to do what is right. You need a book to guide you by doing what is right, staying away from what is wrong. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, wow,
So,
wow.
do
Prince.
these people even know what morality is? That's the question.
Wow. I mean, Kata, wow.
They clearly don't, because how can you tell me that you need the Bible to be a moral, upright human being? How
Yeah.
can you tell me that you need the Bible to be a just man? You don't. You don't need it.
Do you need the Bible?
Can we
The
let
Bible transcends beyond what you're talking about.
Prince? No, it doesn't.
Yes,
Prince,
it does.
can we let?
Because you don't understand it.
How does the Bible transcend?
It transcends beyond what he is talking about.
How?
It's a thing of your spiritual
Oh,
upliftment.
come on.
It's a
And
spiritual
let's stop.
thing.
Stop right there.
Don't do
It
that.
Do
is a
you need
spirit. It is
spirit?
a
Do you
spiritual
need
thing. It's
anything
something that
spirit to
helps.
tell you don't steal? Do
Sorry.
you need spirit?
Please don't do that. Come on.
No, it is a spirit. It's
The
something to
problem
help
I have,
Do
uplift
the
you
you.
problem I
need
have,
spirit to tell you not to steal?
the
Wait,
problem I have
Do
with
you
this
need
hold
that?
on,
You,
guys,
you
hold on.
don't.
Excuse me,
I believe
excuse
I'm
me.
made up of a physical and a spiritual
Holism, let me
side
ask you
of
a question.
things.
Holism, let me ask you a question. The book of Genesis, yeah? When you open your book of Genesis, let me even read it. Someone has an echo. Someone's mic has an echo. Okay, I think it's Masculo. Masculo, is that you? Okay, yeah. Okay. Holism. Right. Genesis chapter 1 from verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and the darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. So the evening and the morning were the first day. Right? Okay. So holism. This is the events in the beginning, right? Can you just very quickly tell us
How did the author of this book get these events from the beginning when the person wasn't there? How did they get these events?
You see, you guys, you have removed
The,
me from speaking.
the
I didn't even
No, we
speak
have
up
not.
to 1 minute.
Prince. I will
I
let you.
didn't.
Prince,
You
I will
gave me
let you
an
get back.
opportunity.
Prince,
I did. You
please,
didn't
please,
even let me
Prince,
speak.
please,
Prince, that is
Prince,
their way. That is their way.
Prince, please. I will
Just get
let you
used to
get
it.
back. I will let you get back to the conversation, Prince. I apologize. I will let you get back to the conversation.
you read a passage that says the Spirit of God, right? The Spirit of God. What does it mean?
I don't
It
know.
means God is a spirit. And because he created us in his image and likeness, we also have that spirit in us as well.
Sorry, what is a spirit?
A spirit is an essence of God in us as humans.
What is that? What's an essence?
It is something that you wouldn't understand if I tried to explain it to you.
I wish you would just try. Let's see.
No, it is something that hasn't got any form. It is an essence of God when he created man, has a link to him.
What?
Yes.
Okay, so how does that answer the question that I asked? The author of this book, where did they get this information
Now,
from?
the answer is inspiration from God is something that can be a communication between God and man through the Spirit. When they say inspiration from God, it doesn't mean the inspiration you're thinking about. It is a communication between God and man
Hear
in
my
the
earphones
spirit.
in your
In the
head.
spirit,
Why should you hear it then?
Sorry, you say what?
it is the Spirit of God communicating with man in the spirit.
That doesn't make sense to me at all.
It wouldn't
I
make
wish you
sense
would. I
because
wish
it
you
is
would.
not. It is not something you can prove scientifically.
Okay, so this person had this spirit speaking to him. Did the spirit tell him to write these events in the beginning?
Absolutely,
And how do you know this?
because I believe every single word in the Bible.
No, that's not the question I asked.
No,
How
that
how
is.
do
I
you
have answered
know?
it. That is how I know this because I
Okay, where
believe
do
what
you
is written
where do you get the information from? Where do
from
you
the
get the
Bible.
information? No. We just read in the beginning, God, this is it. Where do you get the information that it was the spirit that was telling this person?
The Bible was inspired by God. Is inspired by God, and the inspiration you're thinking about is not what it is. It is a spiritual communication between God and man, and that's what has made people to write these things.
Okay, I don't understand the spiritual communication between God and man. How does that
Something
work?
that is beyond physical. It is beyond physical
Why,
What do
why,
you
why
mean? What
must
do you mean?
Christians spiritualize everything?
But what
because
do
we
you
believe
not
we
everything?
have
What does
an
he
essence called the Spirit in
what
us.
do you mean
Why
beyond
can't we just deal
physical?
with facts and evidence? Why must we spiritualize and contextualize
So that's the
everything?
difference
Why?
between
Afro has
us
just
and
read to us now
people.
that the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the earth. We believe that our creation
The
has
question
spirits.
was, how does the person who wrote this know what happened then? Can you answer
And
the
I'm saying
question,
it
please?
was
I
a
think he has
communication
answered
between
that
God
already
and
by
man. I've
saying,
answered it. It was a communication between God and
Which
man.
which man? Which man was it communicated to?
The person that wrote this,
And who
Who
is
is
that
that
person?
person that wrote?
Like
Let's
it
say
just
person
it
that
just,
has
it
wrote
just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense, no matter
Moses
how you
wrote
try to defend it.
no, it doesn't make sense to you. It makes sense to me.
no, who wrote it? We just want the
Logically,
name
it
You
of the
makes
don't.
person who
sense.
wrote it.
Who
You
That's
are
wrote
all.
asking
it?
a question. You're asking a question with a
Moses wrote
biased mind
Prince,
already.
Genesis.
hold on. How
Was
is it
Moses
biased to want
there
to
when
know
it
who
was
wrote the
written?
book?
Was Moses there when it was written? How do
And
you
and
know
I'm
that
trying to
Moses was there?
say
Right.
It is a communication in spirit, and spirit
With
transcends
who? Between
time.
who and
Okay,
who?
God
guys,
and
1 second.
man.
So
Okay,
if it was a communication
Vessel,
within
Vessel.
spirit, why did they have to put it in a book?
Okay,
Why
Vessel,
is it
please,
that all
Vessel.
human beings are
Because
not
they
born with
want
that
people
inbuilt
like you to
knowledge?
read it.
Vessel, I need to ask
They
him
want
a
No,
people
question.
like you to
everyone
Hold
should
on,
read
have
it
been
and
Vessel.
born
know
with
who
the
God
One
inbuilt
is.
second.
knowledge.
One second. I need to ask the gentleman a question. Okay. Holism, because you're a nurse, right? How do you tell someone who is inspired by God and someone who is schizophrenic?
That is in the realm of mental health. If you're talking about mental health, you go and speak to a
Oh my
mental health
How
person.
do
goodness.
you tell the difference?
What do you know that? What do you think inspiration is?
How do you tell the difference between the two?
No, do you know what inspiration is in the
No,
first place?
I
Oh,
don't
listen,
know.
can you
I
just
don't
answer the
know.
question without
No,
going
that
left and
you
right?
want me
You
to
can
answer
never
your
answer a
question that
question
doesn't
properly.
require a straightforward
I don't
answer.
know.
No,
I
when you
don't
don't
know
answer
the.
a
I
question
don't
with
know
another
what.
question.
I
Vessel is
don't.
simple because they have no answers to the
Wait,
question.
Exactly.
Once. Let him. Let's. He's asking me if I know what
Please, I have a
inspiration.
question,
I
please.
don't know. No, Norma, please. Wait, just hold on. I don't
Yes,
know what
please.
inspiration is. Can you tell me what it is?
From the Bible's perspective, it means the communication given to man to write the texts.
And do you know what a schizophrenic person? They hear voices, right? They too are inspired. Sometimes they even think that God is speaking to them. Some of them think that God is speaking to them.
Some of them even analyze their children and say God told them to do it.
So how do we tell those two apart?
Because the outcome differs. The outcome differs. Do you have dreams, if I may ask?
No, sorry. What do you mean the outcome differs?
The, do you have dreams?
Yes, I do dream. Yes,
Exactly. Do schizophrenics have dreams?
exactly.
Yes, they
But
do
Normal
dream.
human beings, of course,
Exactly.
don't have
So how do
exactly
you
dreams.
what?
differentiate between the dream of a
That was the
schizophrenic and
question
your
asked
dream?
to you,
Wait,
and you
excuse
failed
me.
to answer it.
Excuse me. Dreams are a product of your brain. Your dreams aren't supposed to tell you anything. Your
What
dreams,
part of your brain?
your dreams are a product of your brain, uncle.
It's a figment of your imagination.
No, no, no,
What is
no, no,
the
no, 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 no. Hold on. Your dreams, they're very much a physical thing inside the inner workings of your brain. It's nothing supernatural. It's nothing spiritual. Nothing at all.
Dream is a continuation of the conscious in the subconscious.
Okay.
That
No, no,
is
no.
that is the that is the
All right.
definition of
Hi,
dream.
All right,
Oh my
guys.
God.
Continuation of the
Prince,
conscious in the
does
subconscious.
that make sense to you? What
It
you
Does
does.
that
just
make
said?
It
sense?
Yeah,
does. No, no. What he said.
it makes sense.
What he said.
My
What he
Dream
said.
is
goodness.
the
Wait. Hold on. Hold on.
continuation.
My goodness.
Hold
And we're
on.
expecting
No.
Nigeria
Let
to
me
No.
tell you
succeed.
something
No.
about
Hold
dream. Let
on.
me tell you
Hold on.
something
Hold
about
on.
dream that
Hold on.
Hey,
What he's saying actually makes sense, right? When you
not
think
for
about
me.
when you think about the conscious and then in your subconscious, a continuation of the conscious into the subconscious, it does make sense. As long as it's nothing spiritual, it makes sense.
Huh?
Well, let's get to Prince. Prince, sorry about we went off on a tangent, but please go on. Prince, Mr. Prince.
Okay, someone keep muting me. See, you have made me lose my chain of thought,
I'm
but
sorry.
Pray and ask the Holy
all right.
Spirit to give it back to you. Just
Vessel
pray.
now, Vessel,
Okay,
no. Let him go on. To be fair to him, please now don't mute him, guys. Please, I want him to speak. Let him speak, I beg. And the gentleman has already said that he speaks very slowly. So please, let's give him a chance to speak, please.
thank
Please,
you.
please, please give him a chance to speak.
Wherever I speak, I always tell people my limitations so that they can accommodate it.
I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem when you say things that don't make sense. That's all.
Ma'am, you sound like the most educated here,
I'm not
but
actually.
let me just tell you
Most
that
Can,
dream.
educated
can we
is
just
a
can we just
distract.
Can we just get on with, please? Let's just get on,
All
please.
right. All right.
Please.
The atheists talked about Moses not being on record in Egypt and elsewhere. Since you said you are an archaeologist,
Historian.
you would
Historian.
Okay, historian. Okay, you will know about Pharaoh Akhenaten. You know about other pharaohs, right?
Yes, we know about the different pharaohs that existed. Yes.
Okay, and you also know about the child pharaoh, right?
You mean Tut? Yep.
Yeah, and you also know about the female pharaoh, right?
Cleopatra? Well, more than one. There's three actually. Which one are you referencing?
All right. Okay, so
are we testing me for some reason?
No. I want you to help us shed light on certain things. Which of the pharaohs in the history of Egypt removed the records of the previous pharaoh from the tombs in the pyramid? Yes.
None that I know of. Who are you referencing?
All right, the Sphinx.
And also,
Sphinx.
wait a minute. And also, which specific tomb, and which specific pyramid? Because it's not just one.
The one in Luxor.
Okay.
So what does this?
All right. What I'm trying to highlight here is that you say there is no record of Moses. You know, like I told you guys earlier, I'm not atheist, and
you didn't listen to the whole thing. There, stop.
I'm not a fanatic. I
know what you're trying to do, and I'm going to explain something. Stop.
No. Let me finish.
Listen to the whole thing.
You will have.
Atheist, please let him finish. Please.
All right.
I asked, let him finish, please. I would like, Prince, I would like for you to just finish what you're saying without asking any question further. Just get to a point so that at least we can counter or whatever, you know. I'm not sure, I don't understand where this is going, but just get to your point, please.
Okay. I don't know who keep muting me, but that's not the issue. Okay. The thing is this. Atheist said there is no record of Moses. And I'm trying to tell you that in Egypt, there are records of kings obliterating the record of previous kings in order to take them out of the history of
that's
Egypt.
Incorrect. And I'm actually going to point something out.
You say that's incorrect?
You know there's pyramid in Luxor,
if you say
right?
that is incorrect, then
there
if you say that is incorrect, then you are not a historian.
Prince, there is no pyramid in Luxor.
Tomb.
What?
Oh, now you're saying the temple.
No, you said a tomb. You said a tomb.
Now it's a tomb.
You switched from a pyramid to a
different
tomb.
than a pyramid.
Now, listen, Vessel, I know you are a sarcastic person. I know you are sarcastic.
You said pyramid.
That's why I said you are the most educated person here.
It's got nothing to do
I
with
mentioned pyramids.
You said pyramids.
I mentioned pyramids and tombs. No.
That is a lie. Prince,
you see, I said I know your pride. When I was speaking, I said pyramids
and Prince. Hold on, let's play your game for a second. When I discussed how we determine historical information, did I state that we give from one location? Yes or no?
Oh, wow.
They keep turning me off. Listen, let me just help you guys. Let me be an onlooker like I was before. Let me just be an onlooker like I was before, because you guys.
Please let him speak now. I really want to hear. I want to hear him speak.
Well, the problem is he's coming at me and questioning my credentials, my knowledge.
Okay.
Which is why I'm not happy with him.
All right.
Prince, I asked you a direct question.
I'm not
When I
questioning your
discussed, I
credential.
am
Hold
still
on.
talking.
Hold
Give,
on. I'm not
I
questioning
asked
your
you a direct
credentials.
question.
What I'm
Prince,
You
saying
get
is,
muted
Prince,
because
I
you like
asked,
talking over
Prince,
people. Then you want to
you
cry.
just discredited. You just tried to discredit his
no.
credentials. That's what you
you
just tried
actually
to do.
did.
I said
And that's
I
So
not
I'm
want you
going
fair.
to
to help
discuss
us
something with you,
shed
Prince.
light.
That's not what you
Prince.
I
said.
said I wanted you to help
This
us
Prince
shed
guy lies
light.
too much.
No. Now,
Madam,
Prince,
I don't know you from
Prince,
nowhere. I
I'm
wouldn't
asking you a
ascribe
We
question,
any
and
are
I
all
think you need to
here
character to
listening
answer
to
it
what
you.
now.
you're saying.
I
It's your turn
mentioned
to answer
here that
my
I want him
question.
to shed light.
Prince,
That's
it
what I
is now
said.
time for
You
you to
said he
answer
is not
my
a
question.
historian.
Vessel, let the man speak.
No, I never
He wasn't
said
If you're
sure he
not
that.
could
I
talking
give
to
it
never
to
me, you're
him.
said.
not addressing
I
me, and I'm
called him.
addressing him back. What's your
I
problem?
called him an archaeologist. He said he's a
No,
historian. I
no.
said,
After
okay.
I questioned your information, you suggested I'm not a historian.
I
Now,
never
I am
suggested.
asking you a direct question. When I was discussing how we determine historical information, especially about the claim about Moses, did I state we get our information from one source?
I don't know if you said that.
Then you weren't listening, which is why
I
I'm
was
pissed at you
listening.
right
I
now.
was
So
listening.
now you're
I
going to
was
stop
listening.
talking for a moment, and I'm going to tell you. The claim that maybe somebody removed the records, that is always a possibility. Here's the problem. We don't go just by records in one location. Because again, Egypt is not exactly a desert moon planet or something. It was a major hub of power and transportation and trade during that time period. And other nations around it existed and traded with them and wrote about them and recorded information about them. And for an event so big that the firstborn was unalived, the blood in the water, the plagues coming in the locusts, the most of the army being unalived with the Red Sea crossing, and none of this is mentioned or acted upon by either their friends or their enemies, gives and the complete lack of historical evidence from any other source is why we say it didn't happen. Please listen to the entire thing before you try saying one thing at me.
All right.
Now
Are
you
you
can talk.
done?
If he's still
Oh,
talking, how can he be done?
Yeah, it was quiet. That's why.
wait a
He
minute,
That's
never
why I
was
Prince.
asked.
quiet.
Wait a minute. I want to show some. Prince, repeat back to me what I said in your own words.
I don't have to repeat that. I
Because you
got what
weren't
you
listening.
said.
Because you were not listening.
Listen. What you
You
said is
were not
this.
listening.
You said what it did. Look, let me just summarize what you said. You said,
Wonderful, please.
you said you don't from what you said that you don't get history from one place, and that the countries around them, why didn't they take advantage of their situation to either overrun them or whatever you meant by that? But let me give you an answer to that.
This
You
should be
see,
addressable.
America of today.
America has nothing to do with the answer. Stick with the
I'm
time
just
period.
look.
Can you let the man speak? Let the man
Stick
These
with
speak.
the time
these guys
period.
are impossible. Even though you try to shut me down, but let me
Stick
say
with the
my
time
part.
period.
America
This is
of
not about
today,
analogies.
all right, Egypt
Can you
was the
just stick to the
strongest country
facts,
around
please?
that time. I'm just
Except after the Exodus. Right?
after the Exodus. Egypt, as at the time that we are talking about, Egypt was the strongest nation in the world.
Please tell us when the
Except,
Exodus happened. Which year?
right. What time period would we be
You
checking
can
that in?
you can Google that. You
If you
guys have
don't
been
know
This
what
posting
is
Google
year
the
or
here.
time
what time
period.
You
period it
can
took
Google
place,
that.
don't talk about it.
Listen, you
For
don't,
fuck's
madam,
sake.
Don't talk
don't
about it
talk
if you
over me.
can't prove it.
I'm still talking.
Well, wait a minute. How
take
about
your turn
this?
after me.
Guys, let him finish, please.
Come on, I don't know. I
He's
don't
still spreading
understand this. We are
disinformation
trying
here.
to
Okay,
this
okay,
academic
guys,
exercise.
What
just
academic exercise when you've
him
got no
wait.
facts?
Just let him. Please just let him finish, and then please, everyone just note the things that.
The Afro, please. Let me just I was an onlooker here before. I just wanted to chip in something because
Okay,
my
Prince,
people say
Prince,
My
As much as
people say when
Prince,
The
when I'm
boss is
at,
speaking. Hello.
Prince, as much as possible, I really would love for you to get your point across. Right? You said you're not a Christian and you are not an atheist, Abby. You said you have your own belief.
I no,
Christian.
I am not an atheist and I am not a zealot.
What
But I said I have something I believe. I have a belief.
What do you believe in then?
My belief does not matter to anybody here.
He's embarrassed
But
about
what
his
I'm saying
belief.
is,
Wait.
no, I'm not
It does.
embarrassed. I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to
Prince,
take
it
that
matters.
away from you guys.
Prince, it matters because it's this belief
Oh, okay.
that
If it matters to you guys, I'm a Christian.
thank
Of course you
you.
are.
Yeah, I'm a Christian, but I'm not a zealot.
Okay,
Well,
so
you seem to
as
be
a
one at this
Christian,
moment.
as a Christian, what kind of Christian are you?
Bad
What
one.
kind of Christians are there?
What
I'm
do you
just a
mean by
Christian.
being a zealot in the
As
first
in,
place?
There's
as
about
in,
45
what
different denominations of
denomination?
Christianity.
What denomination?
I
You
I
guys are
don't
not
fall under
Christians. Why
that
would you want to
category.
know the denomination?
What denomination?
I'm a Christian. I'm just a Christian.
Which church do you go to then?
What does that really matter in what we are discussing?
It matters a lot.
Prince sounds like a pastor.
It matters a lot because
A guy in the
Anyway,
church.
see, like I told you guys, I'm not a zealot.
If you told me what church you go to, then you for my next question, you'll understand why it's very
It is called compartmentalization. It's called compartmentalization.
You mean the name of your church is compartmentalization?
No, what you are requesting is compartmentalization.
What? No, it
I
isn't.
don't think you know what that word means.
Oh, look, atheist, you may be a historian. You don't even know my background.
No one cares.
Well,
I know that you don't know what
if I can,
compartmentalization means.
if I can quote to you what a dream is, you don't know my background.
Oh no, I understand dreams.
Wait. So you want to quote? What? Oh, please quote. I would love to hear this. Please quote. What is a dream, please?
I told you already, and you savored it.
What did you say? No, sorry, I didn't hear it. When did you say?
Listen, it say the vessel. I said something in the beginning,
please,
and you ran with it. I said you are the most educated person here.
No, wait now, Prince. Now, me, I'm trying to get her just to please, Vessel, just mute yourself so that you're not laughing over what you
I was muted. I'm
No,
sorry.
let Vessel laugh now.
No, I don't want her. I don't want her laughing.
In where I come
I
from,
want to
where I
treat
come
you,
from.
please, Prince. I want you to be treated with utmost respect, right? This is why I want it, just so that she's not laughing over what you are saying.
No. She don't have to do that for her. You don't have to.
Okay.
She's an adult. She can laugh. You understand?
Okay. Can you please? But now, come, me, I want to hear what you're saying. That's why I'm asking.
My sister, don't worry yourself. You see, Vessel,
All
leave
right,
her. She's
Prince.
adult. Let her laugh.
Oh yeah, Prince, tell us about the dreams, Joe.
So, what do you want to know about the dreams?
You said to atheist guys that if you quote the dreams, now we wouldn't know something about where you're coming from.
Say what I said was because Vessel, the first thing I said about her here is she's the most educated person here from the way she's behaving on this platform.
Probably not going to be true. I love Vessel.
Why? She's all knowing. She is all knowing. If you listen to her,
Prince, that's condescending.
Oh, but her laughter is not condescending, right?
You just gave her the go ahead to continue to laugh. I was trying to.
That's what I'm saying. You know, I come from Nigeria, and there is a proverb where I come from. Those who laugh without any reason, that's a symptom of malady.
Oh, we have a reason.
I'm laughing
at what you're saying.
You said no, you are not laughing at what I'm saying because at times I don't even say.
This is the same guy who called the Constitution a book.
Guys, 1 second.
And a guide of morality.
This is why I would love for him to go back because don't forget he started speaking and we didn't let him finish. Right? To be fair to the gentleman, he hasn't really spoken a lot. It's like there's been a lot of this back and forth.
and I really want to.
I want his whole thing. I got paper ready. I'm
Okay,
waiting to write it
yes, I
down.
would like for him to either just. I wanted to hear about the dreams, but
But I'm more interested about the history stuff, but we can go
Okay,
with
let me
dreams.
just give, yeah, since you're interested in the dreams, let me give you just one or two
point.
jarrases about dreams.
Garasis.
It's like us, yeah, like I said earlier on, dream is the continuation of the conscious in the subconscious. I'm sure everybody understands that.
No.
No, please describe what the conscious and unconscious
And
is.
that's the
No.
that's supposed to be
Prince,
the most
now.
educated person
Wait.
here.
No, come on.
Which end of your
No, Prince.
oh, Vesselu.
Prince. If you are going to get to a point, you see,
Yeah, I'm making my
you are
point,
the one. Prince.
and I'm
No,
hearing
let me
Vessel
tell you.
say
Look, it is late
It
where I
wasn't
am.
even me
It
that
is
said
late.
that.
Wait, guys, you guys are.
it
I
was
don't
you,
want.
it
Atheist
was you.
Cats
Oh,
that
come
said that.
on! I'm trying to not shout. Listen, it's late where I am, so I don't want to shout. I beg. My boys are fast asleep now.
No, but Alfred, did
Prince,
I say that was an atheist cats?
no. Just
Yeah,
hold on,
that's me.
hold on 1 second. Prince, you just made one point, just 1 point, and the next thing was a question. Does everybody understand? Just carry on with what you were saying. You are the one calling for your own this problem now, because when you start asking the question now, people will say we don't understand, and then the next thing you know, you won't be able to carry on with what you're saying. Just make
Afro,
a
might
point.
I make a small suggestion? How about we do a timer? We can do a
Okay.
timer. No one interacts. Everybody mutes. Let him go on for whatever amount of time Afro wants to set. That way, Prince, you say whatever you think you need to say.
Okay.
No one laughs, no one interrupts. And you're not asking questions at us. You're just saying what you wanted to say.
Okay. Let me give
How
him.
about that?
Okay.
How much time do you want to give him?
There we go. All right.
All
Go
right,
on.
thank you. So like I was saying earlier on, in Egypt, there were records that were removed. And those records, you cannot bring them back because they were removed from inscription. Again, you say there were no records any other elsewhere. There were records in Babylon, which is modern-day Iraq, and Assyria. There are records there to show the commentaries of the Bible. Meanwhile, historically, the places that were mentioned in the Bible, let me just say this first. The Bible was written over 5 different continents at different times without the benefit of internet, without the benefit of aeroplane for transportation. And the things that were written corroborates itself. So that's something that, to look at. How did that happen? And they all said basically the same thing. Those are things you should look into. So having said that, like I said earlier, I'm not here to defend the Bible or Christianity. I just wanted to correct some things that holistic, or what's your name, and Norm could not come up with. You were asking him if he has evidence, and he said he doesn't have it. That he doesn't have it right at the tip of his finger right now does not mean it doesn't exist. It only means he cannot lay his hands on it. But if the Bible, which was written thousands of years ago, before the advent of records, has all the names of these places that are still in existence today, then whoever inspired, who wrote those documents, it means that that person is higher than them. Whatever way you want to describe that person is now left to you. I yield the remaining of my time to Vessel.
Oh, hell no. Nope. You're handing it to me, buddy. Okay, let's go over this. All right, you claim records were removed from Egyptian tomb. The only Egyptian tomb that I could find about Luxor was one that was recently discovered for the Middle Kingdom of 11 family members of the same lineage found. No evidence that records were removed. Next, you claim several locations where the evidence of the Bible was located. I would love for those actual locations to be named and what specifically they're claiming. Next, you try to place it exists, and this is the one I love. You just claimed the Bible was written over 5 continents. Well, considering the 7 continents, and nobody lives in Antarctica, so that one's out. Are you saying that the Bible was written in North America, South America, Antarctica, Egypt, Asia, Africa? Well, we know Africa and Asia. I'm wondering what parts of the Bible came overseas, because that's what you did claim, but you didn't know that. So how did this happen? Well, for one thing, the area that it actually was written in, everybody keeps claiming, oh, there's so many different continents. No, the area was a small area. Asia, Asia, Europe, and Africa. The area is concise. They're all in one little tight little place. They're all right nearby the same border area. Next, you want to know how it's done? Copying. 97% of Mark actually copies Matthew. Luke also copies Matthew. This is called the synopsis. The synoptic gospel problem. I'm probably saying it wrong. It's like, and then you talked about records. Do you know how long we've had records? Do you know what history is? History literally means the time period that we have since writing developed. Ever since cuneiform in Mesopotamia, we've had records. And Egypt was really good at keeping records. Like, amazingly good. That's why we know all of the stuff that we know about Egypt. And yet, you claim that all the evidence for the Exodus was just stolen away. Poof. Like magic. So tell me one thing, Prince. Under which pharaoh did the Exodus happen? Name the pharaoh.
That's not an
It's
academic
exactly the question. Name the pharaoh.
That's not an academic question.
It definitely is. Name the pharaoh.
You were not there during the time of. You were not there during the time of Exodus.
The pharaoh, Prince.
Listen. Saying name the pharaoh is not an academic question.
It actually is an academic question. What pharaoh was the one that's happened under? That is 100% academic question.
You say writing started with cuneiform or hieroglyphics.
No, not the same thing.
Okay, but hold on. You say it started with cuneiform in Mesopotamia, right?
Well, Samaria.
Mesopotamia. Go check your No, Mesopotamia. Go and check. Go check Go check.
Samaria,
go back.
Samaria before Mesopotamia.
I'm not going to waste my time arguing that.
I'm still waiting though for the pharaoh. Prince,
Mesopotamia is where cuneiform started.
You dodged so hard when I asked you the name of the pharaoh for the Exodus. Why can't you tell me?
And I'm telling you, it is not that's not an academic question.
Academic.
That's not academic
you
question.
You made the claim about them being removed. Then you should know what pharaoh this documentation is missing from.
Let me tell you, it wasn't even during. It wasn't the pharaoh that was on.
I didn't say it was the pharaoh. I'm asking you under which pharaoh did this happen?
And I'm telling you that is not an academic question.
It is an academic question.
No,
it's not. A historical question.
It's not. It's not an academic question.
You're an idiot. I'm being blunt about it now. I am asking you literally a
I in
question
that case,
about
in
history.
that case,
No,
you say,
because
I
you
am
can't
you
asking
say,
answer.
you literally a
Because
question
you
you
about
can't
see
answer a
people
history, and you're
question.
trying to say it's
when
not
you can't win
academic.
an argument, win an
You
argument,
can't
this
It's
is
not
compete
what you
about
and
winning an
resort
debate.
to.
argument. Just give us the facts. You've got a claim. You've made a claim. Can
This
you
is
prove what
when
you're saying is
people, when
true?
I didn't make that claim, he
You're
made the
the one
claim.
who said that there was a
He made,
pharaoh that took something away. Which pharaoh?
yeah, Akhenaten. That is
When?
his name, Akhenaten. You say you
The
are
Bible
asking when
doesn't
now.
So
mention
You
a
go
just
and
pharaoh. So
research
listen to
it.
where did you
Jesse.
get this
Go and
information?
research it.
Where do you
Listen,
get this
I've
information?
mentioned the
Because the
name
Bible
now. You are
doesn't mention
asking
a
for the
pharaoh.
time. It was BC. It was in BC. Go and check it.
In BC what?
So
Which year BC?
Yeah,
BC when?
go
I'm gonna
check
have
it
fun
out.
with this.
Listen,
You should know
atheists,
the year
I know
Akhenaten
when
was.
Yeah,
Hold on.
atheists,
someone pull him
I
up.
found out that guys like you, when you can't win an argument, you
It's
go
not about winning
into
an argument,
verbal
Prince.
assaults. So
It is literally not about winning the argument.
it's not
Anyway, can
If
I have my
surprising to
can I
me.
have my
you
3 minutes,
You
flat out.
understand
please?
me? I mean, I've been listening to you guys here.
Of course you're not listening. You didn't
Okay,
listen from the
can I
beginning.
have my 3 minutes, please? Thank
Go for it.
you.
Have fun.
Thank you very much. Raskila, hold on now. I've got my 3 minutes. Right. Basically, when you speak to Jewish people who the Old Testament belongs to, right? That's their religion. They will tell you that everything in the Old Testament is a story. None of those people existed. So if Abraham did not exist, that means Moses didn't exist. All those stories you read in the Bible, they were copied from elsewhere. For example, the story about the great flood of Noah, that was copied from the Epic of Gilgamesh, a text that was written, was it even centuries before the Bible was written, or that text was inserted into the Bible. Now, if I take that story of Noah as an example of how the stupid book does not make sense, it is this. What did the lions eat when they were on that boat? Where the methane gas produced by just the cows alone would have been enough to unalive every living thing on that boat. There was no oxygen coming in. Everyone was just breathing in carbon monoxide. How did they survive? Where did they get fresh air from? Right? What about how did they get the lice? The one that attaches yourself to your genitals and makes your genitals itch. How, how did they carry it onto the boat? It means one of them must have had an STI in order to. This stupid book. Anyway, everything is a lie. If the people who the text was written for can tell you that none of it is true, then why is it that you, as an African, a shameless African, will take it and believe it as factual? Right? How does that even make sense? Your own stories of your own ancestors you have thrown away, and you're running after this God who doesn't even give two shits about you. Because if he really cared about you, no white colonizer was going to bring that book. It's the same with Islam. No Arab slave master would have brought that book to Africa. These two religions, Islam and Christianity, they need to get out. Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam has no place in Africa, has no place for Africans. That is why you're up here defending something that you don't even understand. If you go back to the original text, you can't even decipher it. All your books are just full of misinformation and falsehood. All right? So please, open your understanding. Thank you.
Peso, a round of applause for you.
Thank
And
you,
again,
Dr.
and
Papoose.
again, and again, and again. You know what I find
Can
very
I
You know what,
can I
Dr.
interesting?
say
Papoose?
one
Do
thing
you
that
know what,
can I?
Dr.
You know,
Papoose? Send me TikTok universe,
There
and
is
I'll start with you.
a conception.
you know what
There
I
is
find interesting, Vessel? A
Yeah,
statement was made earlier. I wasn't sure who said it, and they said they don't need facts to defend Jesus or defend the
it was
Bible. And
normal.
what I find disturbing about that statement is the fact that the African gods or the African deities like Shango, Obatala, and Co. these guys existed, and there's a record of their existence, and our people don't even believe them. Instead, they will rather believe another god based on faith. That's crazy, in my opinion. Really, really crazy.
Where
But
is the record of Shango's
do you
existence? Can
believe
you
in the
show us that
Shango that you're
record?
talking about?
Okay, I like where you're going. Normal success. You're the one that said it, right? You're a Benin man, right? And you
No,
were talking about your
Holism just asked you.
okay. Oh,
Holism
listen,
just asked the
you're
question.
asking me where it is. Okay, I'm gonna tell you where the record is. I'm
Oh, sorry, it was
Nigerian. I'm
Prince that
from.
said that asked that question, but Holism asked the question saying, "Shango existed. Do you believe in that Shango?"
That's what I'm trying to tell him.
Okay.
Shango. I'm sorry. Was the question that do I believe in Shango, or where's the proof Shango
No,
existed?
it
Which
was
one is
two
it?
Where
people
is
that
your
asked the
proof?
question.
Where
Okay,
is your
good question.
proof
Good
that
question. Now,
Shango existed?
okay, good question. Now, I'm from Oyo State, to be precise, and there's a record of all the kings that have existed in all the township in Oyo and all
Who
the
wrote
chiefs that
them?
have existed. What do you mean? Who wrote them? Historians.
Which historians?
Historians.
Well, what is their? How did they? Were they there when Shango existed?
Yes, they were there. They can actually
How do
take you
you
to the
know that?
household. They can take you to the household where Shango
How
existed.
do you know that? No, Shango is a myth.
Who told you that? How ignorant can you be, bro? Who told you
My
Shango is a
brother,
myth? He
it's a
existed. It's
myth.
a
If
normal.
Jesus is a myth,
That
Shango is a
Prince,
myth.
that is
No,
disrespectful. That is disrespectful.
It's
Please don't
no,
say
it's
that.
not. We are. This is
No,
an academic
Doctor,
exercise. Is
no. Can you listen for a second? If Dr. Papoose is telling you that he's from the place, right? You are not from his place. You
You
cannot
guys were
say that.
disproving
my
normal
sister,
success when he said he's from Benin.
yeah.
you
It's
know
a
what's
the guy
funny?
from Benin.
You guys
You
were
didn't let him
disproving
speak. A
normal
guy from
success.
Benin.
You
Exactly.
know what's funny? You know what's funny about what he's saying? He knows that I'm correct about the fact that Shango existed. It's just the fact that he's using it as a way of trying to
Okay,
justify.
no,
You know that
Dr.
he existed.
Papus. Dr. Papus,
You
let me
know.
tell you the story of the creation according to Yoruba mythology. Oba Atala was the one that was sent by Eledumare with a piece of cloth, with sand in the piece of cloth and a cockerel. And when Oba Atala came to earth, because he was a lover of palm wine, he saw palm wine, drank palm wine, and became drunk. Put down the piece of cloth with the sand in it, and when the cockerel, let me use chicken for the benefit of those who may not know that,
Who doesn't know what a cockerel is?
the chicken started spreading the sand in that cloth that Eledumare gave to Obatala, and that was how Ile Ife came up. La ṣe ń pè ní ilẹ̀ tó ń fẹ̀, Ile Ife. So I may be Igbo, but I can tell you now that I know the history of Yoruba more than you.
And what is
Because
the
But
Igbo creation story?
wait. You just said something. You said you know the history of Yoruba more than me. What makes
yeah,
you
I
come
do.
to that conclusion? Where are you
Because
getting that?
from how you are speaking about Shango, you
Okay.
don't know. Tell me the oriki of Shango if you know him.
Shango Oko, yeah. Are you kidding me?
That's
You want me to
just
start
it.
reciting it from you?
Yeah,
Olukoso. You want
recite
me to
it.
start going? Look, you know what I find
Continue.
interesting about you is that what you're asking me to state is actually in this curriculum of our school. They teach these things. What are you talking about?
Okay,
Everybody
why
knows
don't
that
you
it's
just
public
say it?
record.
Just
It's
say it.
public
You know,
record.
atheists ask me
No.
which
I need
pharaoh,
you to
and I'm
take that
asking you,
word
can
back.
you
You
just
saying you know about my history more than me because you read something
okay,
somewhere
all
you can
right.
recite it. Mi
Mabinu,
ò mo bínú gan.
okay. I
Ẹ má
know,
sọ nǹkan báyẹn kò dá kẹ́ máa sọ̀rọ̀
I know how
báyẹn.
touchy that. The reason I'm saying I know this more than you is because I am an Igbo man
Okay.
and a Yoruba chief.
Okay. Okay. So
So
is
they
is it a
didn't make me
competition
a
now? You're
chief
saying you know.
because of my
No,
academic.
that's for
They
within
didn't
Okay.
make me a
royalty.
chief
Okay.
because of my academic prowess. It made me a
Okay.
chief,
Your
Okay.
and
academic
Academic
prowess.
prowess.
Okay. Okay.
no,
Okay. Prince.
not my
Prince.
academic
Can I
prowess,
ask you a
but
question? Can I ask you a question?
Benny,
I
go
I
ahead.
actually feel like you know a little Yoruba history. Can you please tell Olusegun that Shango existed? Can you tell him that?
Okay, I grant that to you. Shango existed. Shango
Okay.
was a real warlord.
So don't you think it's interesting that you know for a fact that even the Igbo gods, that there's proof and there's a record that they existed, and you don't need any faith to convince you that those guys existed, but you still rather believe the one that they need to tell you, oh, just believe. Don't you think it's interesting?
No, that is not my pedigree.
Are you
Listen,
guys
you see,
believing in God, or you don't believe in anything? What do you believe in? Dr. Papus, you say you don't
myself.
believe in anything, but you still believe in Shango.
Oh no,
Talking about Shango doesn't mean
listen,
that you believe in
at no
Shango.
point did I talk about my belief. At no point.
Okay,
What
but do
I
you
said,
believe in
wait,
Shango?
hear me out. What I said was it's hilarious that you said you don't need facts about the existence of a particular God, and the one that is fact that they actually exist, you don't believe in them. It's the one that there's no evidence that they exist that you believe in. That's what I said. The fact that you had your own gods that were working well for you, and someone came and they brought you a book and they told you just believe. And meanwhile, your system that was already working for you for centuries, you were just like, oh nah, that guy, I don't believe in anymore. I'd rather go with the guy whereby they just tell me, shut up, don't ask questions, just believe.
Now,
That's what I'm saying.
I've got a
what you're
question from the
doing is the
comments.
same
Hold
thing
on, Holism.
that you said.
I've got a question from the comments. From Olujab. Olujab said, "Some of us are direct descendants of Shango. Are
And
there
that's what I
any?"
was saying earlier. I
No,
wasn't
hold
joking
on,
about it.
please.
They
Hold
know
on.
these things. The three of them know.
Hold on, Dr. Papus. Some of us here are direct descendants of Shango. Are there any direct descendants of biblical characters?
Yes. There are direct descendants, and
Of
the
who?
most popular example is Haile Selassie, the
Oh my
emperor of
goodness.
Ethiopia.
Oh, for
Oh
fuck.
my goodness.
What?
Oh my goodness. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness. Oh my
Listen,
Oh,
hold on a
goodness.
dear.
second.
Haile Selassie of Ethiopia,
No, no,
who
no,
is
no, no. That is misinformation.
Vessel,
Let's go ahead.
please give me a second. And Selassie is what? Say that again. Please unmute, Prince. Go ahead. He's
I
what?
could get the crowd miss my ass.
somebody is turning me off. You guys don't want to hear it. You
Because
ask
we
for
are
We
you
put
ask
speaking.
off
for
by you for a long
Because we are
time.
speaking, you
Emperor
don't
Haile
listen to any
Selassie.
other person.
All right, is
Go
what?
ahead. Go ahead.
Haile Selassie is a descendant of King Solomon. Is
How
from the
did?
lineage
Hold
of
on. Hold
Solomon.
on.
Go
Hold
and
on.
check
Don't
your
How?
know
record.
that Solomon existed.
So, so,
Go and
so
check
is
your record.
so is my grandmother is a descendant of Jesus Christ. I don't care about what. How did you know that information? You got it from a Rastafarian book, correct?
Oh man, who got
That is
me
the
from
history.
Rastafarian? All right, okay. Let's talk about Solomon and Queen of Sheba. What do you know
Solomon
about them?
never
The
existed.
fact that Solomon doesn't
Oga,
have any evidence of existence.
Okay, what about Queen of Sheba? Did she exist?
just if she existed,
If
does
oh, but
not
you see,
mean that Solomon existed.
my sister, I
I
cannot
said
have
if.
an academic exercise where we
I don't know
Stop
you know
using
listen.
the
what
academic.
academic
Take the word
Dr.
exercise is.
academic
Papoose,
from your
listen.
mouth.
Hold on, Dr.
Remove that word
Papoose asked
academic
me.
from your mouth
Dr.
because
Papoose,
you're far
Dr.
from
Pap,
that word. Very, very far from it.
Dr. Papoose asked me a simple question. Do I believe that Shango existed? I said yes. I never lived in that time, but based on the historical facts or the historical stories that we got? I said yes. And you are telling me if Queen Sheba even existed. Look, we cannot
If
make progress if
a
we
big
keep
if.
choosing where and where to
Vessel, give me
say
a
yes or
second.
no.
Sorry,
Vessel,
Raskilo, what did you say?
please give me a second. So,
Go ahead.
Mr. Prince, you trying to tell me that A. Selassie is a descendant of who? Solomon?
Yes.
Make it make sense, please. In a minute, please make it make sense.
All right.
And
That okay.
and trace it down for me.
Do you believe that Queen of Sheba existed?
That is not a question. Go ahead and tell me.
What do you mean that is not a question? I'm trying to build a note here.
That's
You are
not an
saying
academic question.
Exactly.
okay. You maybe Vessel should tell you that
There's no
academics should be removed.
evidence. Yes, it should be. You should
Yes.
remove from your mouth.
All right.
Don't keep talking about academics. You are very
But
far from being an
from
academic.
the atheists, it's okay, right?
Because
Yes,
I
he
can back my
is.
information up.
He is
Yeah,
actually.
Because what?
because he's a white man.
No,
Prince.
because he's a
Yeah.
historian and
It's
he
a white.
studies
Yes,
Yeah, they
because
will
he's a
history.
white
believe a
man,
white
and
man
anything he
because
Because
he's a
says,
white
we
he's a
man.
believe.
historian and
And these are the same people
he has
who are
fact
castigating
done the fact
Africa.
finding.
What makes him a historian?
One second, please, please.
What makes him a
Do you want to show
historian?
them your
One second,
degrees?
1 second. Let's not do that. That is not fair. That is not fair. I do
Somebody
not
went to
appreciate
university and
that.
studied, and you're saying what makes
I
him
do
a
not
historian?
appreciate
The
that.
press.
Come on now. We're here having conversation. And now because he's a white man, let's not do this now.
No, that's all they can do. Law jabs.
No, but you
Law
guys say
jabs.
that the white man brought the Bible. What are you talking about? Is it not the same thing?
Is it not colonizer that brought the Bible?
Is it not the colonizer you're listening
Is it
to
not
right here in
colonizer
your
that brought the
platform?
Bible?
You're
Yes or
listening to a
no?
colonizer right here in your platform. You're talking about
Who did 80s cats colonize? Who did 80s cats colonize?
But hold on. But hold on.
What a very
Hold on, please. 80s cats.
Yes, ma'am.
You usually, I've heard you say this several times. Like, yes, you are the colonizer.
I absolutely agree. My people were colonizers. They're absolutely horrible for it. And I can recognize that fact.
Saying it. You know, he owns, the fact, right?
I want to point something out. It's not like I just appeared on this panel.
My goodness.
I've been working with Afro-atheists for a good year now, I think.
Yeah, very hateful Christian.
I earned my place up here by listening, paying attention, but also the fact that I own the tragedies and problems that my so-called race has done in history. I recognize it, and I will flat out joke about the fact that I'm the token colonizer on the panel. But the fact is, my race has nothing to do with the factual information I present.
Exactly.
What makes it fact, for goodness sake? What makes it fact? There's nothing you have said here that makes it fact. What you have quoted is a statement that needs to be verified. It is not verified yet.
It is verified.
Have you verified it?
Like seriously.
Would you verify it?
It's not like your Jesus who is unverifiable.
1 second.
What verification have you done to make those statements you've made? It's not verifiable.
Have you verified anything that 80s cats has said? Prove him wrong then. Prove him wrong.
Yeah. When I keep asking you for the evidence,
then prove me wrong. The burden of proof is on him.
No.
The burden of
it
proof
is not
on him.
It is on you that is claiming that he's lying.
Please prove him wrong. Prove him wrong.
There is historical facts to state that Jesus Christ existed.
Listen,
where are
and
the
I ask you
facts?
for those historical sources.
Where is the facts? Tell us which source did you get the facts from? Show us.
It's in the Bible. Read your Bible.
The Bible is not a fact because the Bible was written by people who were just bunched together.
And so, where would you get your evidence from?
Excuse me, guys.
Your evidence will be written by people.
Archaeological evidence of a Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Your Bible.
Please hold on. Let me speak. Hold on, please.
Your evidence will be written by people.
Atheist guys.
It was not.
honestly, I am very sorry, right?
Rugby.
Because the reason why is I don't believe that you're prepared to discredit someone's credentials. You're prepared to discredit
Imagine.
their everything that they have said here. And for what? The Bible. The Bible. I just
Can I say that you guys tried to discredit my
The
own?
same Bible that
You
was
guys
given to
tried to discredit
Africans,
me some few
the
hours ago.
same Bible that was
Afro, when
given
you
to
are done, I'll
Africans
say
in the form
something
of a
real quick,
slave
please.
Bible.
that Bible.
You guys tried to discredit me as well. Come on,
Can
stop
I
saying that.
Oh,
can I
please,
say
we
As
haven't
something
come
well.
real
here with
quick?
any
Professor,
evidence or any proof of anything you've said.
can
Sorry,
I say
Rastilo.
something?
Go
Yeah,
ahead,
show me
please.
your evidence.
So Atheist Cat is a soldier. This is not even going to bother him. We know him, so we don't even have to go there. But did you all hear that this guy said the Bible is a fact, historical fact?
Imagine.
So please, I just want to know. In Mark 15, 51, 52, Jesus Christ was seen with a naked boy. It's a fact, right? What was the naked boy doing
Which
there?
naked boy? Which naked boy?
You
You see,
see,
you guys even don't know your own book. You are here
I brought
My
it out
running
brother,
your
earlier
I
and
mouth.
ask you a
they just
question.
rubbished it.
Go and
I
Let's
ask you a
read.
you see.
question. Which naked boy?
Okay, let me
Go and
answer.
read. He has given you the verse.
Which
Let me
verse? Which
answer.
verse?
Let me
Please.
answer the question.
Okay, just read the verse to us.
Let
Some of
me
us are not versed
answer.
in the Bible.
Can you shut up and let me answer the question? You see how you were rude.
Mister,
Excuse me.
that's
Excuse
not
me.
how to conduct
Stop.
yourself
It
in a
is
public
because
place
He has
like
you
given
this.
you the
started.
verse.
Have you heard me talking over you? I haven't. You started with that game. I speak slowly. So blah blah. I don't fall for none of that bullshit. So shut up and let me
Mr.
speak.
Man, read the
I
verse.
knew
I
you
have
were
only
playing
you
a
one
can
verse.
game.
Read the
I
verse.
knew it. I knew you were playing a game. You wanted to come. You were calling
you
me
can
so
shove that
stupid.
bullshit in your ass.
Exactly. It is.
Hey, the
It's
Christianity has
exactly.
come out.
You see, it
You
is
see the
coming out.
Christianity?
Exactly. I knew the game you were playing,
What a
and Atheist Cat
wonderful
was calling
Christian
you
you
out.
are.
Oh,
I
Read,
knew
two
the
can play
game.
read
that
the
game.
I knew the
verse.
game you
Oh,
were playing.
Christian. Go ahead,
Both of
Christian.
Raskilo,
you,
Guys,
please
both of you
read
are
the
here
verse. I need
this
to.
is
running
the
I
your
need
real
to.
mouth.
face of
Go figure
Christianity
it
right
out.
here.
I
Go
haven't got
figure it
any
out.
Bible here with me.
It
Read
took
the
me
verse,
years
Mr.
to learn the
Hold on,
Bible.
hold on.
Go and read the Bible yourself. Educate
No,
Read the
because
verse.
yourself.
no, when I tell
Educate
you guys to
yourself.
check the Bible yourselves, you guys do not
Educate
accept.
yourself before you
Read
come
the
Please
here.
Bible.
read
Read
out
the
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 Bible
verse.
Stop
where
Bible
you
says
running
found
your
that.
mouth.
you've
Educate
been given the
yourself before you
scripture
come
verse.
here.
So that's
Give me
it.
the verse.
Please,
Let me
can I
read
ask
the
a
Bible.
question?
Give
Go
me the
and
verse.
learn.
Restilo,
Go and
give him the
learn.
verse, please. He wants the
Please
verse.
give me
This
the
guy,
verse. Let me read it out.
you are
Go and
fake,
learn.
full of nonsense. You
Raskilo,
No,
can't
please. That
even
one. As for you, Oga, you
Raskilo, please give me
just
the
shut up
verse. Let
there.
me
read the
read it
Bible.
out, please. Someone give me the verse. Let me read it out, please, so that
Restilo,
everyone
what's
can
the
hear.
verse?
Which verse? Which verse, please?
Mark 15. Is it 15? Mark 15 something. It's strange that an atheist will give Bible study to a believer, to a
He is
so-called
still
believer.
here. Let him say the Bible
Mark,
verses.
We're all
Mark
learning. We're all
14,
learning.
51,
No,
Which
not
52.
all
verse
of
is
us.
it?
Not
And
all of
there
us. I'm
followed
not
him a
learning.
certain young
I
man,
am
having a
learning.
linen
Wait,
Yes,
loincloth
don't
hold on,
say.
wrapped
wait.
around
Hold
naked
on.
body. The
Atheist
young
Cat.
Please,
man,
I'm learning.
Atheist
Please, which
Cat is
verse is it,
telling
please?
you. Hold on. Atheist Cat, please go on.
yes, it's Mark 14, 51, 52. And there followed him a certain young man, having a linen cloth cast about his naked body. And the young man laid hold on him, and he left the linen cloth and fled from them naked. And there was after Jesus was healing the ear of the servant of the high priest.
So, the question, the
Can
million
someone with a clearer accent read that out, please?
what?
There's no clearer accent than that one. That
Go
is all you're
read your
getting. Go read it
Bible.
for yourself.
Go and read a book.
Nonsense.
Okay, so
One second, one
what?
second, one second, one
Wait,
second, one second,
what is
please.
what is your
One
point
second, one
about that
second,
verse?
1 second. Please, let's not do that. Atheist Cat has a speech impediment.
Oh, you
Right?
tried that? Oh, please.
Atheist Cat has a speech
No,
impediment.
but Afro, he could hear everything Eddie's cat has been saying thus far. He
Also,
heard
I get paid
everything
to talk,
Atheist
so.
cat has been saying. Why is it that when it now comes to reading the actual scripture, He thought we were
All right,
lying.
please
But then when it comes to reading the actual
misunderstand me.
scripture
I
verse,
didn't get
he
it.
now says somebody
No
with a
one
clear accent.
misunderstanding
Are
you
you
at
in a
all.
I'm
crest?
not trying to be
You
derogatory.
are, and you've done it many
I,
times. You need to stop
you
it.
can't impugn to me.
Oh, please.
Oh no.
Okay,
If you,
what
I'll
what
be
what is
wait,
your
hold on. I don't take it
what
as
is
an
your
insult.
rationale
Wait, wait.
behind this
Hold on a
verse? What is
moment.
the
Hold
rationale
a
behind
moment.
this
You
verse?
asked the
One
question.
second.
Hold
Answer
a
the
moment. Since it
question.
was directed at me, hold one
1
moment.
second. Okay. It is that.
That wasn't even close to an insult because it was weak. If it was, you think trying to make a comment about my speech is going to bother me? I get paid to talk for a living. So if you think making a comment about my speech is going to be an insult, try better. If you're going to try and insult me, do
No,
better.
I didn't mean that
Do
as an
better.
insult. I just didn't. I
I'm not
just
done
didn't.
talking.
Can you just
I
let him
didn't
finish,
realize I'm not
please?
done talking.
Just let him finish.
Hush. I don't care if you pretend royalty or not. That doesn't matter here. If you're going to be or try to be insulting, at least make it creative.
No, I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for that. I don't think he meant it that way, but please, I'm sorry if
Why are
it
you
came
talking
across
for
that
him?
way.
Yeah, I didn't. Let me speak for myself. Let me speak for
Why
myself.
are you apologizing to someone?
I didn't get what you read. That's why I asked. I said I never said anything about it. I only said, can someone with a clearer accent? If you saw that as insult or malignment, I'm sorry about that, but that wasn't what I meant.
1
Prince,
second.
it's
Now,
just better you go read it for yourself. Go read it for
1 second.
yourself.
1 second. My bad. Right? This is my bad.
what is a
No,
vessel
wait.
saying
Hold
to
on.
me?
Hold on.
Go read it for
Prince.
yourself.
Prince, this is my bad.
Oh,
That's the
okay.
best
Right?
way
I've
to
read it.
understand
I
it.
have read it.
When I said that,
I just read
I
it.
was trying to make you understand, Prince, that just be a bit more tolerant because atheist cat has a speech impediment. I wasn't trying to imply that you were
Okay, I
insulting
didn't know
atheist
that.
cat.
Honestly,
Okay.
I
All
didn't
right.
know that.
Okay. So let's just let's smoothen things over. And I think we should just let everyone just take a little chill pill just for a minute. We've got a very beautiful lady here with us. The one and only Silver Gold herself. The one and only Silver Gold. Hello, Miss Silver Gold.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning,
Hello.
Good morning, my love.
Welcome.
Thank you. Askilo, greetings.
Greetings.
Yeah,
No,
Prince.
don't greet Raskilo.
All right. No problem.
Raskilo abandoned me. Please don't greet him. No.
All right. So, Prince, I came up just because of you.
Raskilo has abandoned me.
Prince, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I came up just because of
Thank
you
you.
because I heard
Thank
you
you for
say
doing that.
something.
I appreciate.
I heard you say something about Shango the last time. You were trying
Benny.
to shut our brother up because he wasn't versatile with that history you just put there. That Shango was a drunkard. Shango came from heaven.
No. Obatala was the one I said came from Eledumare. Gave him a piece
Obatala
of
did not
cloth.
come from heaven, please. The
Where
person
did
that
he
came
come
from
from?
heaven, I'm coming. The person that came from heaven was Orunmila. And Ile Ife was not formerly known as Ile Ife. It was Ula Ufe. And point of correction, it was Orunmila that came. Nígbà tí Ọ̀rúnmìlà tí ìkọ̀lé ọ̀run bọ̀ wá sílé ayé, he came alone. When he got to earth, according to the
Hold
Yoruba
on.
mythology,
Don't
please wait.
sorry that I'm interrupting you. When the Muslims mention Muhammad, they say Sallallahu Alaihi
If
Wasallam.
you will allow me to finish, please. And when he came to earth, according to the story, he alone cannot stay on earth. He had to go back and came with Igba Erumole. That is about 401. That was why in history we have 401 ghost DNA. These things as proof, unlike your Jesus. The king, Shango, Obataza, all of them were humans. They were king in Yoruba land.
Please add Obata Kuntakun.
And you come in here because you want to defend your so-called bastard Jesus. That God that your God had to sleep with somebody else's wife to got that Mary pregnant. You were not ashamed of yourself. You come here, a Nigerian, for crying out loud, because you want to defend your so-called bastard son. You have to demonize our stories, our history.
You guys thought I was bad. You guys thought I was bad, though.
Because of
Let
Jesus.
her finish, please. Let her finish.
They raped Mary. They raped Mary. Your God and
let
your
her
Holy
finish.
Spirit. Both of them raped Mary. Somebody else's wife. Somebody else's betrothed wife because of Jesus. And you guys are not ashamed.
So you believe that's part of the story, right?
Quiet,
You
keep
believe
quiet,
you
please,
believe
keep quiet. A woman is
madam,
Please, he doesn't
madam,
believe.
you may be a woman, you are not my wife, and I'm not your
This
wife.
is the question of believing. And why are you using believe? Believe. You don't have to believe something to say it.
Okay.
Based on the story, right? She's talking
Believe
about
Mary
the
existed.
story.
Can you
She
please keep
doesn't
quiet?
believe anything. Please, nobody has to be doing believe here. It's not a matter
This
of
guy does not even know. This guy does not even know the meaning of belief because he keeps using it.
And then he wants to talk about academic
Silver
discussion.
Gold. Can you finish what you're saying?
Madam,
Hey,
please.
Whispering Echoes. Whispering Echoes. Hey, I see you in the comments. Please, can we let Silver Gold finish what he's saying, please?
And also, Norman has been waiting to say something, please.
Okay.
So because of this Jesus, they had to tell us that what we used to observe, and as our history, it is all demonized because of this Jesus. That is the most painful aspect of it. Even though I am not a Yoruba woman, but I stayed most of my life in Yoruba land, and I know the mythology, how the whole thing started, because they say it. Even if you read Ifa historian, you get to hear about these things every day. You get to hear it. All these kings, these are powerful kings that fought war. And the Yoruba land, I keep hearing people say that we Nigerians, we have tradition. I mean, we have religion. We don't have religion. We don't do religion. Everybody with their own tradition and their own gods. If there is war, you come with your gods. This one come with his god. If you are from the tribe of Ogun, from the tribe of Shango, the tribe of Oya, you bring all your gods and you fight the wars. Anybody that wins, you clap for the person. But you people came with this one God, the Almighty God, that has a son, that is Jesus Christ. And by the time we ask you question, how did Jesus Christ come to light? You guys said he has. Please, somebody here was talking about the Bible God and everything, Jesus and the Moses and everything has what did he say?
That has facts.
Proof. I want him to give us proof. Like I mentioned, the ghost DNA. Has he ever heard about it before? Tell us something that we can relate to about your God and Jesus Christ. We want to hear it. And that guy keeps telling academic. Please, you should stop using that language here. I'm done, guys. Thank you.
Madam, if you don't understand the meaning of academic, you ask and we will explain it to you.
Don't go that route.
Don't use academic, please.
Why not?
You're banned from using academic on this platform.
Don't go that route.
Why?
Do that.
What do you mean don't go that route? What? Why?
Because
Why not?
you're not
Tell
an
me why I
academic.
shouldn't.
You're not an academic.
How do you know that I'm not an
You are
academician?
not,
How do you know that?
because of the BS you talk.
Please, can I ask you a question? Raskilo.
No, wait,
Raskilo.
one second.
Raskilo.
Let the gentleman. No. Hold on.
Hold on, please.
Address the points that she made, not anything to do with the. She doesn't know what academic is. She should ask. No, don't be condescending like that now. She made some points.
But you see,
Talk about
listen,
the
you
points that
guys,
she made.
everybody was here when she
Just
was
talk about the
impugning my
points that she
person.
made.
No, please.
Listen, I've been on several platforms.
Can you just
I
answer the
know
question,
when
please?
people,
No, Vessel,
when people can't
God.
argue well, they go to,
Who is arguing
now,
with you?
madam.
Can you just answer, please?
She didn't. I didn't hear any personal attacks on
And
you.
so, can you stop interrupting? Let me
Prince,
respond to her.
Vessel, wait. Prince, I didn't hear her
All right.
give you any personal attacks. No.
She did. And she did, and
Oh
people
my
heard.
goodness. What did she say? What was the personal attack?
Yeah, she attacked my person, and they
What,
said I'm just saying
what was
academic
the
that
what was the personal attack
she
to you?
attacked my person here.
What
Everybody
did
heard it.
she
I don't
say?
need
I
to
never
look.
heard it.
Don't worry.
What did
Let
she
me
say?
respond to her. She said
That's
that
what
I
I'm
should shut up.
saying.
She said it. Yeah, she said I should shut up. You all heard it.
I never
And
heard it.
that's when I told her, you never, yeah, it's a
You will not.
momentary
You will not hear it now. Selective
I
hearing.
never heard it.
audibility.
I never heard it.
It's
Can you answer her
momentary
question?
audibility.
Answer her
That was when I
question.
told her.
Okay, all
You
right.
see,
Go
and then
on,
you
go
say
on,
that he's
Prince.
not being
That was
allowed to
Okay.
talk.
Prince, is it but can we just address the points, please?
okay. Yeah. You have a section of Yoruba history. You yourself, you and I, we are not Yorubas. We probably learnt what we know about Yorubas, but you only gave a version of Yoruba history. You talked about Orunmila. You don't know about Oba Atala. If you know, you would have stated it. You said when Orunmila couldn't stay here alone, he went and got Igba Erumole. That is a section of Yoruba history. Oba Atala, what I just told you was how the Yorubas, and this story that I'm telling you was, if you read Igbo Erumole, you will see all these
Prince,
stories
you
there.
said Obatala
And
came from heaven. That was the part I debunked. I don't have to tell you the whole story.
where did Oba Atala come from?
Obatala is a human being. What is wrong with you now?
Oba Atala
Can
is
you
a
tell me that?
messenger. It's a
How can
messenger.
you tell
Oba
me?
Atala is a messenger.
You,
You
you,
see,
you don't know that.
if you say,
Please. Which Obatala is a messenger from where? It is Orunmila that came. It is not
that
Obatala.
is one part of Yoruba history that you are telling
So you want
us.
to tell me
There are
that?
histories of Yoruba.
Wait now. You want to tell me that after Eludumare has sent Orunmila, Eledumare still sent another person that came to earth and got drunk?
Okay, tell us the story of Ile-Ife, which is the cradle of
I
Yoruba
don't have to tell you
civilization.
any story. I don't have to tell you any story. I just came to
Come on,
debunk.
do it for
I
us now.
came to
Do it for
debunk
us.
the
We want
one
to
you
learn
said.
from you.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
You
No,
see,
I
we're
yeah,
not talking
you
came to
see.
about
debunk.
Ile
Mama
Ife.
has
Oh.
been waiting to
We
say
are not
something.
talking about Ile Ife, please.
We are talking about
Why are
We
you
are not
running
talking
away to
about
it? Why
records.
Ile
don't you
We
Ife.
talk
are
about your
we
Jesus?
are
How did your Jesus came to limelight?
Okay,
We are
guys, can
interested.
we
We want to know.
I don't I
you know what?
but
No,
you just told us now. You told us that Mary,
let's let
you told
Norma
us that
speak.
Mary was
Please,
raped.
let's let Norma
You
speak.
told us Mary was raped.
She
Please,
And
was.
if you
let
believe
Wasn't
Norma
Mary
she?
was
let's let
raped,
Was.
Norma
Wasn't
speak.
she?
if you
Please,
okay,
let's let
if you
Norma
believe
speak.
she was raped, it
Let's let
means
The
Norma
host is
speak.
she
talking,
had a
please.
Let's
son.
Mute.
let
The
Norma
host is
speak.
talking.
Let's let Norma speak. Thank you. Norma? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I've been here listening to everybody. I just want to make my observation before I ask my question. I just have a question to ask. I've never been on a platform where people are being as insultive like this. I've never been to one.
Mama, can you just say what you want to say, please?
You know, you guys have been very, very insultive. You know, we are
Oh,
Christians and you are
Norma, we will
insulting
ask
us to our
somebody else to
face.
talk if that's
I
all
don't think
you've got
that's
to say.
nice.
That's all
Okay,
right.
so
Can
this my
someone else talk, please? Since Norma doesn't want to say anything, I thought he's got something to say. Oriomi,
let me
hello.
ask my question, please.
Hold on. One second.
Raskilo. Hello,
One
good
second.
evening.
1 second. You see, we have a panel of how many? 9 people? 8, 9 people? 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're really trying our best to have this conversation. And, I don't know what you expect me to do next when you say you've never been on any platform before, but this platform, we are insultive and we're so what next do you want? If you
No.
said
Let me just ask my question and
no,
if you answer my question,
no
I'll come
man,
down. Don't
no
worry.
man, no man. If this platform is too much for you,
No.
you
It's
don't
not too
have
much.
to.
It's
You
just too
don't have to
insultive. I
be
don't have
here.
a problem
No,
with
you
it.
don't have to be here. No, you don't have
Can
to
I
be
ask my
here.
question, please? Please,
No,
if you
you
can
don't
answer my
have to
question, I'll
be
be
here.
fine. I will come down, please.
We're too insulting. We
Have
are
I
too
insulted you
insulting.
today?
No, you say we are too insultive now.
Oh, not a problem. That's just an observation. So
Yeah,
this is
but
my
then,
question.
then why? Why would you want to be in a
Please let me
platform
ask my
where
question, please.
people?
Please, I beg you.
No, no, no. You can go. You can go. It's okay. Thank you.
Raskilo,
You
please.
can go. It's just so that he doesn't be in a platform that is too insulting. It's not fair.
Exactly.
Please, I'd like
The
to
the
ask you a
thing
It's
is,
question,
being
the
please.
thing is,
hypocritical.
I'd like to ask you a
Prince,
question,
hold
some
please.
of
on.
us
Prince,
have
hold on.
been
Prince,
insulted here,
hold
really.
on.
Oh,
Prince,
please.
somebody
You've been
hold
insulting
on.
people as well.
Raskilo,
Yes.
so from what you guys read in Mark 14, verse 51 to 54,
Uh-huh.
what do you guys understand happened in that verse?
Okay. So, first of all, do you remember what you said? You said the Bible is the historical fact. That's what you said, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I read something in the Bible which is a fact. Do you
Which
need me to
is?
explain? Which is there was a naked boy running around Jesus Christ and was being arrested.
So what has Jesus got to do with the naked boy?
My brother, it's up to you to tell me the relevancy because according to your Bible, every statement is relevant and it's for advice. Tell me the advice and the relevancy of a naked boy running around Jesus Christ. I'm waiting.
What you have just read in Mark was a story, a scenario that happened around Jesus Christ.
Exactly my
So
point. So tell me the
you should
relevance,
deduce what the story is saying here.
brother.
Rescuer,
Yes,
let me help
yes,
you deduce it. Let me help you deduce. Since you will not get any answers from
yes. Please help me.
Jesus, Jesus had 12 men, 12 disciples, all the people he got around himself were just men, 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 men.
Yes, that's correct.
So it was raining men during
Mm,
Jesus' time. So out of all those men, at least there has to be at least one that was naked
mm.
running around with Jesus. Very relevant. Very
No, that
important.
you are misunderstanding
No,
what
no, 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 no,
the
no, 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 no.
verse.
No, please, no, no, no. You said it is left for people to deduce, right? The text is the boy was naked, walking around, following Jesus. Now, Raskilo,
Yes.
there is a school of thought
Uh-huh.
that claim that Jesus was caught in the act with that boy. Yeah, it's
Exactly.
a school of thought. I don't have any
Where is
evidence.
the evidence for
I
that?
don't. I'm
Where is
speaking
the
to
It's right
evidence
you.
for
there.
that,
It's right there
madam?
in the Bible.
If you let
Right
All
guy,
right,
there
let
in
me
that
read it.
scripture verse.
Let me
if you
read it
let
out
you
for
see
you
now,
guys.
you see guy, you see you're not letting me finish. I'm speaking to Raskilo, and I'm saying that there is a school of thought that reckon that Jesus was caught in the act with the boy. Right now, I don't have evidence to back that up, but if anyone is
So why
interested,
bring it up?
if anyone is interested,
Prince,
please
Prince,
go.
stop it.
Please go and do the research. Right? There are some group of people they believe that that was the case, right? Because why else?
Please, can you give us clues so that I can go and research, please?
Why
I'd like to
else?
learn.
Why else will the Bible mention there were many people around Jesus, right? They all ran away. But for some weird reason, the Bible is, they make a point of letting us know that there was a naked boy among those people, right? So, sometimes you have to think, they say the Bible is full of mysteries that the Holy Spirit helps you to decode. So, Raskilo, I
Yes.
guess Jesus needed a naked boy around him for some weird reason.
Yeah, but Afro, this is what the Bible also says. So, according to Christianity, they said anything the Bible says is the word of God, and all these things have it is relevant for Christianity. Christianity. So anything in the Bible makes sense to them. Now, I read this verse.
And I'm saying, so far as they've written this in the Bible, it should be relevant for Christians. So please, I gave you the verse. You've read it and you asking me questions. I don't want to, don't ask me questions. Make it relevant and make it make sense. Why there was a naked boy when Jesus was being arrested? I'm waiting for you. Just make it make sense.
Okay, can I just answer that question, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Raskilo, please, where are you from? Just a quick question. Where are you from?
It really don't matter right now. Answer the question, please.
No, please please, it
He
matters.
doesn't want to answer
Just
the
tell us. You are
question.
from Nigeria, you are from
Raskilo, do
Ghana,
not
you're from
answer that
anywhere.
question if you do not want to.
My brother, I'm
All
from
right.
Nigeria.
If you can't answer, then I will yield back because I needed to answer the question.
Okay, hold on. I'm from Ghana. Go
Where,
ahead.
okay, thank you. I believe you are in your 40s and above, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Let me tell you our own experience. I am 40 and above.
Okay.
When I
Do you
was
realize?
growing up,
Prince, do you realize I
yeah.
asked a question? I'm not interested in your story.
Okay, let me just it's okay. I just wanted to draw relevance. So that's why I said I started using myself.
But
When I
you
was
should have
growing up,
answer the question and go ahead and add whatever you want to add up. My
okay,
question.
let me go ahead. Let me go.
Okay.
I got your question. I got your question. Now, when I was growing up, and I'm sure as a lot of us here were growing up back in Africa, not many of us as little boys wore full clothes. We were not fully clothed. I know some people will say, oh, they were clothed from the beginning. Okay, your parents were rich. It's either I was wearing only a shirt or I was wearing only a short. So if someone describes me as a naked boy following all these preachers around, what's the
The
relevance
boy had
of
no
that
clothes
to
on.
Jesus?
All
The
right.
boy
No,
had
that's
no
not what
clothes
it says.
on.
Let
He
me
had a
read it.
bed sheet over his shoulders.
Okay,
Simple.
hold on.
I don't know
Hold on
why
a
you're
second.
trying to excuse this.
So you just told me right now that it was a young man, so he
It was
had a
actually a
clothes
boy.
on. He was a young boy. He had a clothes on, and that is no fact. Listen to what I said and listen carefully. You are a Christian. Is everything in the Bible factual and it should have a meaning, yes or no, for Christians?
Yes, it is factual.
Okay, so and it should have a meaning, right? It should stand for something, correct?
Yes, it should have meaning. Yes.
Tell me the meaning of the naked boy running around. Do you understand my question? My question is I don't care whatever you do it because according to your Bible, there's a meaning, and there's a meaning that Jesus died and woke up in 3 days. You guys will give us blah 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 blah, and he healed the blind, blah 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 blah. Tell me the relevance of a little boy running naked. And who is the author who put that thing there? Make it make sense. Are you getting what I'm saying?
The little boy running around naked
Uh-huh.
shows that
Uh-huh.
the things that happened at that time was
Uh-huh.
recorded. If they had removed it, we wouldn't have known.
This
But
guy,
Okay,
it was
this guy.
recorded.
thank you very
Yeah,
much.
Prince,
Thank
it
you.
was
Prince,
recorded. It's a
there's
historical
something,
record.
Prince,
Whatever.
there's something you're missing that is very important. They grabbed
Okay.
hold of Jesus to arrest him. At the same time, they grabbed hold of this boy.
They didn't
They
grab
wanted
hold
to
of him.
arrest him at the same
Nah,
time.
madam,
No,
yeah,
they
So
didn't
madam.
grab
now
hold
it
of
is
him.
right there
Stop
in your
that.
I
book.
don't know where you
Stop
get
that.
your
I don't know which
message.
Bible
Can
you're
you
reading.
just keep quiet and read the
Please
scripture verse?
interpret what you have read.
I am not interpreting anything. It is what it says
They
in
were
the
trying
book.
to grab hold of the guy. but
They
he
were trying to
ran.
grab hold of him, but instead the guy twisted. They grabbed hold of the sheet, and he
Please
ran away naked.
type the naked boy with Jesus, right? And just see
Right
some of the
there, it says it
images.
right there.
Some of
They
the
were arresting
images.
him
Some
and
of the
Jesus.
images that you find
But
on
the
TV.
problem is these
That's the
people
actual
are
reason why
playing.
they're arresting Jesus, not because of any prophecy or whatever. They were arresting Jesus for joking that boy.
The point is these people are
Oh God.
playing. Prince is playing dumb right now because this is what I'm saying to him. The Bible, whatever the Bible records, is relevant and it makes sense, and there is there's a reason why it is there. Jesus woke up 3 days. There's a reason.
So do you
Pour
believe?
water
So
to
from
wine.
this
There's
factual,
Is it
One is
possible
still
for you to let the
talking.
guy finish, please?
Are you asking me, do I believe? According to your doctrine, that's how it goes.
and then
So
you believe it, don't you?
I don't believe, excuse me.
Just because you're talking of something
Oh,
doesn't mean you believe it.
Let me answer him. I do believe. Let me ask you a question. What is the meaning of believe?
When you agree on something that
Belief
you've
is
read,
as it sounds.
you have agreed,
Prince, hold on.
you
What is
agree
that?
from the story or from what you've read, you believe it to be true. You agree to the statement. That's what belief is.
You
No.
see? No, hold on, Vessel, hold on. People who know the meaning of belief have made my point. These people, they use words they don't have any idea. Prince, what is the meaning of belief? Prince, what is the meaning of belief? On mute.
Belief is what you understand. I think, belief is what you understand and you agree with.
You see, this
That
is
is
why
The
why
academic has
we shouldn't
spoken,
even
guys.
talk to these people. We shouldn't even talk to them. They have no idea. They just use
Raskilo,
my
words
brother,
back
please
and forth.
educate me.
my brother,
I'm not here to
yeah,
Raskilo,
educate you.
you,
educate me.
Go
What
and
is belief?
figure
what
it
is
out. Learn. Go and learn.
No, no, no.
Learn. And come
Open your
back.
dictionary. Open your dictionary. Holism. Right now,
what
while
is
you're on the live
belief?
stream,
Raskilo, please tell
while
me
you're on
what
the
you
live stream
understand
right
as
now,
belief. I've answered.
Holism, while you're on the live stream right now, go and open dictionary.
No, no, no. I
The
need
meaning of
Raskilo
belief.
to
No,
educate me
you
on
need
what
to read
belief
it for
is.
yourself. Read it for
No,
yourself.
no. Because Raskilo should know it by himself. He shouldn't be
He
asking me
knows
that
what it
question.
is, but you don't know what it
If you
is.
ask your question, you should be able to answer that question. So
This is something
please,
that you need to read for yourself. No one
no,
needs to tell you
Raskilo
this
should
one.
tell me what belief is. I need to know from his perspective.
It's not from his
Because if I
perspective.
read
It's
it,
right
it
there in
might
the
be
dictionary.
I've
Read it
read
from
it,
the
so I've said
dictionary.
it from my own perspective. So I need
No,
to
read
know
it
from his
from the
perspective.
dictionary to get the correct definition.
Words are not for you and me. Words have meaning. Google the word and come back and let's have a
Raskilo, you
conversation.
asked me a question, and I'm asking you,
Obviously,
I've answered you. Can you
but
answer mine back then?
He's
okay.
answered you.
I told you I'm not going to do that because I am not going to do that.
And then you expect me to answer what you've
Then
asked.
don't.
No, I
Don't
didn't ask
answer.
you a question.
How is that a
And
fair
then,
how is that a fair
my brother,
argument?
my brother, he's googled it. He's back. Prince, what does it say? He's gone back.
Just
Raskilo,
Google it for yourself.
Raskilo, no. Raskilo,
If you
just
don't want
tell
to
me
Google it, that's
from
fine.
what do you know what belief is? I need to know as well.
Your problem, do you know what your problem is, holism? You're used to people telling you things. You're not used to investigating or searching
Please.
things for yourself.
Yeah, that is why I want Raskilo to tell
No,
me,
this is
please.
why you need to learn to find your own information
I
and
need
find out what
Raskilo
it
to
is.
tell me, then I
He
can go
said
and
he's
find
not.
and go
He
and
said
look
he's not
further.
going to do that. He said he's not going to do that.
Somebody
Then
has
he
done
doesn't know
you
what belief is then.
That's fine.
somebody has done you a favor and typed it very well in the comment section. Read it out. And then
This
come
is
back and talk
why they can never become free thinkers.
Raskilo,
They
if you
want
can't tell me
everyone
what
else to
belief
think.
is, then
Someone wrote it in the
I
comments.
don't
Oh God,
I won't believe what you're saying.
that's fine. You don't
No
have to.
problem. You are still even
No, one
using
second,
belief, so I don't even want to go there.
1 second. This is not fair. Raskilo is asking, giving the definition of belief, and now
He hasn't. No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't.
you are asking Raskilo now to give you the definition of belief.
Imagine.
Now, because he hasn't told you, now he doesn't know. Holism, stop that, please.
No, don't say no, no, no,
Okay.
no, no.
All
Can we
right.
move on?
Hold on.
Can we move
Hold
on
on.
from this?
We are
Please, can
having
we
a
move on?
conversation
Please, can we
here.
move on from this?
He
Can we
has
move on?
sought my
Yes,
he
we
Can we
has
can
move
sought
move
on?
my
on.
Can we
We
move
can
on
move
from this,
on.
please?
Yeah.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Afro, please.
Let's
Can
move
I
on.
make a
Please, let's
I
statement?
let's
just
if you
read.
can't
I
tell me
just
what
read the
belief is,
please
then
let's
definition,
why are
let's
we
and
move
having
I
on.
a
just
So
conversation?
please.
Please let's move on from that
let me read.
belief
Let me
the
read to
belief.
you the
Can
definition.
we?
Let me read
No,
to you
no,
the
no.
If
Let's
the
move on.
host
Let's
is
move on.
saying to stop, you stop.
Let's move on from this belief thing, please. Let's move on from it, please. Let's move on from belief. I beg of you, everybody, please. Let's talk about something else, or go back to the subject of the naked boy with Jesus. But let's not talk about beliefs. And for those
Now, what
people,
does the Bible say about the naked
on
boy?
What is
those,
this
for
What?
those
one? What is
people,
this one? What's your problem?
now you guys must understand that for people who don't believe in the Bible, when we talk about the Bible, we talk about it from a reference point of view. And also, when we do something called an internal critique, yeah, not because we believe in the content of your Bible. We do not believe your Bible from the first page to the last page. We do not believe, right? But we can make references when we are speaking to you guys, right? And we can do an internal critique when we are having conversations like this. So please, let's move on from this believing thing, please.
Okay, fine. I just want to make a statement. I've had an interesting night. You guys are so interesting, and amazing people. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to state my case.
Good
I
night.
hope you will come back. Holism.
Well, if I have time, I will come back. Honestly speaking,
To be
I
fair
will
to
come back.
yourself, Holism, as much as you have been very annoying sometimes, I like that you stood your ground. You have been very interesting. Been a very interesting interlocutor. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
I still believe where that has nothing has actually changed from your stating your points. So I still hold on to my
Which
beliefs,
is fine. That we
which is
no one wanted to make you change your beliefs or to abandon your beliefs. We're
yeah.
just here
It's
to
no,
have
I
a
didn't
conversation.
say you're trying to change anything, but
No,
I
you're
still
trying to imply that we did, but we did
my
not. We just like to have conversations.
yes. Your conversation also can influence people as well. If you want.
Well, that is their choice if they choose to be influenced.
Anyway, I choose not to be influenced. I am
That's
still a
okay. That's
Christian.
your
I
human
still
rights.
believe in the Bible
That's your human
I
wholeheartedly.
rights.
choose to
Thank you very
believe.
But
much.
Holism,
Yes.
could you be wrong?
That's a good question. That's a very good question.
Could I be wrong?
Yes. Could you be wrong in your beliefs?
I could be wrong. However, that is where my faith comes in.
No. Faith is not factual at
From
all.
my Bible, it says that
Faith is not faith
faith
is
is not
not
factual. Yes,
not at
that is
all.
what
Not at all.
makes it faith.
No, and listen, I am asking about truth. Something is the truth and something is false, right? Something is right, something is wrong. Now, I'm asking, could you be wrong in this belief? Could this belief be wrong?
I can be wrong, but the Bible is not wrong. The word of Jesus Christ is not wrong. I can be wrong as a human, yes, but Jesus Christ cannot be wrong. And that's where I leave it.
No, something. I wish that you will ponder on what you just said. This Jesus that you talk about, his words not being wrong, he himself did not write down a single thing. The people that were listening to him did not write it down immediately he was saying it. No, nobody thought to write it down. It was not until how many hundreds of years
We,
later.
you don't know that
Huh?
either. I don't know that
We
as
do
well.
know that.
You don't know that.
Hundreds of
You
We
don't.
do
years
know
later.
that.
No, you don't.
We
Hundreds of
do. That
years
is
later.
why we're up
Okay.
here.
No,
Okay.
you
Listen,
don't.
please.
You are
It
the one
Please.
was
that doesn't know
let me
that.
finish.
Please let
It
Afro
was
finish.
it was later. much
Hundreds of years later.
that people now came and started writing things, right? So the Jesus himself, he didn't tell anyone to write any books. He didn't.
Jesus
So
mandated the disciples to spread the word.
he did not mandate them to write books.
Yes, he did.
He never said
No,
anything about writing
He
books.
did
He
not
told them
mandate
to.
them to write.
He told them to tell people about himself, not document anything.
What does communication? What do you understand? What do you
Where
know
where did
communication is?
Jesus say write down books? Where does it say that?
Spread the word can come in various forms:
Where did
internet,
Jesus was specific in
letters,
everything he said.
words, scribes, and
Jesus was specific.
how was
None of his disciples were scribes. They were uneducated fishermen and carpenters. None of them were educated enough
They
to write
could not
anything
even read
down.
and write back then.
Was it said that they
please.
didn't know how
Jesus
to
was
read and
not
write?
specific. Jesus spoke in parables. He was not specific on everything he
So when
said.
Jesus
I
when
just
Jesus
wanted
was
to
saying
put
spread
that
the
there.
word, so when
Okay,
Jesus was saying spread the word, that was a parable, right?
So hold on. If
That
Jesus
was not a
wasn't,
parable.
if Jesus
What
wasn't
Listen, in
explained?
in
specific,
those
wait.
in
If
the in
Jesus,
the
no,
in
hold
the
on,
in
This
Hold
man.
on. If Jesus was not specific with what he was saying, then Jesus was a joke. We were here. We mean
Big
business
joke.
here. Jesus came.
not
Wait.
you are
Oh,
you
let
are
me
you are
speak now.
misinterpreting
Excuse me.
said Jesus.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Wait. Hold on a second. This is Jesus, who is supposed to be God, according to some people. He took his time, came down to the earth, only did 3 years ministry, and he just came to talk in parables.
Imagine.
The one time that we had God or the Son of God here with us that can speak to us and let us understand, that can document, write his own book,
Everything
do
has
his
been
own
documented.
fuck you know. Please, let's just let at least the Jesus can tell us, look, guys, this is how I created the universe. This is how we did this. This is how we did that. And he came and started speaking in parables. Jesus is a joke.
Listen, he came
It's a huge joke.
because of the situation that man found themselves.
No
And
It's
man
not
found
true.
he
themselves. No
didn't come
man.
to come and explain to you
That is not
how the
true. That
creation
is
of the
not what
world
your
came
Bible
about. He
All right,
came
says.
to
Vessel. One.
save
Okay, let me.
man from
Holism.
the iniquities
Holism.
of man. That was
Holism.
what that
Holism. Holism. Tell us, what changed after Jesus left? What changed?
the Holy Spirit was sent to comfort
What
the
changed?
disciples. What changed
Yeah.
was the word had to spread, and they needed the courage to spread the word.
Oh
What
my goodness.
changed after Jesus left?
What changed?
Yes.
The world changed
How? How did
How?
it change?
because each and every city around Judea was touched by the word of God,
How did they change?
because they started believing in God.
How did they change, Oga?
They
Sin.
changed in their ways. They changed in what they worshipped. They changed
Sin
in
My
still
so many
continue.
ways.
goodness.
Sin
This is
still
terrible.
continue.
It's not
Sin
terrible.
has
They
never.
changed in several ways. They
What
Sin,
you're
changed
May I
sin
saying
has
answer
in
the
how they
never.
question?
worshipped. They changed in
Sin
how
has
they
never. Wait.
conducted
Excuse me.
themselves.
Excuse me. Sin has never left this world. Even with Jesus coming, people are
Listen,
still sinning. I'm speaking. People are still sinning. Yeah. People
and
are still
holism is still
committing.
sinning.
People are
Prince
still
is still
committing
sinning.
all manner of sin.
see,
So
God has given
Jesus
us,
just
man has,
wasted his time. Jesus just wasted his time,
he
wasted
didn't
his
waste his
blood.
time.
I'm speaking. He wasted his time,
He wasted his
wasted his
saliva.
blood, wasted
Oh,
his
which means you guys even believe
yeah,
that Jesus
he wasted
existed.
He didn't waste
wait,
any time.
where is
It is
wait,
the only
wait, oh my goodness. Was it not, did I not just a few minutes ago explain that we read these things for reference purposes and to do an internal critique? And this guy just from nowhere, yeah, you guys, you believe. Can you stop? Please, nobody believes in that crap story, I beg.
he did not
If
waste
you
his
don't
time.
believe it,
My
don't
point.
use it as a
We
justification.
will
If you
use. We're
don't believe
using
it,
it.
don't
We're
reference
using
it.
it to laugh at it. we're using to
You
show
can
the
laugh at it
foolishness.
all you can.
Yes,
You can laugh at it all you
foolishness,
can,
foolishness
but
upon foolishness.
you can laugh at it all you can, but the fact still remains.
It's not a
It's
fact.
foolish. You see that Bible. Whenever I run
He
out of
came
tissue
to
paper,
redeem
It's not a
man.
whenever
fact.
I run
It's
out
not a
of tissue
fact.
paper in my house, I use that
He
Bible
came to redeem man. That
to wipe my nyash.
He did
That's what
not
I do
come.
with that Bible.
but that's your own cup of tea.
Jesus
That's
did not.
whatever you do in your house
Yes,
Jesus did
remains
not.
yes,
Jesus
that's
did
what I
not.
do.
Listen, guys, listen. Jesus did not come to redeem no one.
to
But
redeem me.
Jesus said,
For how much? How much did he buy
hold
you?
on.
He
He said,
came to redeem.
wait, now, let me finish. So Jesus said he only came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Holism, you are from Nigeria. Jesus did not come for Nigerians.
Jesus
He
Christ came
came
for
for the
Jews
only.
and Gentiles.
He said he only came for
Jews
the
and
You are
lost.
Gentiles.
neither.
Jews and Gentiles.
You are not a
Are
Gentile. You
you
are
a
an
Gentile?
African.
Are you a
If you
Gentile?
understand what the
You are
Gentile is, then
African.
your statement is you need
You
to make
are
that
a
statement.
Nigerian,
So you are
Oga. A Nigerian.
holism, you are a Gentile.
From the Jewish sense of it, yes.
So
From a Jewish point of view, yes. The Jews saw themselves as Jews and every other person, everyone else as Gentiles.
So
Wow.
why do
Yes.
the Jews not believe in your Lord and Savior?
Judaism is from a Mosaic is a Mosaic religion.
That's not the question I asked. Why don't they? Why are they still waiting for their own
It is
Messiah?
their own cup of tea. It is every man for themselves. It is not
No, the
mandatory
question
for
was
you to
why
believe.
don't they believe? Why?
Why don't they believe? I can't answer that question.
The Jews he came for, why don't they
Why
believe?
would they believe
Wait,
Jesus the
wait.
liar?
But
Jesus is the biggest liar in the Bible.
guys, can you see what is happening here? The people that are the Jesus's people, eh? Those ones they have rejected the Jesus. They said, oh, look, they don't even talk about him. They don't even talk about the Jesus. But our people far away in Nigeria, they are holding that guy as their Lord and their personal Lord and Savior.
But do you know that
Oh,
you
wow.
are lumping the whole Jews?
How?
Some Jews are Christians.
How?
Can we believe that?
That don't make no
Some
sense.
Jews
Boy.
some Jews are Christians. I
Which
know Jews
ones?
that are Christians.
Which ones?
I know people personally who are Jews, but they're
Which
Christians.
ones? Which ones?
You don't know them.
Which ones?
Hi. Okay, how do you want me to explain that to you now?
Which church do they go to?
They go to Holy Sabbath.
Crickets.
They are Christians.
They go to Holy Sabbath.
Do you know
Where's
why? Do you
where's
know
Holy
why?
Sabbath?
Do you,
Where's
do you know
Holy
the
Sabbath
problem?
located?
The problem is that
We have Holy Sabbath in Edison, and they sing Holy Sabbath bata weroche bata
Okay, your voice is terrible.
so the problem is
Holism,
that
which church do they attend?
the Nigerian pastors have done a very good job in distorting and discrediting
No, which
the
church
Bible.
do the Jews that you know go to?
He said Nigerian pastors have done a good job of distorting the words of their Jesus. But guess what? Their Jesus sits up there and watches this man distort his words. And what does Jesus do? He does nothing.
Look at what
The Lord is slow in anger. The Lord is slow in
I'm
anger.
speaking.
I have to read this. Sorry, Afro. I have to read this. I have to read
There's
this, Afro,
nothing
please.
about it.
There's one mumu in the comments called Johnson. I have to screenshot this one. This one I have to screenshot.
What did he say?
Said it is not for women understanding, like it or not. The world use that Bible in their laws.
So wait, so the Bible is not for understanding for women.
Yes, it's not for women,
It's
apparently.
a man book. Okay.
No, I don't agree with that. That statement is
But
not right.
holism, that's the problem we have.
So, but the thing is
We
this.
take three Christians, all three of you will not agree on the same thing. Even though you worship the same God, even though you read the same Bible.
three of you will not
No,
agree.
that is not
The
true.
is
That
problem,
is not true.
the
but that
problem
is not
of your
but
of
that
your
is
of
not
your religion. That
but
is
that is
why
not the
there's
point.
45,000 denomination.
I
So
know. I know.
on Judgment Day, who is the Jesus? Which denomination is the Jesus coming for?
It is
Voice.
only God that will determine how he will judge that.
Voice.
Having said
Let
that,
me ask. Wait. Okay.
Okay, Jesse.
Very important question to the Christians. Yeah. Are you going to be redeemed from this earth on
Not this
judgment
one.
on
the
Judgment Day? Will
the
you be
rede-
redeemed from this
Definitely not
earth?
Prince.
so let me say this, right?
Please, please. I want to know.
The redemption
Mm-hmm.
is open for anyone to be redeemed.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
It is open for
Wait, hold
anyone to be
Read your
redeemed.
Bible.
That
This one
depends
arguing.
on
What
wait.
is
you.
it?
Do you have a verse? Because I've got a chapter and a verse that proves you wrong. But
Oh, please,
do you
can
have
we?
a no, you made a claim that it is open for anyone. So where do you get that from?
Can I get your verse that you said you can disprove it with?
No, you said it's open to everyone. I want to know where you got that from.
Let's find out the verse that disproves it.
Okay, I can tell you the verse that actually disproves, and it is the book of Revelations, chapter 14. From
Alfred, these
verse
people
3.
have learned so much today. They've learned so much.
Absolutely, I've learned a
We're
lot.
even giving them Bible verses from their own book.
Yes, I've learned a lot. I
Wait,
must say,
let me read
Say thank you, ma. Say thank you, ma.
the book of
I've
Revelation.
learned a
Vessel.
lot. Not from
So
Vessel.
you,
go ahead
though.
and say thank you, ma.
Not from you, vessel.
Vessel.
Say thank you, ma, to the
There's
host.
something you
Say
guys
thank
are
you, ma.
missing from
Uh-huh.
what
Revelation. What
Wait,
verse,
no,
please?
guys, let me read it. Let me read it.
Can I ask Willism a
Children, hold,
question?
Let me read
hold on
it,
with me.
please. So from Revelation chapter 14, from verse 3. That this is okay in heaven now. They said they sang as it were a new song before the throne. Hey, can you mute yourself? Someone has noise. Please, let me. Someone has noise. Okay, has noise. Let's see. Okay, all right. So they sang as it were a new song before the throne, before the four living creatures and the elders. And no one could learn that song except the 144,000 who were redeemed from the earth. These are the ones who are not defiled with women, for they are virgins. They are the ones who follow the Lamb wherever he goes. These were redeemed from among men, being the first fruits to God and to the Lamb. So these are the ones who are going to be redeemed from the earth. But what is very peculiar about these ones is that they have not been defiled by women, and they are virgin boys and virgin men. So
No,
if
these two he goats, they are not virgins.
hey, Besu,
Oh my God. Vessel, how did you know that?
Besu,
You, especially you, holism, you.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
so any
don't
of
let me
you,
get
It
started
is
on you.
obvious
any
that
of
it
you
is obvious that
Let me not
vessel you are
even
not
get
among.
started on you.
any of you we don't doke, eh? No chance for
Forget
me.
about it.
As for the women,
I'm not gonna enter.
as for the Christian women, in fact, your own is already done because they don't even recognize you. They say you're busy defiling the men. So as for the women, just forget about it. You will not be redeemed from this earth. But for the
No, now
women,
that's not the
eh?
interpretation of that. They
only
didn't
only
discount women.
okay
Women were not discounted.
Afro,
They
now
said the
it
ones
said this they've not been
Afro.
defiled by
Those
women.
ones who are
with
chosen,
defiled
those ones
with
already chosen. Those
defiled with.
144,000.
They said defiled with, not defiled by.
Are those are there going to be any women among the 144,000?
They said anyone means yes.
Ah,
Women are.
this
Oh,
guy.
that's a
They
lie.
said, look at it now, read it now. It said,
Ah,
these are the ones.
oh.
They've
Hey,
already been
this
redeemed from the
guy.
earth, from before you were born,
Hey,
before
no,
right from the
please.
Afro,
beginning. You are not included there.
Wait,
Hey,
hold
From
on,
the
hold
12
on.
tribes of Israel, you are not.
Afro.
No, no, let me, please, let me read
Christians,
it again.
Christians need.
Where's it, Joe? Where's it? Wait, let me read it again. It says, they sang as it were a new song before the throne, before the four living creatures and the elders. And no one could learn the song except the 144,000 who were redeemed from the earth. These, the 144, are the ones who were not defiled with women.
Exactly.
They
With.
are virgins. Now, this particular this particular translation says this. Let me read from the King James version. The King James version says that let's see what's in. So the King James version says, "For they sung as it were a new song before the throne, and before the four beasts and the elders, and no man could learn that song, but the 144,000 that were redeemed from the earth. These are they, these are they which were not defiled with women, for
thank
they
you.
are virgins."
A man and a woman can be a virgin. Is that correct?
Excuse me. So wait, when the Bible says they are not defiled with women, what
They
are you
are
trying to say?
virgins.
That the Bible recognizes lesbians or what?
No. What I'm trying to say, what is trying to say there is, it is the man who will go and defile himself with a woman. It is a man that will go and defile himself. Now, these guys and women did not go and defile themselves.
So your Bible recognizes that they are lesbians.
No, I did not, that's not what it's saying. You're trying to
You
misconstrue.
can only be defiled with women.
Hi.
Are you saying that women defile themselves with women? The Bible recognizes that there are women who would defile themselves with women. So your Bible, you're saying that here now the Bible accepts lesbianism, eh?
No, my Bible does not accept lesbianism.
What are you saying?
It does not accept, it takes lesbianism as sin.
Guys, this is the point we get to when something is so is blatant, is slapping you in the face, it's obvious.
Yeah,
But you
this
want
is
to
intellectual.
dishonesty.
It doesn't
There is
Intellectual
nothing
dishonesty.
intellectual. It's
it doesn't
straightforward.
say
It's just that Christians they
Intellectual
tell
dishonesty.
lies. Christians tell lies. They don't want to admit the truth.
Wheezy, what is the truth,
And
You
please?
guys don't want to admit the
for
truth. You
me,
need to defend your religion.
for me, that's one of
You
the
just read it. Like you don't even need to. Yeah, that's one of the
What
traits.
is the
They're
truth,
not honest
Wheezy?
people. They
Wheezy,
need
what is
to
the
lie
truth?
to defend this God.
for
Truth,
me,
what is the
My
truth?
brother, you know the
What
truth,
is the
so I'll
truth?
let you.
for me, that's one of the reason why
You know the truth.
I prefer
You know the truth.
debating
You have a brain like I do, so you can interpret that.
I prefer debating Muslims because
I
in
blame Nigerian
Islam,
pastors. They don't.
Hold on. Two
Islam,
people speaking at the same time, eh?
sorry about that. I prefer
No, brother, they
debating.
are the same. Oh.
No.
They are
You
the.
know why?
Sorry, they are the
You know why
same.
it's easy to debate Muslims is that in Islam you can't contextualize. Whatever their Quran says, that's what it is. You can't say, "Oh, this is what he's trying to say," or "This is an interpretation." It's straightforward. If they're going to kill you, they're
No,
going to kill you.
but
There's no
with
negotiation.
Islam, they like to do
That is not
takia.
how it is. Oh. They are going to take you back to the Torah.
They'll do takia.
Yes, he take you back to the Torah and
But
tell
the
you the
Quran
truth.
is not
Bro,
the
they'll use
same. It's
Takira and
not the
finish
same with
you.
the
They are the
Bible.
same.
It is the same. They copied the Bible. If
No,
you have
it's
never
not the
read,
same.
have you read Quran before?
They
If
are
you have
they
not,
are both the same
please don't
because they
comment.
were written by man.
They're all Abrahamic religions. All Abrahamic religions use the same text.
Yep.
The Bible is not the same with the Quran.
It is the same.
It is
They
the same
have
copy
Jesus
and
there.
paste.
They're waiting
How
for
can you
Jesus,
say they
just
are
like
the
you
same? How can
Christians.
you say they are
Is
the
Is it
it
not
They
the
same?
are
same
also
copy?
Okay,
waiting for
okay.
Jesus,
they
just
are
like
they
you
are
Christians.
they
Oliver,
are
But the
when they say they are
Bible.
the same,
let's move on. No.
Islam believes Muhammad
Oh,
is the
please,
last
look at
prophet.
Guys, let's move on from
this.
this comparison between Bible and
Yeah,
Islam.
please.
Please, let's move away
I
from
want to.
this.
I'm sorry. I want to respond to what Johnson
The
wrote here the other time. He said they use the Bible for laws in these days. I want to understand what it
No,
means
but
by
silver gold, he said it's not for women to under. That's why you
no,
don't
but
understand it.
because
See,
no Afro,
silver gold.
Afro.
You are a woman now. It's not for you to understand.
I want to love you guys and leave you
In those
guys.
days,
I've
in
got
those
to.
days, if you grape
No, you
someone's
need to
daughter,
first of all love yourself before you
you are going to
love
pay
yourself
50
first.
shekels and marry that person you grape. You pay 50 shekels of gold. But in this day, when you grape somebody, you serve 14 years. So where is the Bible used for law? How does it use for law?
14 years, and they will make you sign the
The sex offenders register.
sex offenders register.
Why are they not using the same law they use in the Bible in our modern days laws? Why should Johnson say something like that?
Johnson Namumu now.
No, na big
It's
move.
the funny thing is, most of these verses you guys bring up on this platform is really mind blowing. You will never hear it in Nigerian churches. Nigerian churches will be telling you about offering tithes, offering tithes.
And
If a
just
Nigerian
no,
writes a
they get
Bible,
to
if a
Wizzy.
Nigerian pastor were to
They don't
write
They
a
will
even
tell you
Bible,
preach
about
from the
John 3:16.
he's going
Bible.
to write
They don't even preach from the
in
Bible. They tell them stupid stories about drinking tea with God, going to the airport and in the toilet, and they come out in Paris. That's what they're going here.
And how they married
woke
their
up
wife.
in teleportation.
Yeah.
I'm
How
sure if a
You
Nigerian
guys,
airport
you
never
guys,
ran
if a
empty.
Nigerian
you
pastor,
guys
if
have
a
not,
Nigerian
you
pastor,
guys have not talked about the most important part. The Malachi. Shall thou rob God? You have robbed
Hey.
God with your tithe and offering. Open heavens. If you don't pay your tithe, the heavens, things will be tight for you. Huh? Things will be tight. Go and ask Oyedepo. That's his favorite passage to read. That one, when it comes to money, he doesn't joke.
if if Adeboye were to write the Bible, I'm sure his Bible, chapter 1 will be tithes, chapter 2, pay more tithes, chapter
He
3,
said they
even
should
more
give,
tithes,
Wheezy, he said they
chapter
should,
4, have you paid tithes?
Wizzy, are they
Wheezy,
not now asking for
he says,
50% tithe offering?
he
They're
says,
saying bring
he says,
50%.
he says, you should pay your tithe, give violence.
Revelation will not be make it
He said,
100%.
give
Family.
violently. Give violently. The man said, anyone who is not paying his tithe is not going to heaven. Full stop. Okay now. Gate man, heaven gate man, look at him. Baba Adeboye, Baba Scammer.
You see, you see how foolish this religion has made us as African people. We don't have history any longer. We are living the history of foreigners. Foreigners' history is now our own reality. How can a book written by man, and you know man can lie, man used his hand to write this book and told you, I wrote this book based on the inspiration I got from God. And you as an African, you just took this thing. If me as your fellow African man wrote a book and told you that I was inspired by God, you won't believe it. Then your common sense will start working. You say no, it's not possible.
It's not that we won't
But
believe
man
it
took
when
this
you
pen,
write.
and man can lie.
Guys,
Excuse
wait,
me.
so
It's the truth. It was written by man. Why can't God write it himself?
guys, we
It's
have
common
Wizzy.
sense.
we
Why
have with
can't
us
human
here,
beings
we
be
have with
born with
us here
intimate knowledge
Dr. Carl.
already?
We have Dr. Carl here. Dr. Carl hasn't spoken. No.
Okay. Good morning.
Good
Good
morning, Doctor.
morning.
Dr. Carl, are you a doctor?
Yeah. Academic doctor.
Academic, yeah? Okay. All right, please continue.
Okay. I just want to ask a question.
Hey, whose mic? Your mic is what's wrong with your mic? You're sounding
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
hold on, let everybody mute themselves. Just okay. All right, go on, Dr. Carl.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to ask some few questions. I think 3 or 4 questions. But
You
the
want to
first
you want to
question,
ask questions?
I want to. I want to raise 3 or 4 issues.
All right, go on. Go on.
And after then, perhaps you can respond. The first I want to talk about is, do we believe in God? That's the first question.
Do we believe
How
there's
does
God?
yeah?
No, I don't believe there's God.
How does this earth come
Sorry,
to
Doc,
be?
we don't pass all these areas since now.
Okay, I just joined you guys.
Mm.
Yeah, I just joined you guys.
No, we don't. I don't believe in God.
Okay. Now let's look at it. Is it possible for someone or for something to happen to someone without a reason? Is it
Yes,
possible?
things can. Yeah, things can
Is it
happen.
possible? I don't think so. Is
Things
it
can happen.
possible?
Things can happen without a reason. Yeah.
Okay, let me reframe my question so that you get it. Is it possible for a person?
Please, I want to say something, Dr. Kai. You are asking a
Yes.
question and they are giving you reply. You are still saying it's not possible. Please, can you please go on and make your points and stop asking us questions?
Okay. First, in the issue of the existence of God or this earth, it's not possible for something to exist without a reason.
We can't hear
What I'm
you now. We can't hear you. Sorry, you. I don't know
No,
what's up with your mic. What did he say? What did he say? He said it's not possible for what?
Let me say it
he
again.
said it's not possible.
For what?
Let me say it again.
Dr.
It's
Kai,
not possible.
are you using earpiece or earphone? If you're using it, you can remove it so we can hear you better.
I think it's sounding somehow.
Okay, is it okay now? Can you
Yeah,
hear me now?
you guys have stopped gifting. See, my goodness.
Better.
You guys, oh yeah, now send some gifts at least to the panel members. Oh yeah, you guys, come on now, just so 1 or 2 coins. I beg ya, come on. All right, go on. We are listening. Yeah, you
Okay,
people should send some coins now.
what I'm just trying to say here is, it's not possible for this world to come to being without someone. We can't just say, let's just look at it. We can't just say that this war just came to be without someone. What I'm trying to say here is that there must be someone that created this earth. There must be someone that created this earth. And the question is, who is the person?
No, and I can.
Another thing I want to say
What
No,
here
if
is
that
no.
person is
I can
Shango?
answer your
What if that
question.
person who
No, please
created this
wait
world is
now.
Shango?
Please,
could you
guys, please wait.
could you
Let us
allow
first
me
ask Dr. Kai. Are you asking us to tell you, or you are telling us that it's not possible?
no, I want to raise
No, I just asked the question. Are you telling us that it's not possible, or you want us to tell you that is why you are asking?
could you please allow me? Maybe after I'm done, you can now
The
respond
guy,
to that.
wait, but Dr. Carl is saying it's a person. A person?
No, what I'm saying, there must be somebody, could be a spirit,
Somebody?
yes, that created this earth, this planet we're living.
Are you sure
A
And
there is
somebody.
see,
a
yes,
somebody,
of
or
course,
there
So
must be
is
somebody?
it like a human? Is it a human?
a spirit, a spirit,
Ah,
A spirit
a
is a
spirit,
somebody?
spirit again.
a spirit.
A spirit is a somebody?
Spirit in a physical world.
Spirit that cannot hold something.
No, wait, a spirit. Can you
Sorry, can I answer this question,
wait?
Doctor?
Hold on,
Can I ask you
hold
this?
on. So a spirit is
I will
someone?
really appreciate it if you allow me to
That is what I
finish.
was saying.
No, and we're
He's not
trying to
asking a
Yes,
understand
this
you.
question.
position you can
He's
now
not
raise.
even here to ask a
I'm
question. He's just here to come and tell us that somebody made the earth. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm just trying to
No,
raise a point.
I'm asking
You
you a
guys did
question.
not allow
Are
me.
you sure that somebody made this whole earth? Are you sure?
Yes, of course. Pretty sure.
Yes. Can you
Let me
tell us
ask
how
you.
the person made it?
If the
I
person
will
is,
appreciate.
if we are talking about spirits, I'm sorry, you can't call it a person. It can't be a person again. Once you start talking
Afro,
spirits,
even if he's a
it's
spirit or
not
he's
a
a
person.
person, even if he's a spirit, let him tell us how the spirit or the person made the whole earth, please.
No. I think before we go there is how does he know it's a person and not a something or whatever, something else? I don't know.
He said he's a spirit.
Uh, let's look at this thing. I'm pretty sure and strongly believe that it's clear. Perhaps
Sir, you
we
say,
want to take that.
Dr. Carl, you say you
Is
are
it
a,
possible?
you say you are a
Question.
doctor. You say you are a doctor. You say you are what? You're a doctor of what? What did you say? You're a doctor of what again? Eh?
Accounting and finance.
You're a doctor academic, so
Yes,
eh?
academy. Yes.
Ah,
Now, let's look at this thing.
now wow.
You know, just that God is a merciful God. That's just the gospel. Merciful is a merciful God. There are things that He tried to understand human beings. He created the earth.
God
He
is not a
created.
merciful. God is
He's
not
a
a
merciful
merciful God.
God.
This is
God
why we
is
need to.
God is
If
not
not,
a
Sorry,
God,
God.
if
God is
not,
Miss.
not. God is not a
Why,
merciful
that
God.
is why I said you
would
should
have
tell us
God,
how the God created it,
God is
because
Doc,
the
Doc,
way
God.
wrong to this God is what?
God is not a merciful God,
a
my guy.
merciful God. He is. He is.
Tell us what makes you say he's merciful.
Doc, I
This,
don't.
this
What makes
is
you
this
say
is
he's merciful? Go on.
a God that allows human beings to criticize him, to insult him. But a day will come that he will.
There is nothing merciful.
No, let him
You
finish.
guys are just
Let him finish.
making
Let him finish. Let
flimsy
him finish.
claims.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
If God is not a
Okay.
merciful, he will have destroyed this world. What is
Hmm.
happening? He will have destroyed the earth that he created by himself for a long time.
Why?
And don't forget,
Why would he do
we
that?
have we have Satan,
No,
also a strong
why would God destroy the
that
earth? For what
manipulate
reason?
that manipulates human beings, that makes human beings believe that there is no God, like supreme. The question we ask ourselves that
Afro,
why
can I
do
just?
Ó ti lọ.
Let the guy
Yoruba
finish
say ó
now.
ti lọ.
Just shall let him finish. Wizzy,
Wait
you
till he
can
won't
take it.
finish.
Wizzy, you can take
Afro,
it.
yes, this
Let
guy
him
has
finish.
nothing to say. He's just here to cry.
Okay.
He's gone. This one is gone. Bye bye.
So your PhD looks like PhD in TikTok or something.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure you have a PhD in
Religion
finance.
reduces your ability
Now,
of.
the first question you should ask is the question you should ask is who created God in the first place,
Hmm.
right? Since you believe nothing can come from something, then who created God in the first place?
We
That's the most
can
important
we
question we should
cannot
all
comprehend
ask.
that your
Who created
question.
this God in the first place? So if God came from nothing, if God came from nothing, then why couldn't we apply the same thing to the earth we live in? Then why can't we say the earth also came from nothing? Why can't we say man or wherever the first man, as they claim, came from nothing? How come Adam and Eve gave birth to different race of humanity in general? Right? So these are critical questions we should ask, not just believe. You can't, the fact you believe 1 plus 1 is 10, right, doesn't make it true, right? You need to know that 1 plus 1 is 2. You need to prove it physically, spiritually, or whatever view you're looking at the truth. It is the truth, consistently true. It's different from you believing. So if you can't explain how God was created in the first place, then why are you then expecting man to be created by God? Man also came from nothing. Man came by chance. We live in a world of probability, right? Anything. Study the universe, study the planets. We have billions of planets. We have bigger planets than our Earth. We have bigger suns. This sun you think we have that is big. Wait until you see megatrons. There are bigger suns, way 20 billion times bigger than our sun. Different multiverse. And currently, it seems that we are the only species of living thing at the moment right? How do we know these things? It's not religion, it is through science. Science has been able to take device outside our planet and taking pictures. Go on YouTube and watch James Webb Telescope. Look at some magnificent pictures that we will never have known if we destroyed our scientists. These scientists like Galileo, all their efforts is what we are enjoying today. You're here asking questions. Thank the scientists that built this thing. You should thank them because your history books won't tell you that the church tried to silence their voice. We would have been in the dark without the knowledge we derive from science. Science, as of today, looks like the tool that is getting us closer to that truth to understand the mysteries of our universe. And that's why Africa is behind, because Africa chose to embrace the God of African is religion, but the God of the white man is technology and science. That's their God. And that's why they are building things. It's amplifying their creativity to an enormous level. We are here waiting for Jesus Christ to save us. They told your grandfather Jesus is coming soon. They told your great grandfather Jesus is coming soon. They are telling you Jesus is coming soon. You want to tell your children Jesus is coming soon. And you want your children to tell their own children Jesus is coming soon. Nobody is going to come to save us. Only us can save ourselves. And the only way for us to attain freedom is when we open our mind to search for this truth and use it to free ourselves. So, Mr. Professor, your professor is not, like I said, it's not in banking and finance. It's more of TikTok. You have a PhD in TikTok, connecting on TikTok and asking pointless questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Honestly, this is the best thing that I've heard here tonight. Honestly, that's my opinion, not.
Did someone mute him? He was appreciating what was being said. He was appreciating what was being said. So maybe let him finish.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. I don't know.
No, please don't let him.
Say, like I said, when I first had the opportunity to speak, I told you guys I'm not a zealot. Now you have touched on something that is very critical. Fella say follow. Ronald Reagan say trust but verify, and that's why I am not a zealot. I have been a Christian from birth, but that does not mean I don't know where to draw the line. We were talking on another forum, my high school forum. They were talking about Jesus and religion. I told them, this religion that you people are carrying on your head, you can't fight Boko Haram. You are going there to pray. Whereas Israel is throwing bomb. And this is God's own country. So you see, there is a limit or there is a line that we should draw. Religion must not make you blind to contemporary science and innovations of today. Those in the northern part of the country where I school, they claim book is haram, which is an attempt to subjugate people's mind and understanding with religion. So for you to, break it down, I'm sure if, what's the name of the guy who was defending Christ here? If he was here, he will agree with you because you broke it down in a way that even an ardent radical for Christ will understand. Nobody is saying Christ does not exist or does he exist. We are all adults. You can use your own teeth to count your own tongue. I don't have to do that for you.
How does teeth count a tongue?
Yeah, it's a wise saying by our forefathers.
Saying. It's a very stupid saying.
It's not. You see, that's the problem. That's the problem.
How many
with
tongues
you.
do you have in your mouth?
You use your tongue
How
to
many
count your
tongues do
teeth.
you have in your mouth?
Oh, maybe what did I say? Use your tongue to count your teeth.
Mm,
How many? So can't you do that?
that is not what you said.
Honestly,
Okay.
Afro,
All right. In that
whatever
case,
you do.
what I meant to say was you use your tongue to count your teeth. I'm sorry about that. That's what I meant to say.
Sorry, Mr.
So I
Prince.
don't. Nobody needs to tell you that science is important, and nobody needs to tell you that you must believe in Jesus. It's yours to decide using your tongue to count your teeth. I yield back.
Sorry, Mr. Prince. Sorry, I was interrupting you earlier. Afro, whatever you do, whatever session you have when you go live, make sure Vessel is there, okay? Please.
But I'm always here.
It's okay. I like her. I don't.
Please, don't like me. Don't like me,
I
please. Please, Prince,
I
don't
used
like
to
me.
be a debater, so
Prince,
you
don't
don't
like
you,
me.
you you can't
Don't
profit
like
me. You
me,
can't
please.
profit me even if I like you.
Don't like
I know
me.
why I like you. I
Don't like
look
me.
when I
I
okay. Let me
refuse
tell you
for
what
you to like me.
my mom
Wait,
my
wait,
mom
wait,
said one
Prince,
thing to me
wait,
a long time
Prince,
ago. Let me
wait,
just tell you what my
Prince,
mom
wait,
said.
wait now. Wait, Prince, let me tell
Sorry.
you. Wait, let me tell
Okay.
you. Hey, vessel will profit you, hey, big time. Don't say that though. You have not seen her. You've not met her. Me, I am telling you, I've met her. I've been in her presence. She will profit you. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh, oh,
You
oh,
guys
oh.
have not met me, have you? You
Hey,
don't even know
no.
my pedigree.
No, but
You-
nobody's discrediting you, are we? No, I am telling
No, no,
you.
no. I'm not. I'm. In as much as she will profit me,
She will, oh. Don't
but
Hey,
say
you
no, no,
that.
no, no, no,
okay?
no,
Don't
please.
say that, though. Hey,
No, she disagrees with you.
Sorry, Afro.
go on.
Sorry, Afro. Can I add some points? Right. You see, thanks for the compliments. Right. But you see, we need to understand two concepts. Every tool we see in our earth today, language, science, religion, they are all man-made. Everything, if you go back to the beginning, everything you can think of, the system, the laws, the policies, they were all man innovation. But there is a huge difference between science. There's a reason why we always advocate for science. It's not like science is like spotless. Science is not making bold claims. It only makes those claims after collectively we discover something and we see the consistency in those things. For instance, due to science, you can predict the weather with high level of accuracy. You don't need, they will tell you tomorrow rain will fall. And check it, rain is going to fall. That is the beauty of when human beings come together, we move mountains. When human beings come together, connect their minds together, they build the most innovative thing you can imagine. Look at computers today. You on your computer, you send email in the split of a second, right? You get the email, you get the message. You can make a phone call thousands of miles away. It took humanity to use that brain to come up and build this thing. But unlike religion, religion makes claims that it cannot prove. Now, open your Bible from the not like if you open from the very beginning of your holy books, right? It says, "Oh, God created the earth; He rested on the seventh day." These are bold claims. Not as if the person writing it was actually seeing how God was creating the world, how God rested. That's the first sign to show you
Hi,
that this
Peter.
thing is just a game. It's just a game to keep people. It's just a game to keep people ignorant and foolish. Are you not surprised that if you look at the continent of Africa today, we are literally, when you compare it to other countries or continents, we are not doing much as a black community. We are not building things. Go to Nigeria, that is supposed to be the giant of Africa. We have prayer warriors instead of scientists. That is the effect of religion we are trying to dismantle. If religion was good, every nation on earth, US would be the first to use it. If there was something, if there was some power in religion, United States of America will not be the last. It will be the first country to use it. Russia will use it. But because we chose the wrong thing and we've invested our time, we've been so foolish to realize that beneath the ground we stand on, there are resources on that ground that can
I think
transform
a
that
lot.
continent. But how are we going to know these resources? When we spend our time, praying and fasting. And guess what? If you lose anything in life, you can get it back. But when you lose your time, there is a generational punishment for that. You are not only punishing your future and yourself, you are also punishing your generation. Because that time you wasted, you cannot get it back. You can get anything back in life, but not your time. So this is our problem with religion. If Nigeria prioritized their time on science or something better, innovative, that continent will not be the way it is, and that's the honest truth. Pastors, churches will not, you will see schools, more schools, hospitals. But because of the ignorance and the poverty in the continent, churches grow. You have rich pastors but poor members. This is why platform like this is very important, and we need to support this young woman. She's the reason I even joined TikTok. I think I was on YouTube. Then I noticed she started doing TikTok. I joined her on TikTok. We need platform like this to have these conversations, right? The best we can do now is at least get the next generation ready for the challenges to come. We are not ignorant people. We know the truth. So if we come here and start lying to defend a religion, something that if I ask you to tell me 5 things this religion has done for Africa, you can't even mention it. You are there telling you want to tell your grandchildren, Jesus is coming soon.
Wizzy, can I ask a question?
Let's wake up.
Can I ask you a question?
That's the truth. Only the truth. Yeah.
I don't know if you remember me a few weeks ago. I really gave you credit for, I love how you always drop gems like this on everybody. But I'm curious, just give me your opinion on it. Do you think maybe, and I hope nobody takes offense to this, do you think it could be some sort of mental illness? Why a lot of well-educated, well-read people will put logic and all the knowledge they've acquired over the years aside and believe in something that, like you said, it's been proven in the developed world that it's not giving us any sort of proverb. I read a while ago, or someone tweeted a while ago, that among the greatest inventions, mankind has, that God or religion did not give us any of them. And it was referring to, electricity, phone, television, I can't remember the top 10 of the greatest inventions in time. So do you think, because in Dr. Carl, don't take this the wrong way, please, because you have a doctorate degree and you come on this platform and you're saying things like, God is a merciful God, he would have destroyed the whole world, for because people are insulting and things like that, he's a spirit and all of that. You're a PhD holder and you're telling us this. So back to my question, Wizzy, do you think it's some sort of mental illness that is making people act like that?
Yeah, with confidence, I would say yeah. And we have to look at the nature of the human mind. The human mind is a complex puzzle. It's limitless by nature. And if groomed properly, it's the most powerful force in the universe. It's more powerful than any god you can imagine. Now, when the people when they embrace lies to some degree, those lies will become their own reality. They then get disconnected from the reality of the universe we live in. If you go to the early age of religion, when the knowledge level was low on earth, right? You find out that religion was just an easy way out to explain some natural things happening. If rain is falling, we say God is urinating or something. That was the level of thinking man had in those days. But this is why the truth is the greatest cure to any mental state. If you give Africans the truth and they embrace it, then freedom comes. Because buried inside the truth lies freedom. When the people embrace the truth, right, the people are then free. And the truth is like consistent. It's very important. I always emphasize on that consistency on the truth. The truth is so consistent, and the truth is not afraid of questions. The sorry, okay. The truth is not afraid of questions. The truth is so consistent, and this is what Africa needs for our freedom. Without the freedom, Africa is going nowhere. There is no Jesus coming to save us. If Jesus was going to save us, we would have seen it. We would have seen it by now. He's not coming to save us. It's not a disrespect to anything. In fact, this mental illness has even made us prioritize a heaven that we've never seen, we've never been. We're only told that, oh, there is a heaven and there is a hell you should be scared of. How do we know that heaven is more important than the earth we live in today? How do you know what if life, right? What if this earth we're already in was supposed to be the heaven promised in your religious books? But if you don't love probability, you won't ask those questions. That's the beauty of maths. Maths, when you read about probability, you know that there are possible things. What if we are the gods? It's not a crazy idea to have all these thoughts. What if this God you think, oh God exists, God? What if you standing here, you are the God? Your mind is that God that you're waiting for to solve. If you channel your mind properly, it could solve a problem in Africa or in the world. You see, these are questions we must have to get to that destiny place. And this is the only way we can give our ancestors justice. Because it's a journey. It's where we end that matters, not where we. If we end in a place where we know Africa is supposed to be, then we've given justice. That's the only way our ancestors and we, ourselves, and our children can achieve justice. But if we end up continuing this foolish path that we know is clearly not working, today Africans they pray against devil. Meanwhile, their government is even worse than devil. Instead of them to focus their time on their government, they are there saying, Satan don't fall for good, macha, macha. For how many years have we been doing this? And it breaks our hearts when you see people put titles in their name. You put doctor in your name. But when it comes to things that affect not just you, your unborn children, your continent, you throw away your sense of reasoning out of the box. Do you think if the white man knows the way to heaven, he's going to show you? If the white man knows the way to heaven, do you think he's going to say, oh, black man, this is the way to heaven? Or, these are things we should ask and start thinking. We just want a continent of thinkers. That's all. Continent that thinks. Because we've tried looking for solution elsewhere, except looking